morning, everyone. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. Staff present today are Trey Qualls, Hawan Kim, Maribel Pena, Karen Moreno, Stacy Jones, Emily Reyes, Scott Bellin, and Denisha London. Chair, will you please call this meeting to order?
Yes, today is Wednesday, January 21st, and this is the meeting of the Board of Adjustment, and we will now come to order. I welcome everyone to the Board of Adjustment. This board is a citizen board appointed by the City Council. By state law, a minimum of 9 members or alternate members must be present to provide a quorum in order to conduct business. Today, we have a quorum with all 11 members. Today's meeting agenda can be found online at fortworthtexas.gov. Speaker registration forms for cases on today's agenda should have been turned in prior to the start of this session. Today's public hearing is being documented by cable television and video conference recording, which will be available on the city's website. To facilitate an orderly meeting, I'm asking everyone in the council chamber to turn off the audible alarms on your electronic devices at this time, so we will not be distracted during our meeting. Each case will be called in the sequence listed on the agenda unless otherwise directed by me, the chair. The Board of Adjustment requests that the following rules of procedure be respected. For case introduction, each case will be introduced by the City of Fort Worth Development Services Department. After presenting the facts of the case, the Board of Adjustment board members will have the opportunity to question city staff about the case and any applicable laws or regulations that might apply. This portion of the discussion is exclusively between city staff and the board members. As your case is being called, we ask that you move to the front row of the chambers. You will have 7 minutes to present the facts of your case and why you believe your application meets the criteria for approval. If more than one person is presenting the case, it is necessary to divide the total 7 minutes among all parties so you do not exceed the allotted time. After the applicant has presented their case, I will call for any opposition to come forward. This is their opportunity to express why they believe the variance or special exception should not be approved. The opposition is also allotted a total of 7 minutes of time to be shared among all speakers. If opposition is presented to the variance or special exception, the applicant will have an additional 3 minutes of rebuttal time. The chair may allow a few more seconds in each presentation to ensure a speaker's final point can be made. In 2019, there was a rule change regarding translation cases. When speakers require the services of a translator, all speaker times during those cases will be doubled. For the question and answer period, after the parties have presented their positions, the board members will then have the opportunity to ask questions of the applicant and any opposition. During this time, all speakers must remember that all dialogue be directed to the Board of Adjustment only. There is no time limit during this period. After the board members have received answers to their questions, I will close the public portion of the hearing. Board members can discuss the case amongst themselves and city staff to determine whether or not an application meets or does not meet the criteria for approval. After this discussion, I will ask for a motion to approve, deny, or continue the case. City staff will call for a voice vote from each member. If an application is denied, an applicant will have 10 days in which to appeal to a court of appropriate jurisdiction. For more information on this and additional information on any case on today's agenda, you may contact the Board of Adjustment at 817-392-8026 after this meeting. If necessary, a closed executive session may be held with respect to the posted agenda items to enable the Board of Adjustment to receive advice from legal staff. The first order of business is the approval of the minutes from December 17th, 2025. We are open for a motion to approve.
I make a motion to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Johnston seconds.
Thank you. We have a first by Ms. Herrera, a second by Mr. Johnston. Staff, could we please have a roll call vote?
Yes. Board Member Jim Witten. Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley.
Yes.
Board Member Logan Prim.
Yes.
Board Member Eric Ortega.
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woman.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera.
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Second item on our agenda is the approval of rules of procedure adopted by City Council on November 11th, 2025. Could we get a brief summary, either from development staff or legal, just regarding that, so we understand?
Good
what we're voting
morning.
on? Thank you.
The rules and procedures is just a formality for the Board of Adjustments to adopt. The City Council has already adopted the procedures. The rules and procedures outline the way the meeting should operate, the roles and duties of the board members and the alternate members. The rules and procedures are similar to some of our returning members who previously sat on the board. Just language was added and revised to add in language for the alternate members, as well as the new requirements for the regular members, with 8 regular members having to meet certain professional criteria, and the remaining 4 members are at large. And I think that's it. Trey, did you have anything to add?
No, I'll just add one thing to what Ms. London was saying is these have, of course, already been adopted by the City Council back in November when the boards were consolidated. And again, these just kind of summarize the consolidated procedures for the consolidated board. If there were to be any suggested changes, you couldn't change them at this meeting because the rules themselves provide that you'd have to post it. Notice at this meeting, you could adopt changes at another meeting, and then those changes wouldn't take effect unless and until adopted by City Council. So just, these have already been adopted by City Council. If you do have changes that you think are necessary, which there really shouldn't be, but if there are, those would have to be taken up at a future meeting.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any questions or discussion about that, or it sounds like we need to vote for approval? So if I could either call
Just ask
for,
one question.
please.
If we wanted to see a copy of these rules and procedures, where would we find them?
Do you think that's been filed legal with, within the city through the,
Yeah, I would assume you would have gotten them in your packet, either,
A copy of the rules and procedures was sent out in an email from Karen Moreno. Karen, do you know the exact date that email went out? It was along with the poll to RSVP for your attendance for the meeting. For this meeting? Yes, ma'am.
and I believe they're also posted online.
Where?
We can email you a copy.
This was sent via email on January 7th.
okay, any more discussion or questions, or could I call for a motion to approve?
Move for approval. Riley.
Second.
Thank you. Motion to approve, Mr. Riley, second, Mr. Whitten, correct? Staff, if we could get a roll call vote. Mr. Riley.
Board Member Jim Witten? Can you speak into the microphone? I'm sorry. Board Member Sergio Garza?
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston?
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley?
Yes.
Board Member Logan Prim?
Yes.
Board Member Eric Ortega?
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woman?
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell?
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy?
I'm going to abstain since I've outed myself as not seen them.
Board Member Jana Herrera?
Approve.
Can you speak into the microphone?
Sorry, approve.
Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, thank you very much. So we are going to move on to the first item on our agenda, first case, which is a continued case. It's BAR-25-122. Staff, we're ready when you are.
Yes, I'm sorry to interrupt.
sorry,
This
sir.
is Johnston. This is one that was continued from last meeting that I recused myself on. Last meeting, I'll need to recuse myself on it at this meeting as well.
Okay, thank you.
I'll be down in the downstairs waiting
We'll come find you.
where the food is.
Track you down.
Scott, can you please escort Mr. Mr. Whitten?
Johnson.
Johnston, sorry, thank you.
Ms. Reyes, if you'll wait a second, and then we'll get started.
While we're waiting a second, I would just like to say to everyone, Happy New Year.
Happy
New
New
Year.
Year.
All right. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. The case before you is BAR-25-122, located at 2525 Stadium Drive. This is a continued case from the last meeting. The applicant was asked to provide an updated site plan to reflect only the garage and not the porte cochere. The property is zoned A-5, one-family district, and the applicant is Tom Bates on behalf of Glenda Roach Homes. The property owners are Grant and Sydney McCurdy. The applicant is requesting a variance to the A-5 district development standards. Specifically, the zoning ordinance requires a minimum 5-foot side yard setback. The applicant is requesting approval to allow a detached, non-habitable accessory structure, which is a detached garage, to encroach into the required side yard along the southern property line, resulting in a 0-foot side yard setback. The subject property is located within an established residential neighborhood. The lot is approximately 8,835 square feet. It's relatively flat and was platted without alley access. There are several mature trees located on the property. There is no regulated floodplain and no other known environmental constraints. The primary residence was constructed in 1937 according to Tarrant Appraisal District records, and the property owner is required to replat. Currently, there is a detached garage located at the southeast corner of the lot, measuring approximately 18 feet 4 inches by 30 feet, which equates to 550 square feet. The applicant proposes to expand the existing garage, resulting in a structure measuring 22 feet in width by 30 feet in length, for a total of approximately 660 square feet. The garage would remain in the same southeast location on the lot. As proposed, the expanded garage would be located approximately 0 feet from the southern side property line, which is 5 feet deficient from the required minimum side yard setback. The current lot coverage is 31.68%. With the proposed garage expansion, the lot coverage would increase to approximately 33%, which remains below the maximum allowable lot coverage of 50%. If the variance is approved, the applicant would be required to comply with all applicable building codes, including fire-resistant rated construction requirements, as well as other applicable development regulations. The property is subject to Section 4.705 of the zoning ordinance, which establishes a minimum 5-foot side yard setback for properties in the A-5 district. This concludes staff presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Apologies. I have a question. Can you tell us why, I didn't make a note as to why we carried this case over. Could you brief us on that, please?
Yes, the neighbors were against the porte cochere, so the applicants and the homeowners worked with the neighbors and removed that, and just going to proceed with the garage.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for staff? Okay. Thank you very much. The applicant, I believe, is here, sir. Thank you. Could you please state your name, address, and remember you have 7 minutes total?
Yes, sir. How are y'all doing? Tom Bates, Glendale Combs, 2800 Colonial Parkway, Fort Worth, Texas, 76109. Just to be clear, this variance request is simply about adding onto an existing detached garage. It has nothing to do with an existing home, tearing down an existing home, tearing down or rebuilding an existing home. Simply adding on to an existing detached garage. Hardship, That is one of the most important things that as a board, you have to determine whether a variance is accepted or denied. First hardship, this street does not allow parking from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. every single day. These homeowners have 2 kids, 4 cars. This garage is 14 feet wide as an entrance. It does not allow for even 2 vehicles to be parked. We are simply asking to expand the existing garage to an 18-foot door to allow for 2 cars to be able to be parked, keep them off the street as the city of Fort Worth requires between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. The final hardship is requiring these clients, my clients, these homeowners, this family to tear down this garage and rebuild is at least $35,000 to $45,000 more than expanding it. To me, I don't understand how that could be more of a hardship than requiring them to do that. I believe one of our neighbors is here. I don't know if he wants to speak, but both neighbors on each side have agreed that they are okay with this. And more specifically, the neighbor that the garage butts up to, his property line, is in support of allowing this garage expansion.
That's great, thank you. Anyone else here in support? You probably have a few more minutes.
I submitted a couple photos, and maybe we can just pop those up on the screen. My name's Stephen Rawls. I'm the property owner of 2529 Stadium Drive. And as Tom just said, like, we are the neighbor. We are the only person that this expansion directly affects. When we purchased the property, we knew very well that that garage was on the property line. And hopefully these photos will come up. Like, I do feel that the mural that we painted, that my kids painted, oh, that's you gotta bend that one around. That's the Friendsgiving that was held in the backyard. That's the Texas flag that my kids painted on the side of the garage. And frankly, I love the memory of painting that mural with my kids. It does add like ambiance to our backyard, and I have no problem with the garage. It makes the yard feel like a cool Western vibe. I actually really like it. And I'm gonna talk out of both sides of my mouth here. The only concern I have, and you guys can probably answer this, is by granting this 0 lot variance, should the existing homeowners leave town in 3 years, does that grandfather in where the next homeowners could build, you know, a 2-story structure? And I don't think that's possible because of like fire code and because of other building codes. But I mean, so long as it's just an expansion to allow for 2 cars, I mean, I think common sense applies here that they should be able to do it. And it doesn't negatively impact, I don't feel, my property or my property's value. But I would like some clarification on whether it would allow any vertical expansion in the future. That's kind of it.
Okay, thank you. How much time do we have, Ms. Moreno? A couple of minutes. If there's anyone else here in support, sure, go ahead.
And just in
2 minutes, 40 seconds.
I've spoken with Stephen as well, and we are not requesting a variance to go vertical. It is simply to expand the garage. I fully understand that if someone else purchased a property or even wanted to try that, they would have to apply for another variance. They would have to go through the fire department, and they would never get it because the fire department would not allow it because it encroaches not only on the 5-foot side tie, but the 3-foot fire code side tie, and it would be impossible. And we are not requesting that at all.
Okay, anyone else here in support that would like to speak? Okay, seeing none. Anyone else here in opposition? You have 7 minutes. Okay, having seen none, I am going to close the public portion of this hearing, and we are going to move to discussion among the board. We'll open that up now.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have an issue with what I've heard today and would be able to support this.
Thank you.
I second.
I would,
Any other discussion, or, yep, please, Ms. Powell.
no, I was just going to say I would like to move for a motion. There's no other discussions.
That's great with me. Could you be specific too with your motion?
Yes.
If you're ready for that.
I move to make a motion for BAR 25122 as written upon request of the applicant.
Thank you. Second, anyone have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Ms. Herrera. So we have a motion by Ms. Powell, a second by Ms. Herrera. Staff, could we please call a roll call vote?
Board Member Jim Whitten. Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston. Oh, sorry. Board Member Michael Johnston recused. Board Member Bob Riley.
Approve.
Board Member Logan Prim.
Yes.
Board Member Eric Ortega.
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woolman.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera.
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, sir. Congratulations. Your application has been
Thank y'all.
approved.
Appreciate it.
If you have any questions for staff, early as tomorrow, you could reach out to them. Thank you. Okay, staff, could you please call the next case? Looks like it's another continued case, BAR-25-111. Ready when you are.
Yes, the next case is BAR-25-111.
We also need to go get Commissioner Johnston.
Thank you. Should we pause for a minute?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the reminder. I would have left him down there alone.
With all that food.
Let's pause and grab him, and then we'll restart. Anybody says I forgot you, I plead the fifth.
Emailed down an automatic lock thing to keep Johnston away from the
Well,
phone.
we're glad you're back. All right, Scott, please go ahead.
The next case is BAR-25-111. The address is 2700 Marlin Street. The owner is New Pad Building Company, as well as the applicant. The zoning district is A51 family, and it is within the Stop 6 overlay. The legal descript is, the property is legally described as a portion of Lot 4, Block 1, Hollis subdivision. The first variance is for the development standard of minimum lot width to allow less than the required 50-foot lot width. Variance B is to allow less than the required 5,000 square foot lot size. And variance C is to permit construction of a new single-family home with a reduced northern projected front yard setback along Sunshine Drive. The subject property is a vacant corner lot located in a redeveloping neighborhood. There are a few mature trees on the property, no presence of floodplain, but there is a 3.9% downward slope from the northwestern corner and ending at the northeastern corner. The applicant is proposing to construct a single-family dwelling with a detached garage. The lot history, there was a zoning case in 2005, which added the Stop 6 overlay district. And there is a final short replat awaiting the outcome of this case. The first two variances are related to the minimum development standards. The property was informally subdivided by meets and bounds in the past and is required to be replatted. The applicant's request in variance A is to allow a 40-foot wide lot where a minimum 50-foot lot width is required. The lot width variance request is deficient from the minimum standard by 10 feet. The applicant's request in variance B is to allow a 4,050 square foot lot area where a minimum 5,000 square foot lot area is required. The lot size variance request is deficient from the minimum standard by 950 square feet. And variance C, the applicant's request is to allow a reduced northern projected front yard setback along Sunshine Drive. The required projected front yard variance request is deficient by 28 feet. And due to an error in the variance C request last month, this case was continued to this month. As you can see, the applicant's request in variance C is to allow a reduced northern projected front yard setback along Sunshine Drive. The required projected front yard variance request is deficient by 28 feet. And here are the regulations that are applicable to these three variance requests. And I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? I have one real quick. It looks like on the variance C with a 33-foot, if you look at the site plan or kind of it looks like there's basically nothing, if we don't grant that variance, there's really nothing that could be placed there within the setback.
Correct. The lot width of 40 feet. On a corner lot, for this corner lot, the projected front yard would, if it's not granted, this lot would not be developable, if that's your question.
Yes, thank you. Please.
Just tell me about the right-of-way. Does the county own additional right-of-way on this property?
Is the county? I am not sure.
Perhaps the owner will know.
I have a question.
Please.
There's a picture where you show the this property from the air with the neighbors. That what establishes is 33-foot marker. It shows that that property is facing the street, and that's the projected front yard of that property, and which it creates a situation where it wants the property, this property, to be a projected front yard where it can't happen. So I think it's taken into account that house, which dictates that picture there, right there. Yeah, that house is kind of making it an unrealistic guide point. You can't build anything in that lot because of that particular the direction that house is facing. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. The house on the far left of the screen is the house that is creating the projected front yard setback for this corner lot.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, thank you. Is the applicant here? Yes, please. Thank you. Come on up. Please state your name, address, and the facts of your case, and you have 7 minutes.
My name is Casey Dudley. My address is 721 The Cottages Drive in Godley.
I represent New Pad Building Company. Our project that we're proposing here is to build a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. It's about 1,300 square feet of living space. We'll have a detached 2-car garage in the back. And obviously, we would really appreciate your support because the hardship would be that we can do absolutely nothing with this lot without it. So I'll just take you guys' questions.
Okay, you still have a few more minutes, should you have anything else to add. Is there anyone else here in support that would like to speak? Okay. Thank you. Anyone, are you done with your presentation? You still have probably 6 minutes left unless you're okay.
No, I'm okay.
Okay. Anyone else here in opposition? Okay, having seen none, we're going to go to questions from the board for the applicant. Yes, sir. Mr. Riley.
I know there is a hardship here due to the configuration of the lot and what was left. My question is, the building, obviously, the main structure will encroach well into it, but will the, is there any plans for a fence fenced in that area that's not covered by buildings, like to the left of the house and to the top of the garage?
So there will be a fence.
Real quick, too, while she's looking that up, make sure we're speaking into our microphone so the audience can hear us and that we're getting recorded.
So there'll be a fence on this property line here. We'll go back.
Can you make sure and speak into it? Yeah, thank you.
And then here we'll try to, because you know this is where the driveway will come into that. So it will be here. There's not going to be a ton of fencing on, like, obviously there won't be any fence here. But we will kind of give them basically, you know, out of their, sorry, right here, out of their, this is their back door. So this would give them a backyard, this space, and then as well as privacy on the side. Sorry, it's a little bit messy.
Start all over, please. Can you start all over?
Yeah. How do you go? Better?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, this is Mary Bell. They would not be able to build a fence there without another variance. That's a projected front yard
Here? This one right here?
adjacent to Sunshine Drive.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Make sure and keep that in mind.
Absolutely will.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, this is Johnston. Is the current configuration of the lot that there's 2 lots and you're trying to replat it into 2? Replat it into 2?
No, what we purchased was the portion. So the replat is just the corner lot. There is a vacant lot directly next to it. We don't own that lot.
Okay. Also, is it your intent after if this is approved and the construction takes place, will the front of the house be on Marlin or Sunshine?
It actually fronts Marlin. So if you, I don't know exactly how. Can we get the site plan back? Okay. So the front door. Is right here. So it faces Marlin.
So what is it, do you know what the distance would be from Marlin to the front of the house closest to Marlin? I don't know that I got that distance.
So we have a, oh, sorry, I was trying to zoom. We have a 20-foot setback in the front from Marlin.
20-foot setback. Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, please.
The applicant, will it be possible to build a two-story house that is as narrow as the garage? So you have more side, like on sunshine?
I think I would need to look because it is an overlay. I know the biggest overlay with Stop 6 that we're trying to meet with this is having a two-car garage. It's a requirement in the Stop 6 overlay because of the lot width already. Typically, we would build a plan here where the garage is attached, it's in the front. But because of the lot width, we don't have enough room to build a house that wide. So that's why we are using the plan and doing a detached. I would have to probably look into those overlay regulations and see if we're allowed to build a two-story. We have not built a two-story in Stop 6 so far.
Yeah, what I was asking is like the same width of the garage, so the house will have more like yard on sunshine.
On the side.
Pretty much the same width for the whole house, so you have probably 14.5 feet of yard on sunshine.
Yes, like I said, I would have to do a little bit more research on that.
Yeah, and I would say too, let's make sure, they're asking for 3 specific variances, so let's focus on those. Are there further questions? Any other questions? Ms. Duffy, please.
So I'm going to ask the same question I asked before. Are you aware of the right-of-way that Tarrant County owns on that corner?
It's actually the city that has that right-of-way.
Okay. So do you know anything about, can you give us any background on it?
All I can really tell you about that right-of-way is that when we were doing our plat, we had to give the additional on that corner, the triangle,
Wait, where?
right here.
Okay.
And I just know that it is owned by the city. Specifically for what, I honestly don't know. I would have to do a little bit of research with my plat guy.
Open space.
Commissioners, this is Maribel again. Typically, it would either be a POSI, public open space easement, and that has to be, that has to do with visibility purposes.
And Ms. Pena, that is not under consideration right now, right? I mean, everything meets.
It is not, and I just looked up the proposed replat, and there is additional right-of-way being dedicated adjacent to Marlin Street. So the city is requesting 12.5 feet for right-of-way. And then on top of that, a POSI triangle along the new property line on the corner of Marlin and Sunshine Drive. I know that was probably a lot of information. So
I think it looks like that's what we can see, right? Right, yep.
Yes.
So if we added what the city and perhaps the county is going to own on that corner, if we added that in, would the lot now become the 5,000 square foot lot?
I'm trying to look at her site plan or at the site plan that's being shown right there. So when you said you had a 20-foot front yard setback, I'm looking at the south portion. Is that the dimension that you're giving, the distance from the furthest point of the house to Marlin? Does that say 20 feet?
Right here, our build line.
Okay, so then that would change because it appears on this site plan, what's dashed, that is the new right-of-way dedication. So this house would have to be set back from the new right-of-way line 20 feet.
Why is there a new right-of-way line?
Yes, on the replat that has not been approved. Karen, can you look up so that they have a visual on Acela FS-25-216. I do not know if this dedication would make the lot smaller than they're requesting, or if it's already included.
It's already included.
Okay.
And to answer your question, no, that dedication doesn't make up that 9. It
Still not
wouldn't.
quite
Yeah.
dozen.
That's correct.
Can we see the aerial again?
Could you flip back to the aerial, Ms. Moreno?
My observation is if the city's requiring 12 and a half additional feet in that hatch area is for a future expansion of Martin. And it would impact more homes further down the block as well, below that. So basically, it's going to put other houses at the same setback because 20-foot setback is the minimum. I think I question why the city's requiring that right away.
Chair, I'm working on getting a image of the permit Maribel found on the screen.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant while we wait for that?
And another question, I guess, of staff. Martin is just a local street, correct? It's not a, any designation of commercial, neighborhood commercial, or anything of that nature. If I could be corrected or what that
Yes.
designation
No, it's just,
Excuse me, it is a local road.
which is usually in 50 or 60 foot of right of way.
It would be 50-foot right away.
Wow. Seems excessive, taking 12 and a half feet. You assume that they're taking 12 and a half off the other side, so they're saying that it's a 25-foot right of way as it exists.
It's weird for a 3.
So currently Marlin Street is 25 foot wide. So that's the reason they're asking for 12 and a half dedication.
But it would impact other houses along that same block face.
That is correct if they ever replat.
Thank you. Mm-mm-mm.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else here who wants to speak in support of this application? Okay. Anyone else here in opposition? Okay, I am going to close the public hearing and we are going to move to a board discussion of this case. Open to discussion and or motion.
I have a comment.
I have a question for staff. This right-of-way conversation, does that have anything to do with what we're voting on today? Does it have impact what decisions we make today?
So, Mr. Acosta, Board Member Garza, I'm sorry. So their request is for lot width, lot area, and projected front yard along Sunshine. So the right-of-way in the proposed plat does not affect that. We did communicate with the applicant and encourage them to finalize their plat first prior to submitting site plans and the application to us. However, we did communicate with the plating staff to ensure the numbers they are proposing for lot width and lot area are in fact what will be the final numbers on their plat. As it relates to the front yard setback from Marlin, we cannot confirm that 20-foot setback at this moment, but once they finalize their plat and submit their building plans, they may potentially have to come back before the board for that front yard setback along Marlin.
Barring any of that new information, don't have a problem with what they're requesting today.
This is Johnson. I would like to make a motion to approve item A, and that we also vote on each item separately.
Second.
Okay. Any other discussion on that?
Is it possible that we continue the case until they know all the things they really need?
It's our understanding, and we can leave this up to the applicant. It's our understanding that they wanted to proceed with their the 3 variances they requested, and they are aware that they could potentially have to come back, and even the time frame that the Board of Adjustment action expires within 6 months, and they have an option to have an extension, a one-time extension.
Ms. Duffy, do you want to let her speak?
Mhm.
Please go ahead.
Could we actually probably continue it, because I'm texting with him, and we are going to look into building a 2-story there. We do have a plan that is 20 feet wide. It would allow, so maybe we reconvene, because I wasn't really prepared for all the right-of-way discussion today. Those weren't really what we've been told is our plat can't move forward without our Board of Adjustments for the width and the size. So before receiving any denial, I would rather continue it.
Seems fair.
Okay, thank you.
But Johnston will withdraw his motion.
Thank you, sir. Based on the information from the applicant, does anybody want to make a motion to continue to, or have more discussion on that?
I'll make.
Motion to continue till until the applicant is ready with everything they need.
Thank you. Ms. Duffy.
Second?
Thank you, Mr. Garza, second. Staff, could we please perform a roll call vote?
Board Member Jim Whitten? Board Member Jim Whitten?
Might need to check the mic.
Yes.
Thank you. Board Member Sergio Garza?
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston?
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley?
Yes.
Board Member Logan Prim?
Yes.
Board Member Eric Ortega?
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woolman?
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell?
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy?
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera?
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, if you would please continue to work with staff on all the questions, but it'll be continued. All right, staff, could we please call the next case? Looks like we are moving into new cases. BAC-25-05. We're ready when you are.
I would like to make one note on this case. The applicant did email us this morning and request a continuance of this case. Emily will present. I believe the property owner may still be here, I'm not sure. And we'll give him he's still here, so he will formally request a continuance of this item.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Reyes, we're ready when you are.
The next case is BAC-25-045, located at 5151 and 5159 Greenlee Street. The property owner is 5151 Greenlee LLC, and the applicant is Julian Armendariz. The property is zoned E, Neighborhood Commercial District. The applicant is requesting a variance to the screening fence material requirements. Specifically, the request is to allow an existing chain link fence with an attached opaque tarp screening and 3 strands of barbed wire to remain, where the zoning ordinance requires screening fences to be constructed of wood, brick, stone, or reinforced concrete products. The requested variance is limited to the boundary of the area occupied by the legal nonconforming automotive repair and sales use on Lot 8 and the automotive repair use on Lot 7, as shown on the submitted site plan. The subject property consists of 2 lots totaling approximately 62,116 square feet with frontage along Greenlee Street, which is designated as a local road. Lot 7 is currently used for an automotive repair, and Lot 8 is used for an automotive repair and auto sales. Both uses operate under legal nonconforming status, which was approved in October 2023. The property is relatively flat with an approximate 4% slope. The site is adjacent to the neighborhood commercial zoning and to the west and residential zoning along the rear property line and to the east. The lot history includes approval of legal nonconforming status to continue auto repair and auto sales uses in January of 2023 and was later reissued in October 2025 to define the legal nonconforming area within the referenced property and to include additional ordinance language prohibiting expansion. There is also an open code enforcement case related to the screening fence materials, initiated in January of 2025, which initiated the review to this board. The applicant is seeking a variance to allow an existing screening fence constructed of a non-permitted materials. The fence is a 7-foot, 4-inch tall chain link fence with 3 strands of barbed wire enclosing the northern, southern, eastern, and western boundaries of the automotive use. Based on available Google Street View imagery, the fence has been in place since at least October 2007. The opaque tarp screening was added more recently between March 2022 and January 2025. Under the current zoning ordinance, a screening fence is required between non-residential uses and adjacent residential use districts. In this case, the location and height of the fence comply with ordinance requirements. However, the materials do not comply with Section 5.305C1. Additionally, automotive repair uses adjacent to residential districts are required to screen vehicles from view, either by storing them within a building or by providing a 6-foot solid screening fence or hedge along the shared property line. A screening fence is also required along Wilson Road to screen vehicles stored within 200 feet of 2-family residence. These are the regulations pertaining to the case. And this concludes staff presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for staff from the board? Okay, having seen none, sir, I believe the applicant is here. If you would please come forward, state your name, address, and any facts about your case.
Good morning. My name is John Armendariz. I am here for 5151 and 5159 Greenlee Street, Fort Worth, Texas, 76112. And at this point, I would like to request a continuance in this matter.
Okay, thank you, sir. You still have plenty of time if you need it.
No, sir. Thank you.
Anyone else here to speak in opposition? Yes, sir. Could you please come forward? Please state your name, address, and any facts about the case, and you also have 7 minutes.
Okay. My name is Dan Hayes. I'm the Vice President of the Central Meadowbrook Neighborhood Association. I live at 1670 Watson Road West in Fort Worth. I wanted to speak against this variance. There's nothing really unique about this business that should require a variance from the requirement to provide the 6-foot fence made of an approved material, and other businesses do. There's 3 points to note. The tarp rarely covers the fence. Usually one or more sections are flipped over due to wind or are sagging, and the vehicles are not hidden from view. Even if improperly in place, the tarp is not opaque enough to block the view of the vehicles on a sunny day, and it's not a material that will stand the test of time. The applicant says the structure and the fence predate the residents across the street on Wilson. The structure does, but neither the fence nor the tarp predates the residents. This is easily verified from Google Street View. The application states that the contour of the land would make a proper fence installation almost impossible, yet someone was able to install a chain link fence in the past, and the current owner was able to install the tarp. In fact, I believe you could probably make modifications to the
poles and stringers on that that are holding up the chain link fence and probably attach a wood fence to it. Although this property has a Greenlee address, it is plainly visible from East Lancaster Avenue where it sits on a curve in the roadway. I played a major role in establishing the East Lancaster Avenue Public Improvement District. One of the primary goals of the district is working to improve the appearance of the corridor. This property is part of that district and as such should work to improve the appearance of the street by conforming to city ordinance requirements and not asking for a variance. The residents across the street from the side of the property also deserve a much better view. And so on behalf of the neighborhood organization, I'm asking you to deny this variance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We still have a few more minutes for any opposition. Anyone else here that would like to speak? Yes, sir, I'll come back to you in a second. Anyone else in opposition to this case? Okay. Sir, you have 3 minutes for rebuttal.
The reason I actually am asking for a continuance is I do have an attorney that is representing me in this matter who is obviously more suitable to explain the hardship than I am, and he was unable to attend because he had a hearing today for a felony. That's why I'm requesting a continuance.
Okay. You still have a few more minutes if you have anything else to add.
I do not, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to open it up to any questions from the board for the applicant. Okay. Having seen none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Sir, you're more than welcome to sit down, but stay close. We might have you come up. Do we have any discussion among the board? Any motions?
A motion to continue?
Motion to continue by Ms. Duffy, second by Ms. Powell. Staff, could we please provide or call a roll call vote?
Board Member Jim Whitten? Yes. Okay. Board Member Sergio Garza?
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston?
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley?
Yes.
Board Member Logan Prim?
Yes.
Board Member Eric Ortega?
Yes.
Board Member Logan Prim, that was a yes, right?
Yes.
Okay. Board Member Whit Woman?
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell?
Yes, a motion to continue BAC 25045.
Thank you for being specific.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Board Member Kay Duffy?
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera?
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta?
Yes.
The motion passes, and I'll just restate that. Excuse me. We have a motion to approve, to continue case BAC-25-045. The motion was made by Board Member Kay Duffy, and the motion was seconded by Board Member Lucretia Powell, and the motion to continue passes.
Okay, thank you. We are moving on to the next case, BAC-25-067. Staff, we're ready when you are.
The next case is BAC 25-067. The address is 3880 Hewlin Street. The owner is Series 3880 Hewlin Building Series of Fort Worth Investment Group, LLC. And our applicant today is Barnett Signs. The zoning district is E Neighborhood Commercial, and the property is legally described as Lot 1, Block 1, Hewlin Towers Addition. The applicant is requesting a variance to the requirement that attached on-premise signs shall not exceed the maximum allowable area of exposure based on the facade length. To allow an attached sign that exceeds the permitted sign area, the subject property is an approximately 2.6 acre commercial corner lot located along an established commercial corridor. The lot has an approximate slope of 4.5%. The lot has a few mature trees and does not contain any floodplain. The property was platted without alley access. An adjacent residential neighborhood to the west is zoned A5 one-family district. Lot history, there was variance for a cell tower approved in 2017. And pertinent to this case, BAC-18-087 was a variance for sign square footage to permit the construction of an attached sign 186 square feet in area that would exceed the maximum area for the southern facade of 125 square feet by 21 square feet. That was approved in 2018. I did want to highlight the current sign permits. Those that are outlined in green have been issued. Those are permits on the the canopy on the southern facade. And the PS 25-0217 is awaiting the outcome of this case. The applicant is requesting a variance to allow a 228 square foot sign that exceeds the maximum area of exposure by 216.86 square feet. The proposed sign is located on the building's southeastern facade of the building. The maximum area of exposure is calculated at 1 1/2 square feet per linear foot of the building facade. The facade, which measures 77 feet in length, permits a maximum area of exposure of 115.5 square feet of signage. And as you can see, the calculations for the maximum sign area of exposure give us the 77 times 1 1/2, which is 115.5 square feet. As I mentioned, the two signs, EO4 and EO5, which are the canopy signs, have been issued, but because they are on the same facade, they are being calculated with this request, which is EO3, and that sign is 228 square feet. So the total of the three signs on this facade are 332.36 square feet. And here are the regulations for on-premise attached signs. And I'm available for questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for staff?
I have a question. If you could go back to the previous page, please, that shows the building.
This one or the previous one?
That one. I'm waiting for it to catch up. Where the Huntington Bank is, I'm trying to recall from reading the case. Previously, was there a sign that same size there and then also on the canopy?
So there was a sign where the Huntington Bank is that was for Veritas Bank. I do not know the exact signage, but the area, but because the previous case was approved in 2018, had a smaller maximum area. I believe this sign is larger than that.
Okay, thank you.
Sign.
So I'm a little bit familiar with just the acquisition of the bank and the change of the name. Do you think that, can you go back to the same facade that we were looking at? I think that's the southeastern. It looks like we're only talking about the top, the EO3, right? But then there's also the EO4, which is the old Veritex as well, with the EO5. Once this is approved, then they're going to move to EO4 and EO5 and switch that out too. Does that make sense? If we approve one, then they're going to switch out EO4 and EO5 as well?
So EO4 and EO5 have already been issued. Those permits have already been issued.
There's no variance needed for those.
So they're correct, because those two signs combined were under the maximum allowable area of exposure. But adding the third sign for EO3 is what puts them over. They only had 11.14 square feet available after signs EO4 and EO5 were issued.
Okay. So those have already been switched, or those have already been issued?
I don't know whether they've already been switched, but
those
permits have been issued.
Okay. And so that's why it kicked to the EO3, because of that square footage.
Correct.
And it's based on that 77-foot southeastern facade, the total of that length, right?
Correct. The 77 feet linear is what the applicant provided to us.
Okay.
So that's what we use as the basis for their maximum sign area of exposure.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff?
I have one more question, and I know it's not exactly relevant to this side, but out of curiosity, around the other side of the building, do they have a sign that's going up there?
So this is an image that they submitted. Of course, the variance request is for EO3. So there are monument signs on here. So there are multiple signs that have been approved, or excuse me, that have been issued at this point in the locations that are on the map shown.
Thank you.
Ask you one more question, Scott.
Sure.
Comparing this sign to what was existing, when you look at the Veritex logo, it was letters. And so the square footage of the letters together were less than if they're putting in a solid panel. Does that make sense? Does that have any bearing on what we're looking at too?
Yes, sir. I believe that is correct. And Maribel Pena is here and can speak to that issue as well.
Commissioners, this is Maribel. Yes, typically channel letters, they do not have a backer. So we only calculate for the sign area the channel letters. When there is a backer on the sign, the ordinance states that we shall also include that backer in the square footage area.
Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Duffy.
So my question is about the facade, because EO4 and EO5 are not on the same plane as this new sign. And just recently, we had an issue with a warehouse where we couldn't count whatever it was, the eastern side of the building. We could only count the one little part. I'm wondering when we decide what's part of the facade and what's not.
This
Like,
is
should
Maribel again.
EO4 and EO5 be on the facade here?
This is Maribel again. So I actually am the one who reviewed the 2018 signs, so I can give you a little bit of history. We actually zoning plans exam started reviewing signs in 2018. The ordinance, when you look at attached signage, as you stated, it says facade. A canopy is not a facade. However, this year we're giving them the courtesy of reviewing it this way, since that's the way it was reviewed in 2018, just to remain consistent with this site itself.
So you're calling what EO4 and EO5 are on is a canopy?
It is a canopy. However, because they already had existing signage there from 2018, like I said, we want to stay consistent with that for this particular site. So we're allowing them to use their building facade towards the calculation of maximum allowable. If we were to
I won't belabor the point a lot, but it just seems to me that it's inconsistent that we're counting this against their signage, given the case we had just a month or two ago, where we said if it wasn't in the same plane, it wasn't on the same side. I mean, if it wasn't, I don't know. I'm just wondering how we're...
Well, they had already had a variance for these particular signs. And so again, just to stay consistent with this building, this is how we had decided to move forward. Typically, if this had been brand new signage, no, we would not have done that. We would have only done 10% of the canopy fascia.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bellin. Could we please call the applicant up? If you're here, please. Yes, sir. Please come forward. State your, either one. Actually, is the center one better? Yeah, let's do that one. State your name, address, and facts about your case, and you have 7 minutes.
My name is Adam Bailey. I'm at 5115 Willow Bend Lane, Saxe, Texas. And I'm here for the variance for the EO3 sign. Like Maribel and staff was saying, that the previous sign did require a variance. And so basically what we're proposing is almost identical size sign. The previous sign was also on the backer as well, but it was painted to match the facade, so it's hard to see it. So we're just asking for the same size sign, same type of sign. And the first reason is more for aesthetic reasons, because we do have the other signs installed now, and we removed the EO3 Veritech sign on Monday. And there's like damage, which we sealed up and everything, but from previous sign, mounting holes and whatnot, it's just hard to get that facade to look like new again. So it exposes the damage from the previous installed signs, whereas adding this sign would hide all that. So it would just make it look nicer and cleaner. And one of my hardships, or my main hardship, is the lower canopy signs. They're installed as well, but you see the trees are blocking, so it's hard to really identify the bank when you're traveling down Hewlin Street. So people would have to go up the street, turn around, and they could potentially miss it because it's hard to identify as you travel down Hewlin Street because of all the trees, and the canopy signs are lower. So that's why we would like to add the high-rise sign.
Thank you. You probably still have a few more minutes if you have anything else you want to add.
I have nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else here in support? There's still a few more minutes. Oh, yes, please. If you could, please state your name and address.
Yes, I'm Kelly David at 1423 Stable Run Drive in Allen. And I also am here on behalf of Huntington with PSUO Sign Group. And I just wanted to add, in particular to this location, just the unique nature of where this commercial building is. It's at an angle, the streets. Yeah, perfect. This is great. And just to show the existing sign that the tenant had, and you can see that the lower signs on the canopy are really designated for pedestrian traffic. So when they're there, they can go in, and the high-rise signage is what we're looking for the vehicular traffic. So again, everything has been covered. I just wanted to reiterate that point.
Yes, thank you. I think we still have a few more minutes if there's anything else. Anybody else would like to speak in support? Okay, thank you. Is there anyone here that would like to speak in opposition to this application? Yes, sir. Please come forward, state your name, address, and you also have 7 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Graham Brizendine. I live at 2101 West Morphy in Mistletoe Heights. Luck of the draw today. I sat in your seat as the chair of the Commercial Board of Adjustments in 2018 when this other sign was approved for Veritex. There's board members who were here at that time also. I'm actually here for another case, not this one, but while I'm here, just so happens this came up. One thing that I would really stress to all of the board members here is that in 2018, we already granted them the ability to make this sign much larger in terms of square footage. It was due to the fact that the backer was painted to match the color of the building. That's why that was done, and it is channel letters that went up at that time, and so there's a much less of an impact from a square footage visually that you see on the sign that I guess was removed on Monday. But what I would just like to encourage to all of the board members here, having been someone who sat in your seat for 4 years, if it were me, I would deny this because we, in 2018, already gave them some grace and let the sign get a little bit bigger than what was already allowed by the city code. We're now coming back, and this is the slippery slope that we see. We are now in a situation where we gave them some grace in 2018. Now they're asking for more grace to go even bigger and even more impactful. This is a site that, everyone knows where this is on Hewlin, just north of the train tracks in Vickery. If we allow a sign with a black background that is that kind of size, it is going to be visible for miles. That is not the purpose of the city code. The city code is written for a reason. Everyone should adhere to the city code. It doesn't matter who they are. So I would encourage you to deny this because we already gave them grace before. They're not, not due additional. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it. There's probably still a few more minutes for opposition, if anybody else would like to speak. Okay. Having seen none, you have a chance, the applicant has a chance to rebut for 3 minutes, should you want to add anything.
I mean, I guess my thought is the canopy does stick out, so I feel like it shouldn't be allowed part of the facade, but I get that it is. There's a sign on the north side of the building, EO2, that is the same size sign. So, and it's a dark green backer, but I don't know if that really matters. So if we have to put the backer painted to match the facade, it wouldn't match the sign up on the EO2 side. And that sign was allowed because it's much longer facade, but I guess I have nothing further, I guess.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So we're going to open it up now to questions from the board for the applicant. So I'm going to go ahead and open that up. Stay close in case they want to ask some questions. Any questions for the applicant? I've got a few. I'll jump in. If we can go back to the facing the facade of the actual sign, there were two different measurements. There was like a 38 and a 33. Do you know what you were trying to show there?
So the 38 is the backer size, and the 33-foot 5 1/4 is the channel letter size, the width of the channel letters.
Yeah. How does the 38 compare to what's there now?
It's pretty much identical. I'm not 100% sure of the size, but it's of the previous tenant's sign, but it was pretty close.
But you don't think it's bigger than what was there before?
Okay. So the previous, all I have is the channel letter size, which shows 3 foot by 34 foot. That doesn't include the backer that's painted to match. So I believe it's pretty much almost identical size.
Okay. And it sounds similar. And you also mentioned that you're worried about the kind of the back side or the building side, being able to move it, or I know the electrical is probably there.
Yeah, I mean, we capped all the electrical. We patched the hose, sealed the hose, and touched up the paint. But it's almost impossible to get that facade to look like new again. So I think aesthetically, like it would make more sense to add the sign there to cover up just the weather and tear from over the years of the previous sign install. And
Okay. Thank you. Yes, sir, Mr. Riley.
If I'm looking at this exhibit that's on the screen, the overall square footage of that sign up there on top is 114 feet, is that correct? 114 square feet, 38 times 3.
sorry, you asking me?
Yes.
The previous sign or the new sign?
New sign that's up here on the screen.
The new sign is
38
200, it's 6
30?
foot tall, 38 foot wide, so that's, I believe, 228 square foot.
So the letter is 36 inches, 36.
Oh, I see it now, yeah. 36 times 33
Okay, 6 foot.
would be the letter size, square foot. I'm not sure the calculation. I can calculate it real quick. I'm not that smart.
So it's the backing that's getting you in trouble.
Yes, the backing is what's causing the larger square footage.
And otherwise, without the backing, you could do it without any type of variance because of the variance ran with the property.
I'm sorry, do what?
the previous variance, I believe it stated, let me get it correct.
Commissioners, this is Maribel. So without the backer, if we counted just the lettering, the sign would be 100.32 square feet. It would still be over the maximum allowable of 115.50. It would be less, but it would still would require a variance.
This
But
is John.
did we not just hear that there's a variance in place for the property already?
Yes. My understanding is, looking at staff report, BAC 18085 gave them a variance to allow a sign of 186 square feet. Am I correct?
It'd really be a question for staff. Is that incorporating not only that sign, but the other two, EO4, EO5?
Maribel?
Ms. Pena?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Because I could hear, I can't hear you all the way.
Okay. The variance that was granted back in
2018? Mhm.
which is 087, permitted the construction of an attached sign of 186 square feet in the area that can't exceed 125.
So if they removed the backer and we only calculated the letters and it was at a 132 square feet,
Correct.
then yes, they would be able to do this without that variance if that's what the variance granted. With the backer, it's over, so right now, yes, they still need that variance.
Ms. Pena, do you think that the 2018 variance, is there a way to find out if that included, if that 180, if that included EO4 and EO4 and EO5? To make it 100?
Yes, I can look.
Does that make sense what I'm asking?
Yes.
It's written as if it's one sign of attached sign, not signs.
Right. Sorry, sir, bear with us while we get these
That's fine.
details figured out. Any other questions for the applicant while we look that up?
I do.
Please.
Would is this Huntington Bank, is that a logo, registered logo?
Yes, I believe so.
And would changing the, what we're probably coming to suggest, removing the background, would that change the?
Well, it would, because all the lower two canopy signs have the background and the side EO2 sign have the background as well. So it wouldn't be uniformed if we did remove that backer. So it, and also it would, if we only were allowed channel letters, it would expose the previous mounting holes that were
You
like
can
the
cover the
damage.
mounting holes up with many things, but the thing about it is the channel letters, that's what was there before, and you wanted to put a whole billboard to replace the channel letters, and we have a problem with that.
Yeah, I mean, before it was the same type sign, however, the backer was painted to match the facade.
Yeah, but the backing wasn't included in the
Yeah.
square.
I guess because it was painted to match, it wasn't included. Understand that.
Did you say the EO4, EO5 are the exact same with the black
It's a
background?
dark green, but yes, it's the
Similar.
exact same. And then
Smaller.
there's the sign around the corner that is the exact same as well.
Okay.
Yeah, EO4 and EO5 are much smaller.
Okay. Any other questions while we wait for staff? Ms. Pena, we're not rushing you, but whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
Thanks for looking that up. It sounds like they're pulling all the documentation for 2018, so. Thank you, everybody, for bearing with us.
Okay, the variance from 2018 did not address the two signs on the canopy. It was just for the large sign on the building.
Thank you. Mr. Riley, any questions, any thoughts?
Thank you. That answered my question. If it wasn't for the backing, this would be a allowed sign under the previously approved variance.
Okay.
Because it runs with the property.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay. Sir, if you would take a seat. I'm going to close the public portion of this hearing. Hang tight because we might have more questions for you, but I'm going to open it up to the board for discussion about this case or any motions.
I will not be able to support it because of the size, and the black background is just screams off of the building. So I'm sorry.
This is Johnston. I cannot support it either because I don't think there was a showing of a hardship created by the configuration of the property that was not put there by the property owner.
This is Bob Riley. I won't be able to support it because I believe they can design a sign within the existing variance that's on the property that was granted in 2018. I don't want to design a sign for them, but.
I have a question for the applicant.
Sure. Please go ahead.
Would you be willing to change the request that you are put forth here? Would you like a continuance to do that?
Oh, to change the design of it is more of a, I mean, the previous one had a back there with the tan background. You're proposing that we may be allowed to do something like that?
Identically match the what was there before. If we can agree to say maybe we'd have a better chance of it going through.
Yeah, I'm not sure with the lighter green letters, they may get washed out with the tan background, but I can propose it.
It's really more of a protocol question for us because we can approve with or without prejudice, we can deny, or we can continue. And so all those have different ramifications in terms of your ability to come back and reapply, make any kind of changes, that kind of thing. So I think that's kind of the question he's asking is, what are you open to? Is that right, Mr. Garza?
I guess depending on the outcome here, if we need to reapply at a later date with the different design, we're open to that.
Or you can request for a continuance versus reapplying.
I think at this point, we'll just take it back to the client and propose it and see what he says, but we can just move forward and reapply if necessary.
Yeah, just realize that might be an extra fee, with or without prejudice. So just, we're trying to say, a continuance doesn't really do anything today. It really lets you go back to your client, have a conversation. You'd then be able to work with city staff. It kind of keeps it open versus us closing it today. And again, you're hearing kind of what's going on the discussion.
I got you. I understand now.
I just want to make sure you're aware of that.
We can make it for 60 days too. That's enough time.
That would be better paying.
So I just want to note that the signs will have to be submitted and are revised on their current permit and reviewed by the zoning plans examiner team before we can bring it back before the board.
Okay, we'll request a continuance and redesign it if that is needed.
Okay.
So,
is there a time frame, or do you just want to continue the next meeting, or I just want to make sure we understand your time frame?
When's the next meeting? Is it a month
Another
from now?
month. Yeah, we could do 60 days. I mean, you can work with city staff also, and
Since this is a new design, I would suggest 60 days because we've already passed our deadline cycle for the February 18th meeting.
Okay.
I'm curious, if we come up with a few alternate designs
pull it a
for
little
this.
closer.
Sorry, if we come up with a few alternate designs that would work with the existing signage that is up, is that something we would work with city officials separate, or we need to come back?
Really, I'll leave it up to the staff, but we would, when we're continuing this, we would ask you to work with the staff to go
Yes.
through all the different design features. I'll let you talk.
So you'll work with Maribel and her team. They reviewed the zoning, the signs for the zoning plan review team.
So there's a chance you might not come back and see us. It really just
Okay.
depends on kind of how you work with.
And we can, I mean, our goal would be to do this as soon as possible to come up with some designs to present and see if we can get approval.
Sure. And depending on the outcome of the case, typically we let you contact city staff as early as tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
So if I can read off the previous approval for case BAC-18-087, there was a request for a variance in the E Neighborhood Commercial District to permit the construction of an attached sign 186 square feet in area that would exceed the maximum area for the southeastern facade of 125 square feet by 61 square feet. So if you can do something within that parameter of redesign and work with Maribel's team, you would not have to come back before the board. That previous approval stands. But if you're not able to meet those numbers, then we can bring it back before the board.
So you said 186 square foot. If we're maxed out at that point, we may not need to come back. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes, so yeah, the attached sign, 186 square feet in area that would exceed the maximum area of the southeastern facade of 125 square feet by 61 square feet.
Okay. 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 Thank you.
And there, if you want to go back to this very specific, you want to read out the BAC case in 2018. That way you know what the variance says that runs with the property.
Okay.
The case is BAC-18-087. The address is 3880 Hewlin Street.
And all those variances are public records, so you can see kind of what you're working with already.
I
So
appreciate that.
Sure, of course. So we still need to make a motion. I'm going to open up for board discussion and/or a motion for this case.
I'll make a motion that BAC 25-067 is continued.
All right, we have a motion. We have a second.
Second?
All right, Mr. Garza. Motion by Ms. Herrera. Could we please perform a roll call vote?
May I ask Ms. Herrera to state the time frame for the continuance? Do you want to continue to the March 18th? I'm sorry, let's see.
Oh, I didn't state it because you said if they had to go before another committee. So 60 days, does that allow proper time?
Our next meeting is March 18th. Our next meeting is February 18th. The one following is March 18th.
Okay, so BAC 25-067 to March
18th.
March 18th.
And if it doesn't have to come before the board, we'll pull the item from the agenda.
Second.
Okay, we have a second. Could you go ahead, Mr. Garza? Please perform a roll call vote.
Okay, we have a motion by Board Member Jana Herrera to continue case BAC-25-067 to the March 18th Board of Adjustments meeting, and a second by Board Member Garza. Board Member Jim Whitten,
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza,
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston,
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley,
Yes.
Board Member Logan Prim,
Yes.
Board Member Eric Ortega,
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woldman,
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell,
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy,
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera,
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, sir. So your application has been continued. The case has been continued. If you would, please work with city staff as early as tomorrow.
Okay, will do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to the next case, BAC-25-065. Ms. Reyes, we're ready when you are.
next case is BAC-25-065 located at 1509 and 1513 Bessie Street. The property owner is BFMC 69 Inc., and the applicant is Daniel Feiner. The property is zoned I, Light Industrial District. The applicant is requesting two variances. The first is a variance to the requirement that non-habitable accessory structures on non-residential lots that are adjacent to a residential district are limited to a maximum height of 10 feet to permit a non-habitable accessory structure to be a maximum of 17 feet tall. The second variance is to the minimum 50-foot supplement building setback required for lots zoned I, Light Industrial, to allow a non-habitable accessory structure to be located 10 feet from the northern, which is the rear property line. The subject property is a 27,472 square foot parcel consisting of 5 lots. The subject property was platted with alley access, though staff was unable to determine exactly where and when the lots were platted due to image quality issues. The subject property contains 2 primary structures, both constructed in approximately 1930, with paving throughout much of the property. There is a gradual 2.8% slope on the property from the northwest corner and ending at the southeastern corner, but there are no mature trees, floodplain, or other environmental constraints on the property. The lot history includes a replat that is waiting client reply and a commercial addition accessory structure, also waiting client reply. Variance A is to permit the existing non-habitable residential accessory structure to exceed the 10-foot maximum height permitted for non-residential accessory structures. The height of the covered wooden deck that is located on lot 17 is approximately 17 feet tall, which exceeds the maximum height permitted by 7 feet. Variance B is to permit the existing non-residential accessory structure to encroach into the supplemental rear yard setback. The subject property is zoned I, Light Industrial, but the adjacent to B2 family district separated by only an alley. Per zoning ordinance section 6.300, a 50-foot supplemental building setback applies along the rear property line. The applicant is requesting a 10-foot setback along the northern rear property line. These are the regulations for the case, and this concludes staff presentation.
Okay, any questions for staff? Yes, Ms. Herrera.
I have a question. Maybe I missed it. So the variance for B variance, I think you said these buildings were constructed back in the 30s. Did I understand? And so variance B, that building's been there since 1930, and what's changed? So has something changed that now they need a variance?
I did not review this case. It was a different case manager. Maribel, would you know?
They are building a new non-habitable structure that's attached to the building. So the new portion is the one that has to comply with current regulations.
That part I missed. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for staff? Okay. Is the applicant here? Yes, could you please come up? State your name, address, and you have 7 minutes.
Hi, my name is Dan Feiner. I live at 428 Evergreen Drive in Hurst, Texas. I'm a newly appointed senior officer of BFMC 69, who is a social club and business entity that owns this particular property, and I'm here representing that.
And you could pull that mic closer to you, so there you go. Okay. Thank you.
Sorry about that. So if you were to scroll forward here, as the newly appointed senior officer, I inherited a problem that we have accessory structures that were built about 9 years ago, and there was no permit pulled. So we were working diligently to get that rectified. And in that process of getting it rectified, we received some feedback from the city staff that we have 2 zoning issues. One is the height of the structure being over 10 feet and that offset from the back part of the property. If you could scroll to the pictures that I sent in a presentation that provides a little bit more detail. Here we go. Next chart, if you would. Yeah, these here. So you can see the accessory structures that are in question here. There's the awnings that run along the top of the building adjacent to the roof line, and the deck below it. And then to the right-hand side, there is the back part of that on the north side of the property, and that's where it encroaches on that 50-foot setback requirement. But again, these buildings were built in the 30s, as we mentioned, and there's a couple of issues with it that are relevant. Number one is you can see that we cover as much of the building with these awnings as we can. And the second is the slope, the height issue exacerbated by the slope of the terrain. So the hardship associated with these two variances are thus, the original intent was to provide protection from the weather for people using the deck and also any assets we were to store underneath the awnings. But number two, it was to protect the walls. We have a problem, particularly on the west side of the building, where we can't put a structure because it butts right up to the sidewalk, where the mortar in between the cinder blocks gets eroded by the weather. And we're constantly having to patch those. So we built these structures were built 9 years ago to help protect as much of the walls as we can from the weather to prevent that erosion of the mortar in between the cinder blocks. So that's the one hardship associated with the height of these. And again, the height accelerates as you move to the right. In terms of the back encroachment on the setback, again, it's the same issue that we wanted to cover as much of the building as we can to protect the walls and also protect the doorways from weather, because wind would drive water inside of the building, so we're protecting those walls. So we wanted to cover as much as the back of that building as we possibly could. So that's the reason for that setback. These were built 9 years ago. And we've done some extensive work to reach out to the neighborhood to make sure there's no issues with these prior to coming to this meeting. And we've sent a letter explaining these variances to every neighbor within 300 yards. And we also included a postcard where they could respond with any issues or if they have no objection. We sent out 15 postcards and letters. We received 8 back that said no objection. We have not unsurfaced any objections so far. We went to the neighborhood association meeting and we presented the variances to them as well, and there was no objection. And they signed our BOA statement petition form. They have no objections. And also included in the packet is a letter from the president of the association that they have no issues with these structures at all. I spoke directly with a neighbor on the north side of the property that butts up to our property, and he has no problems at all with the structures. So we're asking for the variances so that we can continue to protect the property and maintain the integrity of this building, which is quite old.
Okay, thank you. You still probably have a few more minutes if there's anything else you want to add.
No, I think that's it. Thank you.
Is there anyone else here that's here to speak in support? Still have a few more minutes. Okay. Is there anyone here that is here to speak in opposition? Okay. I see no one. We are going to open it up to questions from the board. If you would just hang there for a second.
Sure.
Any questions for the applicant? Yes, sir. Mr. Riley.
It looks like this area has some picnic tables, things of that nature. How do you utilize the area? How do you use the area other than protecting the building?
It's really just for general lounging. If people want to come outside, if we have an event or what have you, and they just want to lounge around. We don't serve any food or anything like that out there, so it's just for people to interact with other members. This is a private club, by the way.
Okay. There's never any amplified music out there?
Never what?
Amplified music?
We keep it low. We do that in response to the neighbors. They've asked us to keep it low, and we do that. And we adhere to any guidelines. So I attend the neighborhood meeting every month. So if we're allowed, they let us know. And we've been pretty strict about keeping it low.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I've got one real quick. It looks like they face, these two awnings or these two covers face inward from, they're not facing outward to the street, right?
Correct, that's right. So if you put your back to the lower picture there where it has a sign, if you put your back to that building, you would be facing the one on the top.
Okay.
So yeah, they face inward on our property, not outward.
And it looks like there's some kind of fence covering with, I assume that white car right there is the street, basically looking back into the property, is that right?
Yeah, that's the entrance in and out.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah, that's Bessie Street.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing, sir. You're welcome to sit down. Stay close. We might grab you again, but I will open it up to discussion or more, or a motion from the board.
I have, maybe someone here can, I'm still confused on variance B. What they're asking for, because did I not hear that they're wanting to add on to the building?
So the request for variance B is to encroach into the supplemental building setbacks. That setback is determined by the zoning district and use of property that abuts to the rear of that property. The request is for the non-habitable accessory structure to encroach into the required supplemental setback, and they're requesting 10 feet. The structures are existing, as the applicant stated, they were built 9 years ago. However, they were not permitted. So the applicant is trying to make things right now with his building in the site, and these structures were flagged to require Board of Adjustments approval for the supplemental setback and for the height of the structures.
Okay, so it's the awnings.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for clarification.
I'll tell you that I don't see a problem with this. I personally don't have an issue with it. There was also a letter in late correspondence, and I believe he mentioned as well from the neighborhood association also expressing that they didn't have a problem with it. Those are my thoughts. So
I've got one other question. How wide is the alley? Right away?
Let's see.
Do you want that from staff or do you want that from the applicant?
Staff?
I believe this is Mary Bell. I believe it's 10 foot.
So, but you're measuring it from the property line, not including the alley, correct?
That is correct.
Basically, the alley creates another 10-foot buffer.
It could, but based on the ordinance, when adjacent to residential, we're not allowed to count the alley as additional setback.
I understand that. Thank you.
Any other discussion or a motion?
I'd like to make a motion
Please.
to approve BAC-25-065 as written.
Thank you, Mr. Garza.
Second.
Second, Mr. Acosta. All right, we have a first and second. Staff, could we please perform a roll call vote?
Okay, we have a motion to approve case BAC-25-065 to approve the request as written. The motion made by Board Member Sergio Garza and second by Board Member Juan Acosta as requested by the applicant. Board Member Jim Whitten,
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza,
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston,
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley,
Approve.
Board Member Logan Prim,
Yes.
Board Member Eric Ortega,
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woolman,
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell,
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy,
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera,
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, sir. Congratulations. Application's been approved. If you have any questions for the city or city staff, please reach out to them as early as tomorrow. Thank you. Okay, we are moving to the next case. BAC-25-066. Ms. Reyes, we're ready when you are.
The next case is BAC-25-066, located at 11212 and 11240 Moiser Valley Road. The property owner is Linda Abshir and the applicant is Winston Smith. The property is zoned I, Light Industrial District. The applicant is requesting 3 variances. The first is a variance to the requirement that accessory structures shall not be constructed or placed on a lot without a primary use to permit an existing fence to remain on a lot without a primary use. The second variance is to the requirement that no fence or wall shall be erected within the minimum required projected front yard to permit an 8-foot metal wall to remain within the projected front yard. And the third variance is to the requirement that screening fences shall be constructed of wood, brick, or reinforced concrete products to permit a metal screening fence. The subject property is a 118,887 square foot vacant interior lot located in an area containing both agriculture and industrial uses. The property was platted in 2025 without alley access, and the property contains a few mature trees and there is no presence of a floodplain. But there is a gradual 1.9% downward slope beginning in the northwestern corner of the property and ending in the southeastern corner of the property. There is a 20-foot wide gas easement located along the northern property boundary, and the subject property is zoned I, Light Industrial, with the eastern and western adjacent properties being zoned AG, agricultural, and the southern adjacent properties being zoned MH, manufactured home. The lot history includes a zoning change from AG to I, Light Industrial in 1999, and a final short plat that was recorded in 2025. Variance A is a variance request to allow an existing 8-foot tall metal fence to remain on a subject property without a primary use or primary structure. Variance B is to a request to allow the existing 8-foot metal fence to be located in the projected front yard. Zoning ordinance section requires that when a primary use is constructed on the subject property, the owner and/or occupant shall erect and maintain a solid masonry wall, wood fence, or combination thereof to a height that is a minimum of 6 feet above the grade of adjacent property lines along the entire adjacent property line, except for a minimum required front yard and visibility triangles. The applicant has constructed a metal screening fence between the subject property and the adjacent property. However, the screening fence does encroach into the projected front yard. The projected front yard is established by the eastern and western adjacent properties, both zoned AG, which requires a 25-foot minimum front yard setback. And variance C is a request to permit the screening fence material to be metal paneling rather than wood, masonry, or concrete as required by the zoning ordinance. These are the elevations. These are the regulations regarding this case. And this concludes staff presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any questions for staff from the board? Okay, having seen none, thank you very much. Is the applicant here? Yes, sir. Could you please come forward? Please state your name, address, and you have 7 minutes to present the facts about your case.
My name is Winston Smith. I'm at 11240 Mosier Valley Road, Fort Worth, Texas 76040, and I'm here representing Linda Abshire as the owner of the property. I was the prior owner of this property. I bought it in 2021, and it did not have a plat whatsoever. And I had bought the property to hopefully move my landscape company from Grapevine and be able to run it off of here. I bought it. This is my first property I've ever bought, and I've never gone through a platting process, and it took me 4 years. It took me till last August to get it. During that 4 years, the money I spent on all the engineering fees and the time that it took to obtain that plat kind of caused my business to go out of business. And so I sold the property last summer to Linda Abshire. And the reason I built the fence originally was because there's lots of traffic going to the landfill, Arlington landfill, and several other construction companies that have their sites on that road, and people were dumping things on the property and trespassing. And I built the fence out of metal because that's what everybody else on the street had. And I also had signatures from both properties that are across from me that they were okay with this. And as of now, it's just a vacant lot and it's for sale. There's nothing being ran out of it. And the fence is just to keep people from trespassing or dumping on the property.
Okay, thank you. You still have a few more minutes if you need any more time, if you want to add anything else.
The pictures that they put up were ones I had submitted, I think, in November. I did take pictures that I have with me that are as of yesterday. I don't know if you'd like.
Yeah,
me to
you
bring
can submit
up.
those. If you would hand them to Mrs. Moreno, she will take them and we will keep them, but she's able to project them up on the screen for us.
Okay, that's it as of now.
And maybe if you want to take a minute to kind of show us what these are, or explain them, that'd be great.
That's just showing the outside, and then that arrow's pointing to the lock that's up to fire code for the fire department. And then the rest of the pictures are just showing that it's a metal fence, it's a vacant lot, and one of the pictures is a drawing showing how deep the posts are in the ground, what the material's made out of, and the gauge of the posts. Some of those might be duplicates. And the reason the fence wasn't permitted is because you have to have a plat before you can get the fence permit, but I didn't know another way to keep people from trespassing or dumping or intruding on my property.
Okay. Looks like we still have a few more minutes. Anything else you want to add?
No, sir.
Okay. Is there anyone else here to speak in support of this application? Okay, having seen none, is there anyone that'd like to speak in opposition? Okay, I also see none. Sir, if you would, please, we're going to open it up to questions from the board. They might call you back up, but I'm going to open it up to that for now.
Thank you.
Sure. Any questions from the board? Yes, ma'am, Ms. Duffy.
Quick question, sir. The current owner's intention is just to sell the property, not to build something.
That's correct.
Yeah, hang on one second. We might have more questions. Anybody else?
On the plat that we got in August, it does state on the plat that if any further use should be done on the property, that it will have to go through a replatting or a change to the current plat. Does that make sense?
Because?
Because there's just nothing being ran on it or planned to be run off of it right now. And they wouldn't let us get the plat or electricity or fence permit or anything else without finishing the plat. And because I'm no longer going to run a business off of it, they just put, if any structure should be built in the future or anything is to be ran off of it, then it'll have to have a variance made to the plat.
You okay? Any more? Okay. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Quickly went through the late correspondence. I believe there, did we not have some correspondence on this case?
Staff, did we have correspondence on this?
It is on the screen now.
Thank you. Was that the only one? I thought maybe there was a second one.
This is the second one. Not sure if there's a third. No, just two.
I only saw the two.
That's correct. There's only two.
Okay, thank you.
Are those to my property?
Yes, sir. These are pertinent to our case right now.
Because right next to me is a Fort Worth City Park, and then the property to my left is just ag. They have a few donkeys on it. And
Yeah,
then
and I
the
can-
two properties in front of me signed off that they were okay with this variance.
Sure.
So I'm
And I
not
can-
sure where that's coming from.
Sure, and I can let city staff talk about, how they notice, the surrounding neighbors. But this is probably from that notice would be, or they saw a public announcement about it. Is that right?
Down the street to the left, there is a trailer park home, and maybe that's where that's coming from, but it's not even in any connecting with any sides of my property.
Okay. I'm sure it came from the notice. Go ahead, Ms. Moreno.
Yes, it's noted in the email that they received our legal notice that is sent out to all property owners within 300 feet within the property lines of the requested case.
Okay. Any more questions for the applicant? Okay, sir. Have a seat. We're going to close the public portion of this hearing, and we will open it up to discussion among the board or any motions. Please.
I have a question for staff. Could you point out the opposition addresses on the page, the area zoning map, where those that are opposed?
I can, if you'll just give me a moment, I'll generate something.
The reason I was asking, I don't see these addresses on the map that's provided in the packet.
Sure.
Seems to be a tree line between these addresses and a block away from the property we're talking about, according to Google Maps.
Mr. Chair, if I can make a comment.
Please.
After further review and after legal noticing, staff determined that the request for variance B, I'm not sure if the request for variance B to the requirement that no fence or wall shall be erected within the minimum required projected front yard to allow an 8-foot metal fence to be located within a projected front yard. That variance is not required for this property or for this fence. The fence is allowed to be located in that area, being in the I industrial zoning district. So staff would like to withdraw variance B and ask the board to take action on variance A and C.
Thank you. And legal with regard to that, no notice, no nothing. We're okay with just moving on past B.
Correct.
Ignoring
Yep.
B. Okay.
Nothing necessary.
Thank you.
You don't have to continue looking. That's kind of my point. I don't see the addresses, so.
So this were actually noticed as part of a mobile home parcel that is right next door. So on the map, it does appear like if it's more than 300 feet, but this whole section here on the side is one parcel, and that's why we have some properties addressed a little bit further than 300 feet that were noticed. They're all within the same parcel.
Okay, thank you kindly.
Thank you. Okay, still open any discussion or motions on this case?
I'll make a motion to approve as written.
Okay, motion to approve
A
by,
and C.
Second,
okay, as written.
as written.
A and C, motion by Ms. Duffy, second by Ms. Powell. Staff, could we please perform a roll call vote?
BAC 25066.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve case BAC-25-066 as requested by the applicant for variance A and C. The motion made by Board Member Kay Duffy and second by Board Member Lucretia Powell. Board Member Jim Witten.
Yes. Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston. Board Member Michael Johnston.
Yes. Am I on?
Is your green light on?
It is, yes.
Okay. Board Member Bob Riley.
Yes.
Board Member Logan Prim.
Yes.
Board Member Eric Ortega.
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woolman.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera.
No.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay. Sir, your application has been approved. Should you have any questions for city staff, please reach out as early as tomorrow. Thank you. Okay, we are moving on to the next case, BAC-25-068.
Chairwoman,
Yes.
as I mentioned earlier, I'm going to recuse myself on this one because
Yes, sir.
the applicant was a longtime client before I retired.
Okay, thank you. I promise we'll try to remember you down there. Thank you. Staff, we're ready when you are.
I'll wait until.
Wait till he's, yeah. Okay, Ms. London, we're ready when you are.
Good morning. I have assumed responsibility as the case manager of this case. We have excuse me, BAC-25-068. The address of the property is 3095 Hewlin Street and also known as 4501 West Freeway. The owner is Fort Worth ISD and the applicant is SBA 2012. TC Assets LLC. The zoning of the property is community facilities, and it's within the NASJRB Airport Height Review Zone. So the case before us is requesting 5 variances, 3 special exceptions and 2 variances. The variance A is a special exception to allow stealth telecommunications tower in the community facilities zoning district. Variance B is a special exception to allow a stealth telecommunications tower design plan that does not meet the design and appearance requirements. Special exception C is to allow a 50-foot tall stealth telecommunications tower. And variance D is to the maximum height allowed by special exception for the stealth telecommunications tower in a community facility zoning district to permit a 130-foot tall stealth telecommunications tower. The maximum height allowed by special exception is 50 feet, and the requested height of the applicant is 130 feet. And the final variance E is to the requirement that all stealth telecommunications towers shall have screening shrubs installed around a fence and shall screen from view of the stealth telecommunications tower to allow stealth telecommunications tower to not be screened by the required screening shrubs. Okay, so here's the aerial maps and the site photo of the property. The subject property is a 29.041 acre property located to the southeast of the Hewlin Street and Interstate 30 West intersection, and the southwest in the Ashland Avenue and Interstate 30 West intersection. The subject property is commonly identified as 4501 West Freeway, and the use of is the Arlington Heights High School. The property contains several buildings and sports fields and facilities, several mature trees, no presence of floodplain, and the project specific area is relatively flat. So the lot history, there was a previous Board of Adjustments case back in 2003 with case number BH03-417. And this was a special exception to allow a stealth telecommunications tower, and that variance was approved back in 2003. Here's the proposed site plan. There is currently an 87-foot monopole telecommunications tower that the applicant has indicated will be removed. The zoning ordinance 9.101 defines a stealth telecommunications tower as a facility that is designed in such a way that the facility is not readily recognizable as a telecommunications tower or telecommunications equipment. The adjacent residential district have a height maximum of 35 feet, being that it's zone A5, and the telecommunications tower in the CF are permitted by special exceptions to a maximum height of the most restrictive adjacent zoning district, which is 35 feet plus 15 feet. In this case, it would total 50 feet. Here's the proposed elevations. The proposed stealth tower is not eligible for administrative approval, design review, because it is not a monopole design. There are several other factors that fall under that section, but not being a monopole design automatically counts them out of the administrative approval. So here are the regulations, 4.201 community facilities, and it just explains that it allows a stealth tower to be the maximum height of the most restrictive adjacent zoning district plus 15 feet. 5.137 telecommunication tower and stealth telecommunications, and it's outlining that it's allowed by special exception in the community facilities zoning district. 5.137, and it's explaining the administrative approval requirements. If this had been a monopole flag design, then we would have also reviewed for A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. But because this tower is not monopole design, it doesn't meet the requirements for administrative approval. And 5.137 BC, and it is explaining the requirement for screening material. So 6A shows that a 6-foot solid screening fence would constructed of wood, brick, stone, or reinforced concrete would be allowed, or a fence screened by shrubs. This development is not proposing a screening fence designed by brick, stone, or reinforced concrete, and they're requesting a chain link fence with slate material that will not be screened by shrubs. And here are the board actions. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Do you know, it sounds like there's a tower there now that was granted by 87 feet. Do you know what is there a fence around it now? Is it shrubs? Do you know what's there existing?
I'm not sure. No,
We can ask that.
the applicant may be able to answer that.
Any other questions for staff?
Let's see if.
It was hard to tell from the aerial.
Yeah, we can't tell from the aerial.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, thank you very much. Sir, I assume you're the applicant. If you would, please come forward. State your name, address, and you have 7 minutes to present the facts of your case.
Thank you, Chair. They're going to be bringing up a PowerPoint that I'd like to work through with you
Sure.
all. Okay, good morning, Board. Thank you for allowing us to present today. Nice to see some of the board members again. I'm Bev Francis, address 112 East Pecan in San Antonio. I represent SBA Communications, a national and international telecommunication infrastructure provider and its subsidiary. What I'd like to do is kind of walk you through why this application is so critical and so exciting, not only for the school community, but the surrounding community. The existing monopole tower is an 87-foot tower that was built in 2004, and the current tenants are AT&T and T-Mobile. The issue that we're facing is that the recently constructed 52-foot Fort Worth Independent School District building is causing signal blockage of the AT&T antennas that are located at 37 feet, 45 feet, and 54 feet. And as a result, the 87-foot tower will not allow a co-location or relocation of the AT&T set of antennas at a 90-foot RAD center that would eliminate that coverage disruption. We provide you in your packet a coverage analysis. It shows, like staff just indicated, the location of the existing tower in relation to the new 52-foot school building. You'll see these are just the RAD centers, again, the center lines of the antennas for T-Mobile and particularly AT&T with 3 carrier antennas. And critically, that we can talk about during your question, this is a first site broadband public safety enabled site. The coverage block analysis points out that the AT&T blockage due to the 52-foot high tower. What I provide you very quickly, respecting the time, AT&T provided for you radio frequency maps. The ones on the left show in the rectangle area and the square area, the areas that are receiving significant blockage of signals. Drop calls, interrupted signals, that's the commercial area, and then the properties along Donley. To the right, you can see a significantly increased coverage area with the ability to go with the new stealth tower, create a 90-foot center line. Now, the practice solution is to allow the approval of these variances and the special exceptions, because the district and the school administrations and SBA have worked for about 2 years in designing this tower, which will allow AT&T to install its antennas at the 90-foot RAD. Will then be able to allow T-Mobile to go up higher to enhance its emergency E911 service, voice and data, and critically will allow additional carriers on a tower, which they cannot be on now, to cut down on the need for additional towers. Upon receiving your approval, which we're respectfully requesting today, we'll apply for the board for the building permit, and once the tower is built, then the existing monopole tower will be removed. Now, draw your attention to, in your package, a very important letter from the Fort Worth Independent School District. I've highlighted the last paragraph in which the district points out the critical nature of the broadband and the wireless coverage for this area. And importantly, it shows that with all what this will bring, with the color configuration and with the insignia of the school at the top, the district feels a much needed esprit de corps will be in with the children. As they say, that is my school, which we all know is so critical now. The side tower and the elevation, very quickly, I'm respectful of the time, it's just going to require a minor extension of the current compound to build a tower. And this is the exciting piece of it. They've been able to work closely together to design this tower, which is a unique 3-pole tower with 10-foot screens across, which will camouflage, if you would, the antennas, thereby complying as a stealth tower. It allows for the additional RAD centers to go up, and then critically from the school district and the FW ISD's position is the ability to put that insignia. The compound fence, Chair, you were asking about that. The blue slates that you see on the left are the existing compound. You can see the gray wall behind is actually the outfield wall, and then the extension, you take that blue compound fence and it'll move down, will be the new fence. Interestingly and importantly, this fence looks familiar to y'all that are familiar with the site. It's used universally around the high school. It gives that feeling. I was driving it yesterday. You really get that sense of, wow, the team was out playing baseball, the colors of all the buildings, and that's why there's so much excitement of it. We provided photo simulations. This is the site from the northern parking lot. This is the existing tower. You can see how overloaded it is. It's an old structure. And you begin to see that with the lower RADs, the impact of the 52-story building to the right and why it's causing the signal blockage. This is the exciting new structure, again, that will be placed on the site. This is from the Ashland Road. You see the baseball field, you see the existing tower, and this is the exciting new stealth tower. This is from the commercial area to the west, the shopping center, et cetera. And you can see now the impact. And this is from Donley, the directly south, looking back at the outfield fence, looking back at the building. You get a sense again how that blocks the tower signals. And this is the new, sorry, this is, well, let me go back. I'm going the wrong way. There you go, I'm wasting my time, but that was the tower. These are the coverage maps that were provided. This is the T-Mobile showing the existing coverage and how it could be enhanced with the ability with the new structure. Now, if I may, just for an additional couple of seconds, I'd like to go through very quickly just 4 slides, if I may. These are the slides showing why this is so important, because there is a significant demand of wireless by your residents. The average Fort Worth residents, and think about your households, have a minimum of 5 to 7 devices. Over 60% of the households have cut the cord and disconnected landlines. You have wireless devices. Critically, you have a situation where over 80, just very quickly.
Sir, I'll give you about another 20, 30 seconds, and then we also have time for questions, so we can also come back to this.
Absolutely.
If we need to.
Thank you. In addition to the FirstNet that I was talking about, the national broadband signal and frequencies on this tower for public safety, there are over 85% are under E911 calls. Finally, and in conclusion, y'all are way ahead of the curve. The city of Fort Worth is on all social media platforms with tens of thousands of likes and followers, asking people to be connected with you. But if you don't have that infrastructure, then they're not going to be connected. So we look forward to any questions that you have and to be able to respond. Any citizens that have taken time to come be with us today.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. That was a very thorough presentation.
Thank you.
And if you would have a seat, we're going to open it up for opposition, and then we can come back to any questions from the board after that. Is there anyone here that's in opposition of the application? Yes, please come forward. If you could please state your name, address, and facts about the case, and you have 7 minutes, and I'll allow you a little bit more since they got more time as well.
Excuse me,
You need
Chair.
it? Yes.
We're not taking supporters first.
Their 7 minutes was up. They used all of it.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. Oh, sorry. My name is Cinnamon Hall. I'm a resident at 4400 Geddes Avenue on the corner of Ashland and Geddes, and maybe 1 block behind Donnelly. I am vehemently opposed to this addition or this variance and any changes that have been requested. There are 5 different exceptions or variances that have been requested for this tower. First and foremost, we are a tight-knit, small community in Alamo Heights. The residents in that area circle around the high school in the morning and walk. There are lots of students coming and going. The tower that's existing there, we already are familiar with it. What you're at, or what they are asking for here with their variances and exceptions is basically greater than 2 big Texas. Currently, the tower that's there is less than a big Tex. They're asking for 2 1/3 big Tex to go up. You could see the dramatic difference when he puts up the simulation of what it should look like. Um, the requirements, I mean, we are a CF area. This is something that should be in that, I mean, it looks like Fair Park to me, the ones that are over there. The height of 130 versus the 50 max is exceedingly great. There are medical helicopters that go back and forth directly over that high school, directly over my backyard, directly over Donnelly. They go back and forth to Medical City. There are military helicopters. There are aircraft that go into Meacham Airport that are low flying over that area. And you're basically raising the elevation of the towers there. So that does beg the question of what does it do for the air traffic in the area? Not to mention just the horizon, the sight line. I will be able to see this from my backyard. I will be able to see this from my dining room. Currently, I can see the baseball field lights, but they're thin. They're supposed to be there. They turn off at night. Arlington Heights High School already has things that point out that it's Arlington Heights High School, the baseball field. We can see through the fence. We don't have that big glaring blue, and maybe that blue just goes around the monstrosity that is the tower that they're trying to put in. But this company that's doing this leases out space on their towers to other telecommunications. Are we going to expect more to be put there? Why do we have to shoulder the burden of an ugly, huge, 3-legged tower? They should be able to find a way to put something thin that fits. Let's see, what else? The company is LLC'd in Texas, but they are based in Boca Raton. I live in Alamo Heights. Put it somewhere industrial, put it somewhere commercial. Please do not allow this to go up in our neighborhood. That is a beautiful view when the sun goes down. That will be hideous.
Okay, thank you. You still have, opposition still has a few more minutes. If there's anybody else who would like to speak in opposition? And is there anything else that opposition would like to add? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the opposition. Sir, you have 3 minutes for rebuttal. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for coming to the meeting and expressing your points. First and foremost, let's talk about the FAA clearances. Absolutely. There's a detailed process that telecommunication infrastructure providers have to go through. Extensive filings with the FAA. There's what's called the FAA 1A, where they give all the elevations requirements, and the FAA then matches it against the planes of airports and flight traffic. Ultimately, there's what's issued a determination of no hazard. Those have been received. So the clearance is definitely in that point. Respecting the point about why it's necessary as it impacts this residence area, as I showed you on the RF maps that AT&T provided, if we're allowed to do this where AT&T's blockage is eliminated and the RAD center is moved up to 90, the areas she's specifically talking about along Ashland and the Donley area, as I showed you on the RF map, will receive significantly increased AT&T coverage, FirstNet coverage, and then, of course, when T-Mobile goes up, it'll provide additional coverage. So it's an exciting expansion of that ability. So I hope and look forward to your questions, how we can address your questions or any concerns you may have, and hopefully be able to receive the approval to move forward, remove the existing tower, and with the placement of this stealth tower. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, at this time, we are going to open it up to the board for questions for the applicant. Ms. Herrera.
Sir, hi. I have some questions, please. So I think if I understood you correctly, the RADs are like AT&T, T-Mobile. Is that
Can we bring back up the
Can you
PowerPoint?
help educate me?
Sure, no, absolutely. There's a lot of information I threw at you very quickly. You can, going back, I don't think I can move. Can I move it back? Let's see if I can. Now, on the existing tower you're talking about,
So if, so I see the existing tower, and are those, just gonna, they're not boxes. I don't know what to call them. Are those the rads?
yes, those that you see, and this is a good depiction of it. You see, those are the antennas, the panels. And when I say rad, I mean it's just technical term for the center line.
Okay.
So they have to be placed at a center line so that the antenna will extend above and below it, but it's mounted on what is called a rad center.
Okay.
So to be able to move those were the 35, 40 something, and 50 something current rad centers, but they're receiving the blockage, as you can see there. And it needs to be a tower structure where AT&T FirstNet can be moved up to a 90 rad.
Okay, so the antennas then, on your proposed sign, it looks like there's quite a bit of pole and then a smaller piece of something like the Arlington Heights.
Let's see here.
What my question is, how is that going to hide these antennas? Is it just going to be where that bluish purple color is?
Let me go back to the site plan. There we go. Yes, in order to see, if you can see closely, the first panel at the bottom will result in a rad of 90 feet. So the antennas will be completely camouflaged behind each of those separate 10-foot panels. So AT&T then, to be able to expand and have their coverage, they'll be allocated the 90-foot rad and then the 100-foot rad, and then T-Mobile will have the next two rads, and then that will allow an additional space if and hopefully additional carrier will come to your neighborhood so that there won't be the need for an additional tower. So the blue boxes are the screening for the new antennas that will be structured, mounted.
So those antennas go up
Yes.
much, much higher, and they're covered on all sides by the
Yes. In fact, you can see on the, as when we get to the photo sims, you can get a better depiction. That's two of the three sides with the insignias at the top. Totally, and unless somebody is aware or practices in this industry, the design is such that they won't even recognize that it is a telecom tower. It'll be more of sometimes they're used as clock towers, sometimes just plain, but it's a complete and conclusive camouflaging of the antennas.
Okay, thank you. My other question is, where is another area that this could be placed and not at Arlington Heights?
Not where?
Not at Arlington Heights High School.
Well, a lot of number one is you have the existing tower. And to remove that existing tower that's old, if you saw the differences, and I've had many people say, oh gosh, this would be so much better than the existing tower from the viewscape. So you've got the existing tower. To move this off site, then they would have to go back to each of the carriers. First of all, you'd have to find a suitable site, this highly residential area. Then you'd have to go back to each of the carriers. They'd have to run and determine what they call the RF maps. And will the relocation match the coverage that they'll be able to seek with this new tower? So this is an exciting opportunity to do what they call a replacement. You're taking an older structure that's basically well overused and creating a new structure that resolves the issue, increases the coverage for T-Mobile, for AT&T and FirstNet, and solves a lot of problems, plus has the benefit that the district's excited about.
I hear what you're saying, but with all due respect, we have guidelines here in the city. So the route you've proposed is the easier route by taking and making this very much higher versus it sounds like it wasn't even explored to find another area that might be more suitable.
Well, it's a little bit more complicated. I certainly understand the question and I appreciate it. Think of cell service. When we go back, let me see if I can go to um, the RF maps. Think of cell service as a beehive. You have you have different cones, and they call them cells. Just like when you look like a honeybee hive, you have the different cells. Those cells in the world of radio frequency are the locations of the other towers. So the whole plan is put together with, as this shows on the screen, you see in T-Mobile's situation, you have left-hand side, you have a cell providing the green service. The upper, you have a different tower cell. You have on the right and down at the bottom, the different cells. And in their situation, you can see, well, why they're at this site, it creates and starts filling those cells. So these systems are very intricate. So it's not where I could just magically say and take the Arlington Heights site and move it half a mile out of the way to a different area. Because each of these sites hand off calls. As you go through Fort Worth, that's what creates, sometimes when you're in these bad situations, oops, sorry, there we go. And then you hit a red area, you have a drop call, or you want to place a call, it starts buffering. Well, that means that there's a gap and they're not handing off. So it's, again, just to kind of go back to your point, SBA and the telecom companies cannot simply remove the cell at the high school and move it over here without causing disruption on all the other cells. And it really gets down to, if there was a new build, if there wasn't a tower there, it's even down to less than a quarter mile that they can locate it to create the adequate cell. So to understand your question, it's definitely a logical and appropriate question. But again, if you visualize that honeycomb, you just can't pluck it out and move it over here without affecting the connectivity of all the other cells. Yet,
Thank you.
no, I'm sorry, another question?
No, I'm good. I see the need for it. So I was asking some alternate questions. So thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for the question. Yes, ma'am.
Please go ahead.
So, my question is, I believe that we heard at the beginning that there was something about the 3 poles that caused you to have to come see us more than having a monopole. Can you explain the 3 poles? Why you're
I'm
doing that on
sorry,
this
that
one?
caused, are you talking about the administrative approval process? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so
There's been
tell me
some-
why you chose to do 3 poles at the site.
And staff and legal can back me up on this. The way the code is, a telecom company has an opportunity, an infrastructure company has an opportunity to come to Denisha and say, we'd like to apply and get an administrative approval.
Mhm.
And to receive an administrative approval without coming before you all for the special exceptions, we have to meet certain criteria.
I get all that, but why have you chosen 3 poles instead of 1?
Well, number one is for stealth. And the ability,
parents.
the new day, people say, why can't you just do a flagpole? Well, as you saw in the pictures, the antennas now can approach 8 feet. And with the heat and the equipment in those flagpoles are no longer feasible. So then the second thing is, and Denise will point out, it's limited to 60 feet. The existing tower is 87. So we were missing it. Not a practical stealth solution. It'd be a monopole anymore. You may want to talk and consider updating the code to the newer technology, but we can't even meet the 60-foot because the existing tower.
So you're saying the new technology it works better on the 3 poles than on a monopole?
Well, no, the new technology, because of the size of the antennas, they're very limited stealth structures. available. No longer, like I'm saying, you know, in the early days. you remember-
Flagpole just doesn't work.
Right, with a flag on it, the little gold like behind you. That can't happen because the diameter of those is too small.
So you're doing a lot of clock towers and other things in this.
Yes, yes, and that's why we've received the support of the Fourth Independent School District.
Can I ask one more quick question?
Sure, absolutely.
My assumption is you usually pay rent on the spots that you take. I don't want to ask you an amount, but you are paying rent to Fort Worth ISD to use the
Yes.
spot. So there's an advantage to using community facility spot as opposed to paying a developer of some shopping center.
I'm sorry.
So from my perspective, that's an advantage to our community that you're giving our school district some money as opposed to paying some real estate developer money for his
Absolutely.
parking lot. Yeah.
Absolutely, and I hope we'll continue to focus on the importance of the connectivity and the importance of, you know, it's funny, what lady mentioned Alma Heights. My daughters went to Alma Heights in San Antonio, blue and gold. And I was telling my oldest daughter that was coming here and told about the tower, and she goes, "Oh yeah, it's at Arlington Heights." And I said, "How did you know that?" And she goes, "Because I went to Camp Longhorn, and they were blue and gold, we were blue and gold, and so we got to know each other as groups." So the esprit de corps, really, I hope you'll take that in consideration for the school.
Yes, sir, Mr. Garza.
Yes, when I first read the petition, it was, you know, this monstrosity asking for 5 variances. Until I saw what you were doing, I saw seen some of these towers that are trying to hide, act like a tree, and they just don't look like a tree. You're hiding this in plain sight. With this, you're also kind of future-proofing what's going to be requested. If you think we're using a lot of bandwidth now, it's only going to be multiplied with what we're doing. So I don't have a problem with this, and I think this is the way that we're going to be seeing this over and over, and it's serving the people in that community. It's not like it's taking anything from them. It's a visual necessity to have it that height. The fallacy that I see when they request a 50-foot, it's asking for airspace, but 50 foot from where? From the ground or from the top of the tallest building next to it? You know, that's kind of unfair to have a 50-foot limit and have a 60-foot building right next to you. It's not that we're being unfair to them and their business, but what I'm saying, I think we're going to be seeing more and more of this, and if we can kind of, you know, ask forgiveness to the residents who want this sunset ruined, but it's your cell phone is something, your 911 is something that we have to have, and it's only going to get worse.
Thank you. Mr. Acosta.
Question for the applicant.
sir.
Could this project work with a tower that is 100 feet, 110, 120, or it has to be 130, or it's not going to work?
I'm sorry.
The height of
MRI
the
go bad,
tower,
my ears are bad.
yeah, the height of the tower has to be 130 feet, or the same project will work with a tower that is 100 feet, 110.
A great question. As I explained, to get the clearance AT&T needs, they need to be at 90. And that's what the RF maps show. And then that means that T-Mobile will have to go higher because they're above, and they will be at the 120, 110, 120. So yes, it does as a result. Plus, you get the benefits of the expanded coverage.
Just looking for an option. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
I have one.
I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Ms. Powell.
Mine is very simple.
Yes, ma'am.
When you collaborated with the Fort Worth Independent School District adults, did you take in consideration to have a community meeting with the students to involve them and get their input?
There wasn't a community meeting, but it was over a 2-year period. We were working with the staff and the administration.
My question was simply,
I'm sorry.
did you take in consideration to include the students in this project? I'm not saying it's a bad project or anything, but I just think it would have been, I'm trying to find out if you included the students in your project in communication.
That would, I can't speak for the school district and the involvement. I don't know the internal discussions they had with the students. Great question, though. I don't know. But we as a different, my client as a different company, didn't have control of the messaging internally to the students. But as their letter says, the FWISD sees it as a critical piece to be able to provide. That's a heavily used campus, especially if there are ball games and daily going in and out. In emergency situations, the connectivity is critical. Just a couple weeks ago, Verizon.
I agree. I'm just asking you, did you involve the students? Because even involving them, that helps them be more educated about the project and what you're doing.
I hope that the FWISD did. They're so immersed and excited about this. I want to assume they did because I understand what you're saying. You want to encourage students to understand the technology. Is that what I'm hearing the point?
Correct.
Oh, thank you. No, that's an excellent point. And discussions like this, I think, are so important because the field of telecommunications, engineering is so important right now in encouraging the students.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fong.
I had a couple of quick questions. Mr.
ahead.
Johnson, you go ahead. You're before me.
Okay, I have several questions.
Sure. Yes, sir.
Number one, you mentioned about the FAA requirements. Did you seek specific approval from the FAA on this project?
Yes.
Do
They go through a filing system. They give the coordinates. It's a detailed FAA questionnaire you do with engineering information, and you file what's called the FAA 1A, and then you receive back when you get the clearance determination of no hazard. That means it's not a problem.
Have you, I appreciate that. Have you visited with any of the local hospitals that are in the vicinity? Because the point about the Care Flight helicopters, they do fly low and they do fly fast and they fly in fog. And the hospitals are really close to Arlington Heights High Schools. Have you had any discussions with any of the hospitals about their care flights and the impact of this tower?
My understanding, Johnson, that's part of the FAA analysis. They analyze all flight patterns in the areas, and everybody, that's my understanding. So I assume that was part of the detailed submittal on any of these that are around the country.
Yeah, I have a saying that says the most dangerous word in the English language is assume. So I take it from your answer is that your company has not had any specific discussions with any of the hospital emergency rooms or care flight operations. Am I correct in that?
That's my assumption because, again, it's handled through the FAA.
Next question I had was the covering, the blue covering. What material is that?
On the
tower. Your proposed tower that has three sides and there's blue on the top.
Right, the screening.
Yes, what material is that?
That is what it is, and I don't have the details of it, but it is a screening that allows signals to go through it. It's opaque, except as you know, that radio frequency signals can be blocked or degraded going through different materials. The stealthing will be materials that are opaque. You won't see the antennas in there, but it will allow the radio frequency signals to go through it without disruption.
Okay, so do you know what type of material? Would it be cloth or some sort of polyurethane or something like that?
Yes. May I bring up our professional engineer?
Please.
This is Steve Zane with All Pro.
I'm the A&E firm. I'm a licensed P engineer. So for the questions of the material is called fiberglass. It is a material has provide strong capacity but allow the RF signal to pass through.
Okay, and tell me, Yeah, can you give me the spelling of the name of that material?
It's called RFP panel. Or you can call some companies just call it a stairs panel.
Is it a cloth or is it a metal, or can you describe it for me?
It is like a fiberglass reinforced material.
Fiberglass.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Okay. And I have another question for you. Sir, yes, sir.
This was, for the record, Steve Zane, and your address, your home address. Go ahead and give him your home address for the record.
My home address is 11082 Paisano Drive in Frisco.
Thank you.
And
yes, Mr. Johnson.
Have you ever heard of the Pascal Air Force?
The what airport?
No, that's an inside thing. I'm sorry. Well, you know, later look up the Pascal Air Force, and
we'll do that.
You'll be intrigued by it. Okay. Anyway, that's all. That's all the questions I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the questions.
I had a couple quick questions about the process that Verizon or AT&T, obviously they're monitoring their network, and you guys help them monitor the network. As soon as this building came up, were they kind of saying to you, like, hey, we're seeing issues? Do they come to you and say, hey, you know, is there a better way to do this more efficiently? Hey, we need to go up higher. How does that process work with your clients or with those carriers?
No, great question. What the normal process will occur is the telecom wireless companies constantly monitor the service. When they start seeing that there's blockage or drop calls or the spinning, you know, it's not connecting, they immediately start analyzing what's causing it. And then they start saying, oh, wait a second, you got these lower rads are now being blocked by the 52-foot building. And then they run the RF projection models that I showed you, showing that on the west side of the commercial area, they're showing significant blockage. Down along Donley, they're receiving it. And then they start saying, okay, to resolve this, how do we resolve it? And then they start analyzing, and they come to the conclusion with the way that these antennas have to be tilted. They came to the conclusion it has to have a center line of 90 feet. So it's a very, very big process in order to go through and, you know, prepare maps like this to determine what's causing the blockage.
Yeah, and they're proposing all this to you, obviously, based on their engineering and monitoring and all that.
Yes.
And I assume that this is going to be, and maybe I shouldn't assume, Mr. Johnson, but I'm wondering, this is going to be the most state-of-the-art telecommunications that you're putting in there, right? In terms of the next level, you know, best available that's out there.
That is correct. Each carrier, that's why they're allocating now, because this is stealth and it's a limited space within those 3 panels of 10 feet. They're requiring 2 rad centers, whereas just on a monopole, they just load it up, as you see at the existing tower, which gets complaints from the neighbors and so forth.
And then with regard to the monopole, it sounds like you're going to pull that one out, or that one will be taken down. Do you see that lease or that land back to them? Do you still keep that? What happens as you it looks like the footprint changes, you're taking an extra however many feet, but what happens to where the monopole was?
That's where the equipment is, the ground equipment. Okay. They limited the amount of the expansion, so the ground equipment for the new tower, will be in the area where the existing tower is.
Got it. So it's kind of using that existing area. Okay.
Efficient use of it.
Got it. Okay, we got more questions for you.
I have just one more.
Oh, please.
Who maintains, so the fiberglass where it's going to have the Arlington Heights, it appears it's painted, so it's a little different than what, if it was hidden by brick, stone, et cetera, that sustains weather. How is this maintained so that, I don't know if chipping's the right word, because I don't exactly know if that's painted, or how do you maintain the character that when you build it, it still looks the same 10, 20 years later?
It's owned by client SBA that owns the tower. Again, it's an international company that, believe me, I imagine if there's any issue, we'll hear immediately from the school district. We'll hear immediately from the school. But I hope sometime after this presentation, I'll take a minute to look up SBA Communications. They have 44,000 sites, and they're highly sought after because of presentations, hopefully like this, to explain with the communities the importance of this infrastructure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, do you want to come add anything, or are you okay? Did you want to say something? Sure, please.
Sure, go ahead, Steve.
So basically, as per the code for the telecom structure, the tower owner required to do the yearly annual inspection, like every 3 years or 5 years, to make sure all the component on the tower is safety and all the parts is in good conditions.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
I have a question. Who came up with the color palette of the tower? My thinking is we keep calling it a stealth tower, but it's kind of high contrast colors. So if it were kind of like a white and blue marbled, kind of like a skyline, to me that would be more of a stealth structure.
It was the collaboration of the Independent School District, Alma Heights, I'm sorry about that, Arlington Heights, and they collaborated. And they, SBA said, what would be the biggest benefit to you? And that was a lot. That's why it took about 2 years, a lot of internal discussions, and then resulting in the letter of recommendation.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
This is Johnston again.
Yes, sir.
What is it about the configuration of the Arlington Heights School real estate that creates a hardship that would justify the building of this tower?
Well, number one is, I'll answer that very specifically, that the blockage from the 52-foot building and the current tower and the needs that we've been talking about with before, lower rad centers would work. Now you've got the blockage.
Okay, the 52-foot building, is that on the Arlington Heights campus? Or
Oh, yes, sir. Let me go back to.
Oh, that's on the Arlington Heights campus.
It's literally, yes, let me go back to the.
Okay.
I'm getting there. There we go. You'll see where it says proposed 130 stealth tower. You see directly northeast a little bit, the white top, the rectangle, that is the new 52-foot story building. You'll see the one-story smaller building, which will be directly west of the tower. All of that within that lot line are the Arlington Heights buildings and out parcels. Outbuildings.
Okay, is that 52-foot building have a flat roof on it?
In fact, yes, it has it's got a parapet plus it has you see the top, the parapet and the roof, and then I thought I may have one. Then on top of that, you have the air conditioning, the HVAC equipment, and so forth, creating the 52-foot blockage.
Was there any discussion or consideration about putting this tower on top of the 50-foot building?
That would be, it's very difficult because the weight, then you have to have access. You've got to have, we're looking at the 2 carriers plus a 3rd carrier. You've got to have their equipment. It's not just like a single rooftop antenna. It would be, I've never seen that done. I've never seen a 100-foot structure being placed on there.
No, I'm not talking, it wouldn't need to be 100 feet if you put it on top of a 52-foot building.
Well, then if you take the blue area and put it on top of that building, I don't know structurally. You would have to design the building. I don't know how that would be done.
My question is, was there any consideration of that or exploration?
I don't know, it wasn't.
Okay, thank you.
Because of the engineering practicality of it. Because of the impracticality of being able to put that type of structure on top of an existing building.
Well, but I understand from what you're saying, there was no effort, no inquiry to see whether that could be done.
I'm sure it'd be a lot cheaper, so I imagine internally maybe there was, but the practical solution of that, I can't answer whether the level, I wasn't in those meetings.
Okay, and you know where Earl Abels was?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
When my dad was at Fort Sam, I'd go down there as a tot, and that'd be my big treat.
Well, that's an inside joke for us people that lived in San Antonio for a little while. I went to a little school across Hildenbrand from you.
Still remember it.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions for the applicant? Ms. Duffy, you good?
Just ready for discussion.
Right. We're going to close the public portion of the hearing. Sir, yeah, please have a seat. We are going to open up to a discussion among the board or a motion.
I don't have a problem with this, other than there is some trepidation, the height, but I think it's the wave of the future. They're trying really hard to mitigate hiding in plain sight, so I don't have a problem with all 5 variances.
Well, I don't have a problem with the concept of having a tower and having a stealth tower. I think that's a wonderful idea. The problem is it doesn't, in my view, it doesn't meet the requirements of a variance. There's nothing about the Arlington Heights real estate that would necessitate this being where it is. And the only thing that's been mentioned is the 52-foot building, but that's Arlington Heights, put there by the property owner, Fort Worth ISD. So I don't, in my view, this project is, I mean, obviously we need cell towers, and this is a pretty cell tower, and hopefully the Pascal High School people won't get the Air Force out on it. But I think it creates, it doesn't meet the requirement that we can allow a variance on, in my view.
Yes, Ms. Duffy.
So to address that, Mr. Johnston, we're looking at a special exception for the location of the tower and a variance on the height of the tower. Am I right? So we don't have to prove a hardship to give them the right to put it there at the high school. And again, it's got to go somewhere. I'd rather pay the high school a little money to leave a tower there than some real estate developer who's just collecting rent from people anyway. It's got to go somewhere to have our cell phones work.
Any other discussion or a motion?
If no one else has something to discuss, I will present a motion to approve.
Can we divide all of these, each subpart as a vote on each one?
We can, if that's something the board wants to do.
I don't see how it's going to be beneficial to separate even one of these. It's an all or one package. It's not something that can be mitigated, like the height of a fence or the 5-foot variation. It's
Except the third variance is on shrubbery.
right. It's all, we're all in or we're not, and we're gonna be faced with this again. And the school is already behind this project. They've taken their time to talk to the school district. They've taken the time. You asked about the children, the colors. Yes, it's an obnoxious color. You're right. That's what the school wants, and that's something that we have to take into consideration.
So there's a motion, sir. Do you want to be more specific about the motion that you
Yes,
made?
I would like to present a motion to approve as written, unless someone else opposed. And this is for
Yeah, the board can take each of these individually, and the chair, you can control whether you take them as one or individually. My recommendation would be, because there may be some trepidation about some and not others, that you take them for individual votes, but that's up to the chair.
Sure. That's fine. We can split them individually. I'm fine with that. So do you want to make a motion or do you want to amend your motion on the floor?
I'd like to present a motion to approve all as written on BAC 25-08, 068, I'm sorry.
So his motion is all as one, and we would need a second on that.
I second it.
Okay. We have a second right here with Mr. Arteaga. Should we open up discussion for splitting them up at that point, or do we vote on?
I have a substitute motion to consider BAC 25068 individually.
Second.
Okay. So we have a motion, we have a substitute. We vote on the substitute.
That's correct.
Right, first. So we are going to, so the motion has been made to vote individually on all these different special exceptions and variances. We have a second to that, Ms. Duffy. Let's perform a roll call vote individually.
Okay.
Thank you.
We have a motion, a substitute motion by Board Member Bob Riley and a second by Board Member Kay Duffy to approve all variances as requested individually for case BAC-25-068. We'll take special exception A first.
Just a sec. So right now, we're voting on whether to take them by separate votes. So there's going to be a vote right now on whether we're going to take 5 votes.
okay.
And then if that passes, we will take them one by one. So right now, your vote is whether you agree that these should be taken as individual votes. Just want to make
Versus,
that clear.
right, versus the full 5.
Correct.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Trey.
Yep.
Motion by Board Member Bob Riley, second by Board Member Kay Duffy to take each special exception and variance individually for case BAC-25-068. Board Member Jim Whitten. Oh, sorry, he recused.
Yep.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley.
Yes.
Board Member Eric Ortega.
Yes.
Board Member Logan Prim.
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woolman.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera.
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
No.
The motion passes.
Now the floor is open for a motion on special exception A.
Correct, yep. Any discussion or a motion on special exception A?
I move for approval of BAC 25068A special exception.
Do we have a second? Mr. Garza, second. Mr. Riley made the motion. And this is only on special exception A. Please call a roll call vote.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley.
Yes.
Board Member Eric Ortega.
Yes.
Board Member Logan Prim.
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woolman.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera.
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
The motion passes. Now we'll take the vote for special exception B.
You need a motion, so the floor is open for a motion on special
I
exception.
move for approval of BAC 25068B special exception.
Okay, do we have a second? Mr. Garza, second. Mr. Riley made the motion for special exception B. Could you please call a roll call vote?
Yes. Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley.
Yes.
Board Member Eric Ortega.
Yes.
Board Member Logan Prim.
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woolman.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera.
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
It's approved. Yes.
The motion passes.
I move a motion to approve BAC 25068C special exception.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Mr. Garza? Mr. Riley made the motion. Mr. Garza seconded. Could you please perform a roll call vote?
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley.
Yes.
Board Member Eric Ortega.
Yes.
Board Member Logan Prim.
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woolman.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera.
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay. Next is D. This is the first variance of BAC 25-068.
I move approval of BAC 25068 variance D as in dog.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Need a second?
Second.
Mr. Garza made the second. Could we please perform a roll call vote on D?
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
No.
Board Member Bob Riley.
Yes.
Board Member Eric Ortega.
Yes.
Board Member Logan Prim.
No.
Board Member Whit Woolman.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera,
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta,
Yes.
Eight to two. So that one
the
failed.
motion fails.
Fails for not having 9 affirmative votes. That was D.
I will move to approve the BAC 25068E.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve E, variance E, by Mr. Riley, a second by Mr. Garza. Could we please perform a roll call vote?
Board Member Sergio Garza,
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston,
No.
Board Member Bob Riley,
Yes.
Board Member Eric Ortega,
Yes.
Board Member Logan Prim,
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woman,
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell,
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy,
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera,
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Yes. So, sir, you had 5 different requests. Special exceptions A, B, and C, and variance E were approved by our board. Variance, the maximum height allowed, variance D was denied 8 to 2. So I would suggest that you reach out to city staff as early as tomorrow, and they can answer any questions about moving forward.
Now, was this, assumed this can be without prejudice to come back and present? Is there a problem with that? Because this is a shock. And it's, I would like to be able to come back without waiting a year to, because of the critical situation.
Yeah, the vote was with prejudice, correct, legal, if I'm right?
Yes, a denial is or a failure to approve is the denial, which is a denial with prejudice.
Correct. And what are the time limits with prejudice?
With prejudice, I think it's 2 years before they're able to present a case of like kind. If you submit something substantially different, you can submit that as early as next month. But if it's the similar request or the same request, you'll have to wait for a period.
Legal, can we take a revote on that?
The one variable
Done.
is we're missing one of our, and a yes here would have carried through if we had 11 members in.
No,
chambers, but-
the only revote you could have is a motion to reconsider. That can only be raised by a party that was in the prevailing group. So that would be, in this case, those who voted no. So if someone who voted no on variance D wanted to reconsider, you could. If not, then no, there's.
So we could reconsider without prejudice.
So if I may have a question for the city attorney. So I know that we could, the vote can be without prejudice to be able to come back, correct?
It could if there was a motion to deny without prejudice, correct?
Right. So, but I couldn't interrupt the vote to request that. So I would respectfully request at least the opportunity to have a revote to make your denial of the height without prejudice so that we don't have to wait 2 years and to be able to come up with something, maybe to be able to answer your questions. So I'd respectfully request that opportunity because of the need.
Yes, sir, we appreciate that, and let us, I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing. Let us have a board discussion about that, but we appreciate your input.
Thank you.
Sir. Is there any interest in a motion to reconsider for variance D? If not, it will stand as voted.
I can reconsider just to allow without prejudice.
Okay, do you want to make a motion for, sorry, go ahead, legal, Mr. Qualls.
Just to make sure, and for my own, I don't remember who all voted in the negative on that. It does have to come from someone who voted in the negative.
Correct, yep.
Yes, I voted no.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so do you want to make a motion to reconsider variance E?
I will make a motion to reconsider variance E for without prejudice.
Yep, D.
D.
D, sorry.
Okay, so we are opening back up for
Can anybody second that?
Anyone can second the motion to reconsider, then we'll vote on that. Then there will be the motion to deny without prejudice.
Second.
So
Second that.
All right, Ms. Duffy. Seconded a reconsideration of D. Before we move on from that, we need to perform a roll call vote on the reconsideration.
So we have a motion to reconsider variance D made by Board Member Logan Prim and a second by Board Member Duffy.
That's correct.
Board Member Sergio Garza,
Yes?
Board Member Michael Johnston,
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley,
Yes.
Board Member Eric Ortega,
Yes.
Board Member Logan Prim,
Yes.
Board Member Whit Wellman,
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell,
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy,
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera,
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, so we have reopened now the discussion or motion for variance D.
So now anyone can make a motion. to
With,
deny-
without, it's basically wide open at this point,
Right,
right?
yeah.
Correct.
So it's as if we didn't vote the first time.
Correct.
Yeah, the other, staff's pointed out, the other thing, the other element, the option we have is talking to the applicant, whether or not they would be amenable to this, is making a motion on the height, any kind of height considerations that we have. Obviously, we'd want to get their input from that, but we reopened variance D to wide open any kind of discussion or motion that we want to have on it.
It was my understanding that the motion was to reopen it simply for the purpose of modifying it to be without prejudice.
That's correct.
Say that.
That's correct.
Once it's reopened, there can be any reconsideration, but yes, if there's another motion to approve, I think we could assume it would fail again. But yes, you can. It's open for discussion to the floor now.
Is it also open for continuance?
Or non-prejudice?
Yes, either of those.
So we would have to ask the applicant, are you open for a continuance on variance D?
And I'm willing to open that if you want to ask him.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Sir, are you willing to be open to a continuance on variance D?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely, to be able to come back to you, and I assume then
Would you need 30 or 60 days?
30 days would be fine.
30 days.
Yes, ma'am. Would that
Basically,
be?
what that would allow you to do is work with city staff.
Yes, sir.
Is that what your question? Sorry, go ahead.
Now, since the special exceptions and the final variance were approved, are those on the book? So really, we would just be coming back. Yes, I'm sorry. Just on the height?
Yes, sir, correct.
Yes,
So-
please, Ms. Powell, I appreciate the question, and we would respectfully request a 30-day continuance.
Okay. Yes, sir. So A, B, C, and E have all been approved.
Great,
Really, the
thank
only
you.
variance in question right now is D. And that's what she was asking you about, the continuance. Sounds like you're open to that.
Absolutely. To
30
be able
days.
to, we want to try to have that discussion. This is so critical.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, may I make the motion?
I would like to just make a note that we are already in the review cycle for the February 18th meeting. So if you want time to work with city staff, adjust the height and things for your variance D, we would need you to turn around those drawings by Monday.
Oh, okay.
Or else come before the March 18th meeting.
We better do the March 18th then, because we'll need to have internal discussions with you, Denise, and your team.
We
So-
just have to meet our legal deadline, so.
So that will work, the March 18th from the scheduling.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Powell, for raising that point.
Thank you. Thank
Okay,
you. staff.
so now we are. Turn your mic on. Let's see if they can get it over here real quick. Try it now.
Can you hear me? I want to make sure that we're satisfying what the request for the revote on D. Mr. Johnson was under the understanding that it was going to be without prejudice, not a continuance. So I want to make sure that that's what we agreed upon, and I want to satisfy everyone at this panel is, that's what we agreed upon.
Sure, right, and right now, we're open to any motions, right? So we've reopened D. We were talking to the applicant to understand kind of what his situation was, how much time that he would need. So we are open to a motion of continuance or anything else.
Go ahead. I'll make my comment.
I would move that the determination on D be without prejudice. That would give the applicant and opposition and the city time to formulate something without having a deadline of March 18th. So anyway, that would be my motion, is that the determination be
My
without
understand. I'm sorry. Were you finished? I didn't mean to cut you off. I didn't know if you were finished.
Yeah, simply my motion would be that the determination of the denial of item D be without prejudice.
Do you have a question, Ms.
At
Bell?
this point, I had a statement and question. At this point, once we have rescind and to reconsider, and that has passed, the motion has passed to for its rescinding the failure
And
of D.
reconsidering D, so we're wide
Yeah.
open on D.
We're wide open on D. Not only that, being wide open on D, we're not confined to denying this without prejudice. The applicant has stated they've already worked, I believe, I can be corrected if I'm wrong, 2 years with Fort Worth ISD. And at this point, I think a continuance would be more suitable for this project because they've already put in 2 years. And now we're just pretty much requesting them to revamp or relook at the height of the tower. So my motion will stand for continuance.
Johnston will second that motion.
Okay. In legal, continuance versus without prejudice. Continuance puts a time limit for them to come back in March. Without prejudice, really, there's no time limit. They can come back and work with city staff. Is there anything else that I'm missing on that?
No, legally, there's no difference in the effect of a denial without prejudice and a continuance. They can come back next
Still
month,
work.
well, 2 months, to give them time. The only difference, I think, is with whether that would require a new application fee, and the department makes that determination.
Yes, so there is a continuance fee, which is reduced from a new application fee. So a continuance fee is, I don't know the exact number, but a new application fee would be significantly more for the variant D. And it'll be a new case number and new
I
note.
think we have a motion and we have a second on that already.
We do. Ms. Powell, could you please restate your motion?
Yes. I would like to make a motion for continuance for BAC 25068 variance D
For March?
for March the 18th. Thank you.
I believe we had a second down here already. Mr. Johnson had a second.
I'm seconding that with your motion for continuance of a reconsideration of D.
Well, we've already opened up D, so
Okay.
your second would be for a continuance that the motion that Ms. Powell made.
That's fine.
Okay.
I second.
Okay. So we have a motion to continue to the March meeting for the variance D, and we have a second by Mr. Johnson, original motion by Ms. Powell. Could we please perform a roll call vote?
Board Member Sergio Garza? Board Member Michael Johnston?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Board Member Sergio Garza, that was a yes. Board Member Michael Johnston?
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley?
Yes.
Board Member Eric Ortega?
Yes.
Board Member Logan Prim?
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woolman?
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell?
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy?
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera?
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa?
Yes.
The motion to continue passes.
Okay, sir. So for variance D, if you would, please contact city staff as early as tomorrow to work through the details of your questions.
Will do, and so that's for the March 18th meeting?
Yes, sir,
Anisha?
correct. That's correct.
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to take a 30-minute recess. We will reconvene. We're going to take a 32-minute recess. We'll reconvene 1 p.m. 1 p.m. We'll come back. Thank you.
1, 2.
It goes. County owned the lot, the entire lot. Yeah, which is 4,000, a quarter acre. It's a lot less than 43. 10,000 square feet, so it might be a lot next to it too. Okay, 8,000. But it's foreclosed property. That's why the county's name. And a lot of times they won't refresh it.
No, I read through it and I was like, okay. What was the deal?
Yeah, I mean, it's all part of the foreclosure and something like that. So what did you do that you didn't have time off? Sold off. And if it has been sold off, the records have been changed. Because anytime they condemn a house or a piece of property because it's a failure. I think it'd be good. Or it's already been.
So it's, is it auto repair? Oh, yeah, over there on, what?
It's not.
County is.
Like settlement.
Clearing the house.
Oh, now it's west side. Yes, okay. Right down the street from.
You know what I mean? It's hard.
So you guys do Mercedes.
Oh, there's
another
That's the only logic I can come up with.
shop kind of close to there. You want to let specializes in toy.
Yeah, maybe one of
Have a
Yeah. Staff, are you ready? Do you need a minute to get 1 minute? Okay, we're going to give 1 more minute, and then we're going to get going.
Must take. Yes, yours. Yeah, you're the second one.
Ms. Moreno? Good? Mr. Bellin, you ready? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as the chair, I'm going to call this meeting back to order, and we're going to get started with the next case. Staff, if you could please start the staff presentation on BAR-25-130.
The next case is located at 6036 Locke Avenue. The owner is Protestant Episcopal Church Council of the Diocese of Texas. The applicant is RPGA Design Group Incorporated. The property is zoned B2 family residential, and the property is legally described as lots 21 through 32, block 18 of Chamberlain Arlington Heights addition. The applicant is seeking a variance to the minimum projected front yard setback standards to permit the construction of an addition with a reduced southern property line projected front yard along Locke Avenue, where a 28-foot, 6-inch projected front yard setback is required. The subject property is a premise comprised of lots 21 through 32, resulting in a 37,500 square foot parcel. The lots were platted with alley access in 1890. The property is currently used as a church. The original 12,665 square foot building was constructed in approximately 1943. The property is relatively flat, contains a few mature trees, and does not contain floodplain. And for reference, the church use is permitted by right in the B2 family district. A commercial residential building permit was finalized in 2017. The residence to the east at 6012 Locke Avenue has a front yard setback of approximately 28 feet 6 inches, which creates a projected front yard on the subject property. The applicant's request is to allow a reduced projected front yard setback of 8 feet 11.5 inches along Locke Avenue. The required projected front yard variance request is deficient by 19 feet 6.5 inches. And this concludes the staff presentation. If you have any questions, I'm available.
Any questions for staff regarding this case? Okay. Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Bellin. Seeing none, is the applicant here for this case? Hi, sir. If you could please come up, state your name, address, and the facts about your case, and you have 7 minutes total.
My name's Javier Lucio. Good afternoon, everyone. I live at 2749 Willing Avenue here in Fort Worth. So working with the All Saints Episcopal Church, they have been located in a temporary location at Trinity Valley Church for a couple of years. They have been looking for a new home for a few years. They found this property here, which was an old Methodist church. So we've been working with them for a couple of months now, trying to figure out how to get them to move into the new facilities, into what they're calling their permanent home. So the existing building and what we're asking for here, the existing sanctuary space, I think the site plan that was up would be the best thing to look at. We're basically extending off the backside of the altar of the church, and we're basically keeping the same line of the existing church facility. So we're not projecting any further than the current building is. And I think if you were to see the existing setbacks on both sides of the property, the way the property was built over the decades, all of the buildings project beyond the established setbacks now. So we're asking for variance to add a sacristy behind the altar to allow the additional space needed for worship in the Episcopal Church. For the sacristy space, there's a choir space behind it as well. And the way the building is designed, the entrances that you see there on the right there where the arrows going back and forth are, those are basically the entrances that exits out of that space, and that's how they would circulate around the sacristy space behind the altar. So that's why we need the width of the building maintained. So, and again, aesthetically, as an older historic church, we're trying to just keep the aesthetic of the building as well. So this helps us maintain the symmetry of the design, and also we've also reduced the size of that addition. So as it transitions from the sacristy space, it's a reduced height, which kind of blends into the adjacent house. So again, the request is for the variance at the front to maintain the setback that currently exists now on that building.
Okay, thank you. You still have a few more minutes. If there's anything else you want to add?
If anybody, I've got some images. I think he presented a couple of images to kind of show you what's going on. I can also show you kind of an early rendering of what the addition looks like in 3D if you'd like to see that.
Sure, yeah, and if you want to submit those, you can hand them to the staff. They will keep them though, so
that's fine.
Keep that in mind. And they can project them up for us. You still have a few more minutes, and you know, all total support people get 7 minutes.
I don't know if
total,
there's anybody else here.
Okay, just want to make sure.
All right. So as you can see there, we're basically, this is an early rendering, but just keeping in line with the existing front of the building, and then just extending out to add the sacristy space that's behind the altar space. So you can see we've transitioned the height of the building as it comes down towards the adjacent house. And also know that the All Saints also acquired most of the property on that block. So even though we're only asking for variance on this particular block, they own most of the lots on this complete block in this neighborhood. And they've done, I think, a really good job of reaching out to the neighborhood. They did ask for and got support from some of the neighbors, which were included in the submission we made. And as a church, obviously, they've reached out to invite residents to participate as well. So I think they've made a great attempt to be good neighbors, and I think most of the neighbors are aware of what we're doing there as well.
Okay. Thank you. You still have a few more minutes if you're okay. And is there anybody else that wants to speak in support of this application? Okay. I will ask for anyone that wants to speak in opposition to this application. Please come forward. Okay. Having seen none, we are going to open this up to questions from the board. Yes, sir, Mr. Garza.
I have a question.
Sir, if you would, please come back up. Thank you.
There's two photographs. I'm looking at the one that you have here on of the church, the drawn up image.
Yes.
And there's a view from the sky, and it shows that the building itself has 4 inlets that stick out further. It's like where you can walk in, I guess, entrances. Was that right?
Which image are you looking at?
The building that is parallel to Locke.
Yes. So yes, there's 2 entrances. Well, actually, the ones on the front are not an entry. The 2 you see.
See, in that drawing, it doesn't show that.
Yeah. So let's go to the aerial. I think the next one, the overall aerial. Yes.
Yeah, from the zoom in on the
If
aerial.
you can kind of zoom in on the yellow box.
It looks to be like the building itself, where the windows are in the middle of the building, is more in accordance with the line of buildings further down the street. Am I off there?
No, well, that's just the sacristy as in a traditional church. That's the nave portion of the high part of the church, and then the lower part of the 2 side aisles. The front, the box you see up at the front, the taller portion on the left-hand side, that's part of just the entry part of the front, but you don't enter there. The entrance is in the center of that west facade, and then the 2 larger, the larger side rectangle you see on the back side, that is one of the rear entrances, and it's symmetrical on the back side as well.
The only reason I bring up that is, there's kind of 2 schools of thought to follow that the wider path where the doors, where the stairs are, and the other one would be to line up with the windows of the building, so it would still be aesthetically, you wouldn't ask for so much real estate in the back, and it would be a little not so deep, I guess.
So again, the center part, the nave, the way that it's now, that's where the altar is, and the way the worship happens with the Episcopal Church, they actually have access that go out on the sides of the altar and circle back behind to the sacristy, and the only way to get there physically is to go through that, back out to that aisle on those 2 larger side portions, and that's why we need the width to make this work. It wouldn't work to keep it all within the center portion of the nave, because that's where the altar is. Right now, we basically circulate around the altar on both sides, and that's why we've asked them to maintain the width of the.
So the interior keeps it from working, making it more narrow.
Correct.
We have nothing on the image of what it would be if you.
I don't have a plan. No, I didn't. That was not one of the things that we were required for the submission. But no, that's basically you have a circulation that comes out from the altar. They come to the side where the little green arrows are, get in the area where the main width of the building is, and then it circulates around the backside to both sides of the altar.
That answers my question.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay. Sir, thank you. If you would have a seat, I'm going to close this portion of the public hearing, and then we will open this up to board discussion and/or a motion. And I personally don't have a problem with this. I understand what they're asking for. And I think it's the side houses are what's causing the projected front yard. So, Mr. Witten.
I was a member of this church when it was Ridgely United Methodist. Changed affiliation in 1980, so I'm very familiar with the existing building. And actually, I'm just very glad that it's the Ridgely United Methodist Church kind of dissolved, and then the Episcopal Church bought this. So it's great that it's continuing being used as a church. But I'm familiar with what the applicant was saying. There's 2 aisles on either side, plus a center aisle, and the Methodist Church didn't use we just had the typical Methodist altar or Baptist altar that runs across the front of the church. We didn't have one that goes back into like what they're wanting to do. So I can understand why they need that.
I can approve this easily.
Sure, we're open to a motion.
Okay, I'll make a motion. Let me make sure I have the right one. Are we on Lock Street? Okay. BAR 25-130, I approve as written. Move to approve as written.
Thank you. Thank you. We got a motion. Need a second.
Second.
Mr. Witten, second. Could we please get a roll call vote?
We have a motion to approve case BAR-25-130 as requested by the applicant. The motion made by Board Member Jana Herrera and second by Board Member Jim Witten. Board Member Jim Witten.
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley.
Yes.
Board Member Eric Ortega.
Yes.
Board Member Logan Prim.
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woolman.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera.
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much for presenting to us today. Congratulations, you've been approved. Should you have any questions, please reach out to staff as early as tomorrow. Thank you. Okay, staff, can we move to the next case, BAR-25-125? Ready when you are, Ms. Reyes.
The next item on the agenda is BAR-25-125, located at 601 Parkdale Avenue. The property owners are Bertha and Roberto Niero, and the applicant is Roberto Niero. The property is zoned A-5, one family district. The applicant is requesting a variance to the accessory use regulations that limit the number of garages permitted on residential lots that are less than 1/2 acre in size. The subject property consists of 4 platted lots on a rectangular in shape with alley access. The lot is relatively flat with an approximate 4% slope, contains several mature trees, and it's not located within a floodplain, and there are no other known environmental constraints. The property previously received approval for a residential new building permit, which was finalized in July of 2003. The property owner is seeking a variance to build a second garage on a lot less than 1/2 acre. The applicant proposes to construct a second detached garage located on the rear of the property. A garage is defined in our city ordinance as a space of principal building or an accessory building on the same lot used for the shelter or storage of occupant-owned motor vehicles as an accessory use only. The current lot size is 18,900 square feet and does not meet the 1/2 acre minimum by approximately 2,880 square feet. The property currently contains a single-family residence with an attached 2-car garage. The proposed detached garage would measure 30 feet in width by 50 feet in length with a total area of 1,500 square feet and a height of 12 feet. The primary residence is approximately 3,190 square feet, including the attached garage, and has a height of approximately 35 feet. Under the zoning ordinance, a detached garage is permitted to be as tall as the primary structure by right, and the proposed height complies with that standard. The proposed garage would be accessed by a concrete driveway from Parkdale Avenue, approximately 132 feet long and 12 feet wide. The current lot coverage is 16.92%, and if the proposed detached garage is approved, lot coverage would increase to approximately 24.85%, which remains below the maximum allowable lot coverage of 50%. This is the regulations that pertain to this case. And this concludes staff presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions the board may have.
Any questions for staff? One quick question from me. You said the height is 12 feet.
Correct.
And have we seen elevations? Do we know what we think is going to be above? Is there going to be an attic space? There's no habitable space in the second floor?
We have not received elevations.
And do we know about anything about the current garage?
The applicant could speak on to that.
All right, any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. Is the applicant here? Yes, sir. If you could please step forward, state your name, address, and facts of the case, and you have 7 minutes.
My name is Max Stryker. I'm representing the homeowner, Roberto Nerio. He is asking to put a second garage on the property. The situation, I guess the hardship is, the current, just to put things in perspective, the current garage is on the back of the property. I think you've seen a photo of the front of the property. There's no garage in the front. It is absolutely opposite direction in the back, and it faces the back fence. To access that garage, he has to go to the right of the house and then make a U-turn in a very small space to get into that garage. And it's, I think it's 16-foot wide garage door. So it's a very tight space. It's very difficult to get in. It is almost impossible to park 2 cars in there. So instead of having to leave a car out all the time and only get 1 car in, it was his proposal to add another garage so that it would be a straight shot right back to the back of the premises with the required distancing from the opposing houses, lots, properties, and that's the basic hardship. It is almost impossible to get to that garage. Now, as far as the purpose of the variation of the actual ordinance, the purpose of the ordinance, I think, is that you don't want to see a whole bunch of garages on a very small space. You can't even see his garage because it's incorporated into the property. It's on the backside from the street. You can't see the property at all. I mean, you can't see the garage at all. So no one would even know from the street that there was a second garage there. It would simply look like a house with a garage, an attached garage in the back, like any other house. There's already a paved way towards that garage. It wouldn't be an issue. It wouldn't cause an issue with the properties. There are no trees to be torn down, and there would be no issue with the atmosphere or the appearance or the character of the neighborhood. It would just look like any other house with a garage in the back. And so, because of this, we're asking for that variance. And we have, I think you also have a support petition, and it's been signed by all the neighbors. There would be no burden on any of the neighbors. They all have no issue with putting this garage in the back. And we just ask you to approve the variation. We do have someone here to support it.
Okay, looks like you still got about a little over 4 minutes. Anybody else that'd like to speak in support? Please come up and state your name and address as well.
Good afternoon. My name is Anna Nerio. I live at 610 Parkdale. We do not have any problem with the garage being in their backyard. There's plenty of space, and it is all fenced in, so it wouldn't affect anybody else in the neighborhood. We have talked to the people who live on both sides, and they are okay with us Robert adding a second garage to the property.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else? Yes, sir. Are you here for support? Oh, sure, come on in.
Good afternoon, members of the board.
Good
My name
afternoon.
is Roberto Nerio. And the purpose of this garage that I'm trying to make, I own a couple of large vehicles, one a Chevy pickup and an SUV. Both of them, they won't fit on my property, on my garage that I've already got. And I have a boat that is, I'm trying to cover my boat, rebuild it again, and put it and cover it up. That boat is over 25 or 27-foot length, and it won't fit in my garage. If I restore it again and I try to cover from the elements, which is rain and mainly hail and all that stuff, if I restore it, it's not going to last a couple of years with Texas sun. So my petition is, because I need to put this boat. I also have a truck that I like to restore and pass it to my family for generations to come, so they can remember me when I'm not here. I'm 2 years away from retirement. So, my deal it will be just to fix this boat that has really good sentiment value to me. My mom used to drive, goes to go to the lake to work with me in the boat, and I want to keep it in there in good shape and then pass it to my family. So since this boat don't fit in my garage and only one car fits in a garage, I like to present to the board, a petition for get granted. Uh, I have petitions from all the neighbors, I hope, they all agree and they don't have any problems with it. So my main thing, is just trying to build this, and put it in a position that it's going to run good as well, that I can go to the lake or maybe out of state, Oklahoma with a boat, come back with it, and a week later and storage my boat in a well position, that it's going to run perfect. I put this boat in here and I left it outside for a while. Now, I had to completely restore my boat. And if I do it again, a boat is just something that I like to do. When I retirement, I hope anybody likes fishing. I do. I like to go and go and have fun with this boat. Like I say, 2 years from retirement, and I'm not trying to repeat myself. So this is the petition that I'm asking the board to consider it, and the garage that I have right now, we in winter we put those plants in it. We keep my lawnmower, my tractor, and and there's not enough space for me to protect my other car against mainly hail. We all live in Texas. We know we get hail every other year or sometimes every year. So one of my trucks already got beat up by hail. And every time we make an insurance claim, what happened is that your insurance goes up. And we try to make all those claims and put my cars in order, park. The garage, the parking, the driveway goes all the way to the garage with no problem, as long as we can just grant it to get this petition approved. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, appreciate it. You got a few more seconds if there's anybody else here in support. Okay. We are going to move to anyone here in opposition to this application. Please come forward. All right. Seeing no one, we are going to move to questions from the board on this application. Any questions? No questions. Okay. Having seen none, we are going to close the public hearing, and I will open it up to a discussion among the board and/or a motion on this application.
I don't have a problem with this application.
I've got a question.
Please.
The garage that you're going to build, what is the material it's going to be built out of, and is it going to match the?
It's a metal building.
Okay, it's a metal building, not
Yes, sir.
One that's going to match the architecture of the bill,
I got plans over here. Everything is being made by architect, well, safe and standards precision. So, yeah, it's a metal building, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? Or a motion?
Yeah, this is Johnson. I didn't catch where the entrance, the garage doors are. Are they directly behind, in back, or on the side?
Yes, sir. If y'all would come up and please answer those questions. Appreciate it.
Yes, so the current garage door is on the back of the house. So you have the front of the house facing the street.
Draw with your finger on the
Okay, so this is what I'm drawing here is how you would go in from the front, and then you'd have to make that complete U-turn to get into the back. This, what I'm drawing right here, that is the garage door. That's where it is. That's where we're talking about the hardship. You have to do a complete U.
He's going to come in and help you, I
There you
think.
go.
With that.
Does that make sense? So you have to make a complete U in this very small space to get into the back garage. That's why there's a problem with putting two cars in the garage. Is there another?
I have one other question while you're there. Was the house built by the current owner, or did he buy it in its current shape?
Go ahead. You want to answer?
Yes, sir. We buy the land and we build our houses ourselves. Of course, we hire people to get the things done, like the foundation and then everything else. Yes, we build it ourselves. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we still in discussion, or?
We are.
I won't be able to approve this. I don't find that there's a hardship, and it's short what needs to be allowed for to have a second garage.
Any other discussion or a motion?
I guess
Please.
my only comment is that it appears there are a bunch of additional garages in this neighborhood already. This driveway is existing, so we're not really changing the function of the lot at all. It's just allowing him to actually park those cars in a protected area. I think if we were ever going to approve a second garage, this one's easy to do. So that's my thought.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I just want to clarify what you were saying. Ms. Dunn, you said in this particular neighborhood, existing garages are compatible if this was approved? Did I hear her? That's why I was trying to make sure I heard her clearly, that she said.
It appears that a lot of the neighbors have garages similar to what he wants to build.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, please.
BAR 25-125 as written.
All right, we have a motion to approve. We have a second?
I'll second.
A second, Mr. Arteaga. Please, staff, if we could please perform a roll call vote.
Okay, we have a motion, excuse me, a motion to approve case BAR-25-125 as requested by the applicant. The motion was made by Board Member Sergio Garza and second by Board Member Eric Arteaga. Arteaga, how do you pronounce it? I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Board Member Jim Whitten,
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza,
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston,
No.
Board Member Bob Riley,
No.
Board Member Arteaga,
Yes. Yes. Oh, yes.
Board Member Logan Prim,
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woolman,
No.
Board Member Lucretia Powell,
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy,
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera,
No.
Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta.
Yes.
The motion to approve fails.
Okay, sir, your motion has failed, your application has failed. Should you have any questions regarding this application, please reach out to staff as early as tomorrow. Thank you. All right, staff, we are moving on to BAR 25 dash.
Excuse me, I have a,
I'm sorry, sir. We're moving on. That the motion carried.
yeah, I
The
was
motion.
just asking a petition for concern because to make it the reason of the denying, the garage. that
Sir,
I'm trying-
we have to move on. I can ask the board real fast if we're going to have a motion to reconsider. We can open that back up.
Oh, no, I was with it.
So it would only come from the prevailing party, the prevailing group that voted in the way that the motion failed. That makes sense. Anyone to motion to reconsider? Okay, sorry, sir. If you would, please reach out to staff as early as tomorrow. Thank you. Staff, if you would, please call,
Everybody.
excuse me, move on to the next case.
Thank you.
BAR, excuse me, I'm sorry. Okay. BAR-25-095.
Next case, BAR-25-095, located at 5112 Barnett Street. The property owners are Callie Tran and Corey Maggie, and the applicant is Callie Tran. The property is zoned A-10, one family district. The applicant is requesting 3 variances related to the construction of a detached non-habitable accessory structure, specifically a detached garage. The first is a variance to the accessory use regulations that limit the number of garages permitted on residential lots less than 1/2 acre in size to allow the construction of a second detached garage. The second is a variance to the A-10 district side yard setback requirement, which requires a 5-foot side yard setback to allow the proposed detached garage to be located 3 feet from the eastern property line, resulting in a 2-foot encroachment into the required setback. The third variance is to the A-10 district rear yard setback requirement, which requires a minimum of a 10-foot rear yard setback to allow the proposed detached garage to be located 8 feet from the rear property line, resulting in a 2-foot encroachment. The subject property is located on an interior lot within an established residential neighborhood. The property consists of 2 platted lots in a rectangular in shape and was platted without alley access. The site contains several mature trees, is not located within a floodplain, and has no other known environmental constraints. The main house is on Lot 3 and is approximately 2,371 square feet in size, and it contains an attached garage that provides parking for 2 vehicles and was constructed in 2020. In April of 2018, there was a residential raising permit that was finalized on a residential new building permit for the primary residence, and it was finalized in June of 2020. There is currently a pending residential accessory permit for the detached garage. The first variance is to build a second garage on a lot less than 1/2 acre. The proposed secondary garage will be located at the rear of the property. A garage is in our city ordinance as a space in a principal building or an accessory building on the same lot used for shelter or storage of occupant-owned motor vehicles as an accessory use only. The current lot size for Lot 3 is 14,723 square feet and does not meet the 1/2 acre minimum by approximately 7,057 square feet. The proposed structure would measure approximately 23 feet and 3 inches in width by 22 feet in length, which is a total area of approximately 512 square feet, and a height of approximately 13 feet. The proposed garage would be accessed via a driveway from Barnett Street as shown on the submitted site plan. As a proposed, the detached garage would be located 3 feet from the eastern property line and 8 feet from the rear property line, which represents 2-foot encroachments into both the required side and rear yard setbacks. The addition of the proposed garage would increase lot coverage from approximately 17.7% to 21.3%. The maximum allowable lot coverage in the A-10 district is 40%, and the proposal remains below the threshold, and if the variances are approved, the applicant would be required to comply with all other applicable development standards and regulations, including building code requirements. This is the regulations that pertain to this case, and this concludes staff's presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? I have one real quick. If you'll go back to the site plan, are they proposing that there's going to be a driveway along one side? Did you say that?
Correct. The driveway will be going down this way. Oh.
And so is there existing concrete or pavement from the current concrete drive where it's hatched?
No, the concrete's proposed pending this application.
Okay, but on the site plan, it looks like there's two sections that are hatched, and there's one that's just kind of blank. One looks like it's existing concrete, then there's kind of a white spot, and then there's more drive. Will it connect there? Does that make sense?
Like going this over here?
Correct, yeah. I'm
Yes.
just questioning. Okay, so the drive will go all along the property line next to
Correct.
the house.
And the applicant could speak more on that as well.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions for staff? Okay, thank you very much. Is the applicant here? Yes, sir. Please come forward, state your name, address, and the facts about your case, and you have 7 minutes.
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you can pull it close too.
I'm Kelly Tran. I live at 5112 Barnett Street. I just like to thank Emily and Stacy for going back and forth with me on this for a while. To answer your question real quick, there is concrete there where that blank space is. So I'd be simply just extending it to that back detached garage.
Thanks.
So I prepared a quick PowerPoint for you guys. So existing shed that was there, it was probably there, the original house was built in the 1940s, I believe, and this is the original shed from my understanding. The doors have broken on it. I tried to replace the wood on it, but with the elements, it keeps rotting and the hinges don't stick onto it. The floors have gotten rotten a few times. I replaced those twice. I had my lawnmower fall through it. That was a big hassle. It also is not rodent proof. Squirrels are abundant in the area. They've been in there. They chewed up wires, even chewed up the valve stem to my tires on my lawnmower, and I had to replace all that. And do that in such a tight space was very cumbersome. It's also empty underneath, so we get a lot of stray cats. There have been 2 instances where me and my wife are out there at 2 a.m. kind of collecting stray cats and bottle feeding them through the night. So I discussed options with Emily and Stacy. We sat down, we had meetings. This is the first option, and what I was going for in the beginning was just to apply for a shed, because that's really all I really wanted. Biggest thing was that it's 4 variances, so it'd be the height variance, the size variance, rear yard, and side yard setback. So they advised me to try to reduce the variances. And with the shed, there are limitations as far as security, durability, and kind of curb appeal. I feel like sheds don't really age over time too well, especially if we're constructed with wood. The second option was built on lot 4. So I also owned both lots when I purchased the home. Lot 4, there's currently nothing on it. They proposed building the detached garage on lot 4. My biggest takeaway with that is I'd have to apply for a variance to fence that in. And also in the neighborhood, just having a lot with a detached garage on it doesn't really serve like a great purpose. It doesn't really flow with the neighborhood there. Also, there are a ton of established trees, so that would require me to kind of take down some trees in order to make that happen. Third option would be to replat. So I'm over that half-acre mark, replatting lot 3 and 4. Me and my wife, we kind of met here in Fort Worth, went to Health Science Center. We both work in kind of the medical field here and love kind of contributing to the community, especially in the hospital settings. So our future plans are here in Fort Worth. My wife is expecting. That's kind of why I'm trying to get this all done and clean up the house before all that happens. I am the primary caregiver of my parents, and she's the primary caregiver of her parents. With this last year, it kind of made it apparent that my parents are needing me more than I expected and earlier. So I kind of commute 30 minutes back and forth to kind of take care of them. They don't speak English very well, so I'm taking them to like appointments. And there's that commute, and I'm hoping to give them that land and have them build a home next to me so I could take care of them and be better suited to be there when they need me. And also the high cost of replatting. Emily kind of put a packet together for me to kind of go over how much it would cost. So kind of that price along with building the shed or the detached garage would kind of add to the cost of things. And also I think just replatting and just having a big empty lot just to have a detached garage might not be the best appeal for the neighborhood, especially with the growth of Fort Worth. I mean, I'd rather not just have a lot that could be a single family home, and better yet for my parents and my wife's parents, than to just have a shop or have the detached garage. So I kind of provided an aerial view. My house is there. I think this is before. I definitely do not have a boat. But in yellow, I marked kind of my neighbors' houses, and they do have detached garage. That's why when I first started this, I thought it was going to be appropriate, just because everyone in the neighborhood does have one. In lot 4, you can see all the tree coverage. That's kind of why me and my wife fell in love with the area when we looked at it. Just all the trees and all the people in the community are just great. So this second picture, that red dot is where I'm proposing my second detached garage to be. As you can see, there'll be a driveway running along that property line. It'll be the furthest point away from my neighbor's property, so I'm not impeding any views. Any noise that I might have in there, I don't expect any noise at all besides lawnmowers running. They want to be able to hear it since it's the furthest point from their properties. So we landed on option 4, which is an additional garage. That would make me have to pave a way out there. And right now it's just like a fire pit area. It had bad drainage before, but I kind of brought in some material to kind of elevate that just with the rains. It fits the aesthetic of the neighborhood, and it's 3 variances: side yard, rear yard, and then the additional garage, of course. And it'll be on a concrete base enclosed, so no kitten litters being born there. So the purpose is mainly lawn equipment. I do have bigger lots. I help my neighbors maintain their yards since they got some notices from the city. Especially with the Meadowbrook Golf Course being there, we're trying to make the area a little bit nicer and more appealing. Keep rodents and animals out, as well as maintain and keep equipment clean and well maintained. So that location is elevated, like I said. It's clear away from any trees, so I won't be taking away any space or uprooting any trees that are pre-existing. And the lot coverage is only 22.5%, which is below that 40% that my area requires. So I have all support from my neighbors. I believe 8 signatures. People in front of me, behind me, within 300 feet, they're all in support of it. And here's just some pictures of around the neighborhood with some detached garages. So this is my proposed detached garage. It is a metal shop or metal garage. It's kind of more cost effective for me right now, especially with the baby on the way. 2 roll-up doors, a man door, 4-inch concrete pad. Internal size is 462. And we kind of been back and forth on this. I was notified in November by Emily that they plan on passing new ordinances to 3 feet for a side yard and 8 feet for a rear. Hence why I kind of revised my plans to meet those new ordinances. And I followed up in December, and they said that their legal has been backed up a little bit, so they weren't able to pass the new ordinances just yet. And they mentioned it wouldn't be till July to be the earliest. And with my wife expecting, I'm hoping to get all this done before the baby comes, because I'm not trying to focus on shed and lawn equipment while I'm raising a baby. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. I would say if there's any more support, but we got about 5 seconds left. Thank you for your time. Is there anybody that would like to speak in opposition? Yes, sir. Please come forward, state your name, street address.
Sure.
You have 7 minutes.
Okay. My name is Dan Hayes, and I live at 1670 Watson Road West, which is about a block north and a block west of this property. I've lived there for 34 years. I would have to say that a lot of this is all in the presentation. I do not agree that most of the neighbors have detached 2-car garages. There are a few, and they're much older homes. But anything built in the last 50 years does not have a detached 2-car garage unless it was approved through this process. This is a 6-year-old house with an enclosed 2-car garage. I see this property nearly every day in my travels about. It sits within sight of Meadowbrook Golf Course, which just reopened after a $15 million course renovation. I think there's 4 reasons why I'm opposed to this, and you should also have a letter from our neighborhood association. This structure will be plainly visible from the street, not tucked away as the application says. The east half of the property is vacant, so the structure will be very obvious from the street. As shown on the application, it will make no effort to be architecturally compatible with the house or the neighborhood and will look like the metal commercial structure that it is. The structure is almost 13 feet tall. It's an additional two-car garage the applicant is wanting to euphemistically call a storage building for lawn equipment. There are 5 properties which border this property, and those owners will clearly see a structure that tall from their properties. It'll be 7 feet above any backyard fence that they have. The by right allowance for an accessory building is a really generous amount of space for lawn equipment storage, which is the stated purpose of the variance. Perhaps most significantly, granting a variance for the reasons given sets a bad precedent. I could easily envision a future case where this structure would be used as an example of what was allowed previously. In fact, there's a very large example just 600 feet away. That one is actually larger than the house it's associated with. I want to point out also that one of the signatures on the petition is not a property owner. That property is next door to this property and is currently for sale. A new owner will live with the decision that's made today. Variances need approval by the board because they should be rare and present some unique circumstances. This is just a typical, relatively flat rectangular lot with nothing special about it. Please deny this variance in the best interests of our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. We still have about 4.5 minutes left if there's anybody else that would like to speak in opposition. Okay. Having seen none, I am going to open it back up to the applicant for a 3-minute rebuttal. Sir, if you have a response or want to.
Main thing I would say is, yes, I think I've seen the building that you're talking about, and it is bigger. It is bigger than the home. I looked into that. That's hence why I kind of went with this. I thought I could build that in the property. My bordering neighbors have the detached garage, so that's where I came about this. And most homes in the neighborhood, I didn't look up the year of them. I didn't build this house, so if I did, I kind of make better space of it. I purchased it just within the area, so that's about it. I hope you guys reconsider it, and that's it. I appreciate it.
Thanks. You still have a few more minutes if you have anything else to add. Okay, thank you. I'll now open it up to questions from the board to the applicant.
I have one question to the applicant.
Yes, sir.
If this was approved, is the old metal building being removed?
Yes, sir. The old shed you said?
Yes.
Yes, that will be removed. Yes, sir. That area has really bad drainage, so I don't really plan on putting it there, and I want to remove that old shed. I think with the new site plans, there's an X through the old one.
Thank you.
More questions for the applicant? Sir, go ahead and say it. I have one for you. It looks like we're approving a garage. That's what the variance. Is there a reason why, and it sounds like you worked with staff on different options, is there a reason why garage versus non-habitable accessory structure, shed? Is it because it's a kind of a prefab like the metal? Is that why you chose the garage?
Well, so with the, if it was considered a accessible non-habitable, would be it's over 400 feet or 400 square feet, and that would be an additional variance as well as the height. So with the detached garage variance, it takes away the height because it doesn't exceed the primary property.
Okay.
And square footage wise, there's no limit on a detached garage square.
Right. Well, it sounds like you had a lot of conversation with staff on different options. So I was curious how you came to that. So that's helpful.
And I know it's 3 variances, but I was informed that in July they plan on updating the ordinances. So.
Sir. Oh, Chair.
Please, yeah.
Excuse me. I wanted to make sure I heard you clearly.
Yes, ma'am.
Your neighbors that are most effective of your project.
Yes, ma'am.
Left, right, behind, and across the street are in support of what you're trying to accomplish. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
correct?
3 of the houses in front of me, the side, 3 neighbors on the side, the people behind. So all the backyards that touch my property, they're all in support. The neighbor that he mentioned there.
Sir, I'm I don't mean to cut you off.
Okay.
My point is those who are most effective with your project. Because anything outside of that, I'm really not interested.
Yes, ma'am.
Because it doesn't affect them in regard to my question.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's my point. Just stay right there. All the extra, you don't have to address because that's not part of the question or the answer that I'm looking for.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
Ms. Duffy or Ms. Herrera, did you have a question? No? Any other questions for the applicant? Okay. Thank you, sir. I'm going to close the public hearing and open it up to a discussion among the board or a motion.
I have a issue with this one because of deficiency. It's over right about 7,000 feet that it's short of being what would allow a garage to be placed on a secondary garage. So I can't support that. I was going to ask the questions of the applicant, why 3 feet and 8 feet, but he answered that with proposed changes coming down the road. But this is very, very short of meeting what the requirements would be for a secondary garage.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Or a motion?
A question for the for the applicant. Would you consider a
Yes, sir. Please come back up. Thanks. Go ahead. Yeah.
would you consider us giving you like a continuance to see if you can work? It's not looking good.
Sure. I'm willing to work with whatever and go back to the drawing board. Whatever I really need to do, really.
60 days enough?
Sure.
Anybody else?
I would recommend that as well.
I'd like to make a motion for a continuance in BAR 25-095 for 60 days.
All right. We have a motion by Mr. Garza. We need a second.
Second.
Mr. Acosta, second. Staff, could we please perform a roll call vote?
Board Member Jim Whitten,
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza,
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston,
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley,
Yes.
Board Member Eric Artiaga,
Yes.
Board Member Logan Prim,
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woolman,
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell,
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy,
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera,
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta.
Yes.
The motion to continue passes.
Okay, sir. So you do have a continuance, and if you would, please reach out to city staff, come up with different options, have a conversation with them as early as tomorrow. Thank you. All right, staff, let's move on to the next case. We are going to BAR-25-127. Ms. Reyes, we're ready when you are.
The next case is BAR 25-127, located at 12645 Chittenwood Trail. The property owners are Colin and Adriana Peltier, and the applicants are Peter Donegan and Danielle Moore. The property is zoned AR, one family restricted district. The applicant is requesting a variance to the AR district parking location requirement. Specifically, the zoning ordinance requires that 2 parking spaces per dwelling unit be located behind the established front building line, which in this case is 25 feet 6 inches. The applicant is requesting approval to locate the 2 required parking spaces in front of the front building line. The subject property is rectangular interior lot containing approximately 5,663 square feet, located within an established residential neighborhood. The property was platted without alley access and contains no significant slope and is not located within a floodplain. There are no other known environmental constraints. The site contains several mature trees. The property has a pending residential remodel construction permit, which was submitted in August of 2025, and it's currently awaiting client response. The property currently contains a single-family residence with an attached garage. The applicant has submitted a residential remodel permit proposing to convert the existing attached garage into a living space while retaining a 6-foot garage door to use as a storage room. As a result of the garage conversion, the applicant is requesting a variance to allow the 2 required off-street parking spaces to be provided in the driveway in front of the front building line. According to the submitted site plan, the front building line is 25 feet, and the proposed driveway would measure approximately 20 feet 4 inches in width by 21 feet 7 inches in length, which complies with the minimum dimensional requirements for parking spaces. This is the regulations that pertain to this case, and this concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you.
I have one question to staff. Is there a lot coverage for AR?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. No other questions for staff. Thank you, Ms. Reyes. Is the applicant here? Yes, sir. Yes, please come forward. Please state your name, address, and facts about the case, and you have 7 minutes.
Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, keep a little closer. There you go.
That a little better?
Thank you.
My name is Colin Pelletier. I live at 12645 Chittamwood Trail, so I live at the house in question. We've been in the house a little over 8 years. In that time, I've gone up to 3 boys. We're looking to expand, have a little bit more space for everyone to have their own room, and a little bit more space to spread the boys out so they fight less. We've never, even before this house, I've never had the capability to park a vehicle in the garage, just because between woodworking as a hobby and all of the stuff that has come with my children, I just haven't had the space or ability to. I have talked with neighbors on both sides as well as the 3 across. They all signed a letter of intent, I guess, of support for the project. And for the most part, yeah, that's all I have for it. Thank you, sir.
Okay. We still have some time. If there's anybody here who'd like to speak in support. Yes, sir. Please come up. State your name, address.
My name is Zach Poteen. I reside in 8959 Hilltop Road in Argyle, Texas. I just wanted to speak on behalf. I mean, they're trying to create, more space, as they mentioned, to get their growing family, some more living space, more bedrooms. The request is to just move that parking line up so that they've, got the, they can meet the requirements. They got the support of both neighbors on either side and the 3 neighbors across the street that have been spoken to and signed off on it. Just looking to get it pushed through.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else would like to speak in support? Yes, sir. Please come up, state your name, address.
Hi there. My name is Victor Perez. My address is 1347 Mimosa Lane, Louisville, Texas. I want to speak on behalf of our client really quickly. Also, I am a representative of Greenworks Inspections and Engineering. I'm an architectural designer for the firm. In response to the city requirements, the applicants and myself have evaluated alternative compliance options and have intentionally avoided architectural solutions that would be visually incompatible with the surrounding neighborhood. Additionally, we have obtained written support, as Colin and Zach stated, from adjacent property owners, which have been also submitted to the city for communication and consideration. These proposed improvements are consistent with the existing character of the area and are designed to minimize visual impact. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Still have 4 minutes. Anybody would like to speak in support of this application? Okay. Having seen none, is there anyone here who'd like to speak in opposition to this application? Okay. Thank you very much. We are going to close the public portion of this hearing, and we'll go to questions of the applicant from the board. Ms. Duffy?
It appears to me from looking at your site plan that you don't have a whole 10-foot necessarily on either side of your house here to run a driveway to the backyard. Is that true?
Correct. So based on the existing conditions of the home that exists as it is today, I'm looking at a 6'5" foot side back or side setback, excuse me, and a 4' on the other side.
So there's no way you could park a car in the backyard.
Not very easily.
We're not requesting a rear access garage. It's the remodeling of the current two-car garage into a living room, and then leaving 6 foot of that space for storage.
Apologies, I
member, it'd
misunderstood your question.
Duffy, the standards for the driveway, we look for 10 feet.
Right. But the variance is to be able to park the cars in the front yard.
Yes. I was just answering the question about the driveway.
Because in order to remodel that garage, you have to have a spot for your cars. So the variance is for the cars.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other
And
questions?
I'm seeing that you don't have an option to put them in the backyard.
No, ma'am. No, there'd be no option to park the vehicles in the back.
Correct.
Any other questions for the applicant?
I do. Is there any other properties in the neighborhood with a compatible, like they converted the garage into a living area?
I mean, there are at least 2 other ones that I've seen. I did not do the due diligence of getting the addresses for those for reference. But there are some in the neighborhood.
Thank you.
The obvious question, I guess, would be, if you increase the bedrooms, is that going to increase the car count necessary? We're going to be here again?
It would be going from currently we're a 3-bedroom house to a 4-bedroom house. To the prior question, the 2 garage conversions that I'm aware of.
Can you speak into the microphone, please?
Am I not close enough? Okay. To your direct question, we would be going from a 3-bedroom house to a 4-bedroom house. It would be adding, closing off one of the formal dining room to let that be a 4th bedroom. To the prior question, I am aware of 2 garage conversions where they have completely eliminated the garage door like we're proposing. Unfortunately, those are on the Euless side of the dividing line, just because we're 1 street parallel from the cutoff between Euless and Fort Worth.
I'm sure our staff understands my question. I'm bringing.
Commissioner, this is Maribel. If they convert to a 4th bedroom, they would be required to have 3 parking spaces.
That was my question.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. We're going to open it up to board discussion regarding the case or a motion.
I will not be able to support this variance. It's self-imposed. There's not any hardship that hadn't already been regarding the site or the location. So I think there's a dangerous precedence in this neighborhood.
If it was just 2 cars, everyone seems to be parking in front of the house anyway, from the aerial pictures I'm looking at. But if he's going to add another bedroom, and very dangerous what you're doing, we're going to require a 3rd car, a 3rd parking space for your car. So let's say today the resolution passes that, you find out you have a 4th bedroom, you need another car to park. So we're back to square one.
I'm unable to approve this one as well.
Can I ask a legal question?
Please.
Are we able to In effect, we're denying the gentleman the ability to remodel his house. Are we able to do that?
No, what we're denying is the ability to park the cars in front of the build line, so, or the structure. So, yes, to answer your question, legally, we can deny him this variance.
Permission to speak, please.
1 second, sir. Right now, it's a closed public hearing. We'll call you up if we have any questions.
I have, go ahead.
My question is, I'd like to hear the gentleman's input.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. To the point about the plausibility or need for the third spot, is it plausible that we could extend out the driveway to the west to essentially bring the walkway down and potentially widen the driveway, even if it results in an ongoing or like a tabled discussion where we have to resubmit? Is that something that could be plausible to help us satisfy that third space requirement?
So possibly you could, and I'm over here, I'm sorry.
Oh, excuse me. Okay, thank you.
So you possibly could, but you have to keep in mind that front yard coverage cannot exceed 50%. So you cannot have more than 50% of that front yard covered in concrete.
Yes, ma'am. So the impervious
Unless,
coverage.
hopefully you can do that by right, and otherwise you would have to come back and ask for another variance for that yard coverage in the front.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for making us aware of that stipulation.
You're welcome.
Staff, if they kept the bedrooms down to 3, how many cars would they need?
2.
This is Johnston. I'm having a hard time reading these numbers on the side of the house. Between the side of the house and the property line, is there 10 feet on either of the sides?
No, there's not.
Okay.
I have a question for staff.
Please.
If they remodeled their home to have 3 bedrooms and a study, would they be requiring an extra car?
They would not.
As well as having a study, it's their home. If they choose to sleep in their study or not.
I slept on the couch last night.
Push the button.
Okay, if
One,
you
two.
turn the green light on and don't touch it again, we'll
They put it right on top, and I got a big thumb. So. We want to support what you're trying to do, but we also want to make sure that we don't get you in a position where you're going to come again here and be shut down. Well, your family's growing, congratulations. And your house, it has its limitations, the driveway, the houses are right next to you, there's no room for anything. So it's a conundrum. We want to do right by you, but we also want to do right by the rest of the residents of the city, so.
What I worry about too is just setting the precedent. So it runs with the property. You set the precedent in the neighborhood. So that's something I'm concerned with is this one. Please.
I think you had a question. I want to hear what you had to say, sir.
The only thing I wanted to point out is that they have before going the remodel route, they were looking to see if they could find another living situation, another home. I mean, as we're all aware, the market is insane, and so it's just not an option right now. And so that's where we're at.
Yes, sir.
Kind of, can you hear me?
Yep.
So kind of going back to the whole study situation, if they were to convert it into a study, the problem would still be that the 2 parking spaces are in front of the build line, correct? Is that?
Do any of your children currently drive?
But they will.
Okay. Still open for discussion or a motion?
I think the requirement that we have for a variance is that there is a hardship created by the shape of the property, not created by the homeowner or the property owner to be eligible for a variance. I'm not seeing it.
I feel like from a macro perspective, we need to put pressure on the developers. If we want people to be having parking spaces in their backyard, we need to make sure there's space between houses when they develop the neighborhoods.
Commissioners, this is Maribel again. Stand corrected. I went back and looked at AR zoning district. This zoning district only requires 2 spaces per dwelling unit. It is not based on bedroom count.
Yay.
Too.
And then also, I think we have to also keep in mind that this board, one of the reasons it was,
Ms. Powell, can you speak closer into the microphone? If you need to raise it up.
as board members, we also have to keep in mind, not everything is going to be a hardship, but we do have the authority to make special exceptions. And what I've been hearing lately on several of our meetings, that is a part that is being overlooked. He has a growing family. There's a need to remodel. So there are some things that need to be taken in consideration with the leadway that's been given to us to make special exceptions.
Well, and I would say, let's be clear too, there are 2 separate things here, right? There are variances and special exceptions. For this particular case, it's a variance. We also can look at special exceptions. I just want to make sure we're focused on the variance for this particular one.
So I think what it comes down to is, I'm saying there's a hardship because he doesn't have space on either side, and Mr. Riley's saying it's a self-imposed hardship because he's developing his garage. So that seems like it's a decision point right there.
But I think Miss Staff, Elabelle, I'm sorry, I butchered your name.
Maribel.
Maribel clarified that with the correction for us the parking. So it's not a self-imposed hardship.
I think she was clarifying.
You're right.
For the 3rd spot, if it becomes a bedroom. Is that right, Ms. Pena?
That's correct. They wouldn't be required to have a third.
Because of the way that he said we would turn into a bedroom when he was speaking. So you still have to have 2.
Correct. But it wouldn't be required to have 3.
Self-imposed because
Correct.
he's giving away his garage parking and developing it. So that's why Mr. Riley's calling it self-imposed.
There's a lot of variables in this decision. Growing family, the lack of options when you have a growing family. Public transportation is not, I mean, I love my city, but it's not Chicago, you know? So you got to have a car to go buy a gallon of milk.
And then also, they probably can't afford a $250,000 home.
Or
They can
$400,000.
have 5, 4 bedrooms. So again, we looking back at being considerate, special exception.
Okay. Is there any more discussion, or do we have a motion?
To advance this, I'll go ahead and make a motion, though I will not be able to support it, to approve BAR 25 127.
Okay, as written.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion by Mr. Riley. We need a second.
Second.
Mr. Garza, thank you.
I'd like to make a substitute motion.
Okay.
To make a motion to approve as written BAR 25127.
I think that's the same motion that Mr. Riley made.
Excuse me, I stand correct.
Does that mean you're in support of his motion?
I'm in support of his motion, but I don't think his motion is going to pass, be honest.
Okay. Do you want to rescind your motion to move forward with his motion, which I believe are the same motion?
Rescind it and then make the substitute afterward.
All right,
So
just to make sure.
there wasn't a second, so
I think we did have a second
Mr.
from
Garza
Mr.
seconded.
Garza, yes.
Yep.
on Board Member Powell's?
No.
No,
on Mr.
okay.
Riley's.
We have the original motion. Okay.
So we just have one motion to approve and a second.
Correct. Could we please perform a roll call vote?
Yes, we have a motion to approve case BAR-25-127 as requested by the applicant. The motion was made by Board Member Riley and second by Board Member Garza. Board Member Jim Whitten,
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza,
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston,
No.
Board Member Bob Riley,
No.
Board Member James Hook, Board Member Eric Ortega,
Yes.
Board Member Logan Prim,
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woolman,
No.
Board Member Lucretia Powell,
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy,
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera,
No.
Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta.
Yes.
The motion to approve fails.
Okay, sir, your application has failed. Should you have any questions regarding this, please contact staff as early as tomorrow. Thank you. All right, staff, moving on to BAR 25-129. We are ready when you are.
The next item is BAR-25-129, located at 6524 Spyglass Hill Court. The property owners are Garfield Allen and Deborah Jean Roger, and the applicant is David Reeves on behalf of Grant Engineering. The property is zoned A-5, one-family residential district. The applicant is requesting two variances related to the construction of a non-habitable accessory structure, specifically a pool cabana. For the first variance is to the requirement that non-habitable accessory structures shall not exceed 400 square feet to allow construction of a pool cabana totaling approximately 552 square feet. The second is a variance to the requirement that non-habitable accessory structures be limited to a maximum height of 12 feet to allow construction of a pool cabana with a total height of approximately 26 feet 2 inches. The subject property is located on a cul-de-sac with an established residential. The property contains a single-family residence that was constructed in 1999. That's approximately 6,445 square feet in size with a detached two-car garage. The site also includes a swimming pool, which received a permit in October of 2025, and the lot is irregular in shape, was platted without alley access, and slopes approximately 11%, descending from east to west. The property contains several mature trees, is approximately 36,154 square feet in area, and is not located within a floodplain. The property has a permit history of a residential accessory permit for a swimming pool that was issued in October 2025, and a pending residential accessory permit for a pool house currently awaiting client response. The applicant proposes to construct a pool cabana with an outdoor kitchen measuring approximately 24 feet wide by 23 feet long, with a total area of approximately 552 square feet. The structure is proposed to be located toward the northwest portion of the lot, and based on the lot size, the zoning ordinance allows a maximum of 400 square feet of non-habitable accessory structures, and the proposed pool cabana would exceed this maximum by approximately 152 square feet. The applicant is requesting an additional variance to the requirement that non-habitable accessory structures shall be limited to 10 feet in height to allow construction of a 26-foot, 2-inch tall non-habitable accessory structure, which is the pool cabana. The zoning ordinance limits non-habitable accessory structures to 10 feet in height with the ability to increase to 12 feet if additional setbacks are provided. While the structure qualifies for the maximum 12-foot height allowance due to the setbacks, the proposed height exceeds the allowance by approximately 14 feet 2 inches. The proposed pool cabana includes a basement level housing pool equipment and is supported by retaining walls. According to the elevation drawings, the total vertical height of the structure at the downhill or western side is approximately 26 feet 2 inches, measured from the finished floor of the lowest level to the top of the chimney. The current lot coverage is approximately 19.07%, and if the proposed pool cabana is approved, lot coverage would increase to approximately 20.57%, which remains below the maximum allowable lot coverage of 50%. If the variances are approved, the applicant would be required to comply with all other applicable development standards and regulations, including building code requirements. This is the elevations of the proposed pool cabana. This is the floor plan of the pool cabana. This is the regulations for this case. And this concludes staff presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Reyes. Does anybody have any questions for staff? I do have one. If you'd go back to the elevation, the 26.2 or 26 feet 2 inches that they're asking for, it looks like that is the very bottom to the top of the chimney.
Correct.
The full amount is 26.2.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you very much. Sir, is the applicant here? You, sir? Yes, sir. Please come forward. State your name, address, and you have 7 minutes to talk about the facts of your case.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Good afternoon. I'm David Reeves, Grant Engineering. Our office is at 2751 Park Hill Drive in Fort Worth. We appreciate your consideration of this case. As may or may not have been noted, this structure is actually already built. Our client wishes to make something that was compatible with the neighborhood and with his home. He sought out his contractor to build both the pool and the pool house. They went through a third-party group. They understood it was okay to begin. The pool is built, and as you'll see from this photograph right here, the cabana is built as well. From this particular view, the height is 10 feet from the finished floor to the plinth or the beam that is supporting the roof. It also doesn't even reach the lowest floor of the existing house. So we know that the owner sought the architect's advice, and they worked together to build something that was compatible with the house, both in style. Stucco is the same, color's the same. I believe they even went back trying to find 25-year-old roof tiles to make sure it blended in with the house. They weren't successful in that, but they found as close a roof tile as they could. If we'll, let me go to the next one. There's the interior. You see the finish out. They, of course, stopped once they found out that there was a problem. They've not installed these appliances. This was taken approximately 1 week ago. This view, this gives you a better indication of why that, what seems to be an enormous height, why that is, because the lot falls off at such a severe rate that to get up to the pool level, you've got this basically basement level. They have put the pool equipment inside, so that'll help with the noise for the neighbors. Also, visually it helps. So that's why this thing seems so much higher than the allowable amount. This one is just another view showing the pool. And again, you see that it's nowhere near the height of the house. And then this last one, I think, is a really good indication of what it looks like from the street. The new addition blends in very well with the home. We don't seem to have any issues with the neighbors. I don't think anyone's commented. They did seek the approval of the Architectural Committee of the Mira Vista Homeowners Association. I think the letter is in your packet. Again, we just respectfully ask that you consider that no ill intention was part of this. They did what they thought was correct, and I believe the reason it was caught, he had his electrician come in and do some work, and somehow that keyed the city that there's a problem. So I'm here for any questions you may have.
Thank you, sir. I think you still have a few minutes. Ms. Moreno, how much time do we have? 3. If there's anything else you want to add?
Don't think so.
Okay.
I think we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here who wants to speak in support of this application? Seeing none, is there anyone that would like to speak in opposition? Okay, also seeing none. I'm going to close this part of the hearing and open it up to questions from the board to the applicant.
I have a question to the applicant.
Please.
I see the house that's closest to us in the foreground. Is their yard sloping down as well?
It flattens out as it gets towards them. I'm approximately alongside that lower house, so
I was just curious if there's a swell or something that's kind of dividing that and carrying it on.
I don't know the answer to that, Mr. Riley. It appears to continue sloping and probably continue sloping to the street that's in front of this house in the foreground.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Other questions? Yeah, Mr. Johnson, please.
Okay, if you could bring back up the drawings, because I think the 26 feet is measured from the back where it's the lowest in the.
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, do you
Oops.
have the dimension,
went
do
too
you have the
far.
height where you would take it at the front? Property is,
We do have one, if I'm hearing your question correctly. Over to the right of the lower drawing, there's a dimension from finished floor. We have, in this case, a relative elevation of 100. And to the plinth, we have 110.08, so 10 feet 1 inch.
okay, the plim is the
Kind of the beam.
it's not the ridge, it's the.
Right, it's just the plinth, right where the roof starts to slope up.
You know what, you happen to know how high that would be if you got to the ridge?
15.8.
I believe we have another dimension. I have to take my glasses off, excuse me. Another 5'7" from that plinth level to the ridge line of the roof.
Looks like there's 15.8 maybe
Okay,
in total.
okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I have another question. And this whole structure's below, it's not higher than the residence.
Correct. If I may go back to another photograph. Oops. We can show that. Am I driving or are you?
I'll switch documents for you.
Okay, thank you. That one shows that even the top of the ridge of the new structure, we'll call it, is even lower than the first floor ridge of the existing house.
And this does not include, they stopped before they put the chimney in, correct?
Correct.
Any other questions for the applicant?
Yes, I have. Now,
Please.
was this being permitted all along, or did you get to this point and realize, oh my gosh?
As I understand it, we're new to the project. We were brought in to help out with this case. But Westside Pools tells me that through their third party, they believe they were given the green light.
Commissioners, this is Maribel. There is a building permit, but it is on hold.
the cabana or the pool?
What was the building permit for?
For the
this?
cabana.
Okay.
Was it ever issued?
It has not been.
Any more questions?
Could you guys explain what that means, being on hold?
It means
You waiting for more information? I'm sorry.
it could be they have corrections required for any department that reviews the permit, whether it's water, zoning, building, or any of the MEPs. So any of those sections or departments have a hold on the permit. And until we receive corrections required and those plans meet all of the holds, then we will release and issue the permit.
Thank you for that.
So it was what they were supposed to get the building permit approved before they started construction, I take?
That is correct.
And it was the pool company that did the construction?
Yes.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question?
Please.
Not knowing how this may go, may we request that this, in case it goes against us, may we request that it be done without prejudice?
We can take that under consideration,
Okay.
but really it's the board's decision based on
Okay.
our discussion. But thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sure, appreciate that. Let me close the public portion of this hearing, and we will go to a discussion among the board of this case and any motions. In my opinion, it's obviously already built. Yeah, I've got less concern about the height. I've got more concern about the square footage. I've got even more concern about how it got built without the permit. So it's hard. It's a hard one for me.
Well, you know, this is definitely a situation caused by the slope of the property. So but I have anyway, that's it. I mean, I'm observing that there's a hardship because of the slope of the property.
Yeah. Were you done?
Yeah.
And when you measure the entire, including kind of the basement area, you know, I put a basement in a house, they don't count that.
Of course.
Easier to consider if it wasn't already built.
Oh, yeah.
But
I know what it looks
Might
like.
have been built differently.
So as I understand, the maximum height allowed would be 12 feet, but if you measure it from the ground on the high side up until the ridge, you're talking about 15, a little over 15 feet. So that's, if you're looking at it that way, I mean, we're talking about a variance of a little over 3 feet.
The fireplace also goes into the height.
Oh, gosh, I knew you'd, yeah, the fireplace gets it, you know, that's the.
But it's a good point about the slope of the lot as well. I mean, they had to take that into consideration. Ms. Duffy, did you have something?
We bring back our engineer for just a second.
Yes, sir.
The fireplace, I guess that's on an outdoor grill or something.
Yes, sir.
Would it
Well,
be
outdoor fireplace.
outdoor fireplace?
Yes, sir.
Engineering wise, could it be possible to take that down?
I don't think so.
Not all the way, but
Right.
down further than what it is.
We could check, and of course, it was designed to be in character with the adjoining structure, with the home. But I do know there are regulations about how high a fireplace, a flue needs to be above the roof. So that could be a fire department issue that wouldn't allow that.
Any other discussion or motion?
Hey, Bill, I've got a question of staff. So when we're measuring accessory buildings, we go to the peak, but when we're measuring houses, we will move to an average, is it?
Yes, a home is measured to mean height.
But accessory buildings are
To the highest point.
I'm going to ask the applicant, what is the height without a chimney?
I'll have to refer to the drawing we had up here. Oops, I gave away my.
Ms. Moreno could, oh yeah.
Sorry about that. Let's see here.
Depends on from where.
I think it was 3 foot something. I can't remember. Oops, that's different. Okay.
Ms. Moreno, I think
there
he's
we
looking
go.
for the elevations plans. Thank you.
Let's see, was a question from the beam or the bottom of the roof line? Is that what it is to the top?
Okay, so it looks to me like from the finished floor of up, it's about 15.8.
Yes. Yes, sir. And then another 2'6" or so to the top of the chimney.
Any more discussion or a motion?
I'd like to say, I'm just having a big problem. I mean, I think it's interesting that the gentleman here today was not the firm that built this. And yes, it's a challenging lot. I mean, it's a difficult, you could say the lot's a hardship, but I think if they come at first and worked with the cities and realized the problems they have and then designed and built around those challenges instead of just hauling off and building it and saying, oh, well, sorry, we need a variance. It's a little cart before the horse here. I mean, I just feel like a lot of the hardship, yes, could have been avoided. Could have been designed to overcome.
I do agree with that. However, I think on a slope of this severity, there's really not much I can think of other than this kind of design.
Oh, I understand that. I think you've been here in the first coming saying, yes, well, here's our challenge, here's how we'd like to design, but as the chair said, it's not just the height, it's also the size.
Mm-hmm. We did note, and again, this could just be our misinterpretation, but the allowable square footage seems to go up with each category of lot size. However, it stays the same between 10,000 to 21,779, and then the next category up, 21,780 to 43,559, is still 400 square foot. And then after that, it's 2% of your lot. So I don't know if it's intentional that they be the same, or if perhaps just an honest question, could that be a misprint? And if so, that would certainly help this situation.
Please go ahead.
I had a question for legal. So since it's two variances, let's for say this was to go the opposite direction from what they're wanting. Since the structure was built without an issued permit, what would that result in that instance?
I think he's asking if it's denied with prejudice, what are the consequences?
That's a staff question, not a legal question, but yes, they would be in violation at that point.
Seeing that the building permit was not issued prior to the construction of this development, they would need to remove it or comply, reduce the size and the height of the structure where to meet the zoning ordinance requirements if the variances are not approved.
Our question here has to be, is there room for compromise, and what that compromise is? We don't want the applicant to go to court, and we sure don't want to leave a message that build it first, ask permission later. That's a bad message to send out. So is there room for compromise in this particular case?
I think the instruction that we've gotten from legal a number of times is whether they got a permit or not is not our purview. Like, it sounds bad that they didn't get a permit for whatever reason, we don't know what that is, but that's not our job to regulate here.
Right, I think ours is particularly the 2 variances in front of us.
I'll be honest, if this building was not built and they came before us with the small increase in size and the height stipulating the problem with that they have with the contour of the, I wouldn't have a problem with it. It's a little hard to do once it's already built. That's our problem today, sir.
Yes, sir.
So I feel like the height, it's definitely smaller than the house. It's definitely got hardships in terms of that slope. I think it's a beautiful pool house the way it is. But if we pull back those pillars and make it a little less than 400 square feet, is it the roof or is it where the corner pillars are?
That's kind of my question too, is when you look at it, for me, I'm less concerned about the height, much like you. If you look at the square footage of what it actually looks like, how are we calculating that? Is that your question? Roof or?
Yeah, how are we
floor plan?
calculating the 400, the over 400, the 500 and whatever it is we decided it is?
Foundation plan.
On the foundation plan?
Yes, sir.
Yes, me. I'm sorry, is it my turn?
No, you're fine. No, you're fine right now. Just hang on. We're having a discussion among them.
But isn't it possible that some pool houses have a foundation that's much larger than the covered area?
Yes, absolutely. But when it's the foundation with the cover and we see that it's, all, the majority of the foundation is covered, then we would just use a foundation plan. We don't use the roof because usually roofs will have eaves that extend further out. So we don't want to penalize that way.
This eave just happens to be under the house, which is kind of a great design. It's underneath. Neighbors don't see it, you don't hear it.
Mm-hmm.
I applaud you on that, but I just wish you would have done it.
I've got a question of staff. Is the square footage include the underneath area where the pool equipment is?
The portion that's like I'm sorry, I'm trying to look at the drawing.
I think he's talking about the second level underneath.
Yeah, it looks like there's 2 levels. When you calculate the square footage, are you just looking at the footprint, or are you looking at the fact that?
No, we would look at the footprint.
Okay.
Not the eaves.
Any more discussion?
I'd like to make a motion on VAR 25-129.
May I interrupt with something very important?
No, sir. We'll call you if we need to.
Okay,
Right now, we're doing a board discussion. I can open it up to one of the board members who might want to ask you a question, then you can speak, but is there anyone? Yes.
Sir, would you like to add something to the commentary?
Please go ahead.
Yes, this good citizen just pulled up the permit. He shows that the accessory building was permitted back 3/4 of 25. Now, I haven't looked at this, but if we could maybe have staff double check the date of 3/4/25 for, let's see here. residential accessory permit. I'm trying to find the number here. PB 25-00960.
Yes, that's for the pool.
Just for the pool. Okay, my apologies.
Okay, I think we had a motion, Mr. Garza.
Make a motion in BAR dash 25-129. To deny it without prejudice at this point. It's not looking good, sir.
Second.
Is that Ms. Powell? And just to be clear, we're voting on both together.
Together.
Deny without prejudice.
Sure.
Thank you.
Mrs. Johnson, I would request that we vote on them separately, A and B.
I would like to change to vote on them separately on BAR 25-129 to deny without prejudice.
Yeah, so if I'm understanding you correctly, we're going to take them separately, and that's, again, a decision of the chair. So if I understand, at this point, we have a motion to deny without prejudice variance A. Am I understanding?
Yes.
All right. And did we get a second of that motion?
I want to make sure Ms. Powell is going to second that. We have a second.
Can we identify which is A and which is B again?
Sure. A, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm right, staff, or if I'm wrong, good.
Square footage.
Square footage.
Yes.
B is the height.
A is the square footage variance. B will be the height. Okay, could we please perform a roll call vote on variance A, BAR 25-129?
Yes, we have a motion to deny variance A without prejudice for BAR-25-129. The motion was made by Board Member Sergio Garza and second by Board Member Lucretia Powell. Board Member Jim Whitten?
Yes.
Board Member
Can I confirm with legal really quickly? If we vote against this motion, we are voting to,
That would be not approving a denial without prejudice.
A denial without prejudice just needs a majority vote.
Correct.
And that would mean they come back before the city and continue to work through.
Correct. Yeah, a denial without prejudice, just to make sure the board's all clear, means they could come back immediately and work with the city, not having to wait any period of time. All right. Are we okay to continue with the vote?
Ms. Duffy, you okay?
as okay as I'm going to be.
Okay.
I have
Please perform the roll call vote.
Board Member Jim Whitten?
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza?
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston?
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley?
Yes.
Board Member Eric Artiaga?
Yes.
Board Member Logan Prim?
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woolman?
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell?
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy?
I'm going to say no. I'm just not sure this advances the goals of the city.
Board Member Jana Herrera?
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa?
Yes.
The motion to deny variance A without prejudice passes. Do we have a motion for variance B?
I'd like to make a motion for variance B 25-129 to deny without prejudice.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Mr. Garza made the motion. Mr. Riley seconded. Could we please perform a roll call vote on B?
Yes. Board Member Jim Whitten?
Yes.
This one's on height.
Correct.
Board Member, you okay? Board Member Sergio Garza?
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston?
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley?
Yes.
Board Member Eric Artiaga?
No.
Board Member Logan Prim?
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woolman?
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell?
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy?
No.
Board Member Jana Herrera,
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
The motion to approve variance B without prejudice passes.
Wait.
No.
Oh, no.
No.
Deny without
Deny, I'm
prejudice.
sorry. Motion
Yeah.
to deny variance B without prejudice passes.
So, sir, they both were denied without prejudice, which means you can come back as soon as tomorrow, as early as tomorrow, work with staff.
Okay. We look forward to doing so.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we are moving to case BAR 25-128. Staff, we are ready when you are.
The next case, BAR 25-128. The property is at 1412 Mistletoe Drive. The owners are Carrie and Thomas Riley, and the applicants are also Carrie and Thomas Riley. The subject property is zoned A5 one-family residential district. And the property is legally described as Lot 12, Block 23, Mistletoe Heights. The clicker. The applicant is requesting a variance to the one-family A5 district development standard to permit construction of a new single-family home with a reduced front yard setback. The subject property is a vacant approximately, or was a vacant approximately 35,937 square foot interior lot located in an established neighborhood and was platted without an alley. The subject property has been vacant since at least 2004 based on historic aerials. The property is adjacent to the Trinity River along the western or rear property boundary. Due to the adjacency to the Trinity River, there is a 100-year floodplain extending approximately 70 feet into the property, beginning at the western property boundary. There are mature trees located on the property, and there is a 12% downward slope beginning gradually at the eastern property boundary and becoming significantly steeper as the property extends westward. There was a zoning change on this property in 2006, zoning case ZC 06103, and a residential new building permit is awaiting client reply, pending the outcome of this case. The northern adjacent property, 1410 Mistletoe Drive, has a front setback of approximately 47 feet, and the southern adjacent property, 1414 Mistletoe Drive, has a front yard setback of approximately 67 feet. Therefore, the northern adjacent property creates a required projected front yard of 47 feet. The applicant's request is to allow a reduced projected front yard setback of 31 feet 10 inches along Mistletoe Drive. The required projected front yard variance request is deficient by 15 feet and 2 inches. I do want to stop here and make one note regarding the site plan in front of you. The 31 feet 10 inches on the site plan has been measured to the front porch. I'm going to read a section, if you just a moment. My apologies. So there is a section in the ordinance that says that the front porch is not included, and I want to read that section. It is from chapter 6.101, A4. The front yard setback shall be measured from the front property line to the main wall of the structure. An open porch or patio that has a vertical roof support may not be set closer than 15 feet from the front property line on a local street and 10 feet on a limited local street. Therefore, since, as seen on this site plan, 35 feet would be measured to the front wall. Because 35 feet is less restrictive than the requested, what was legally noticed as 31 feet 10 inches, there would be the option to grant a variance for 35 feet rather than 31 feet 10 inches if the applicant were amenable to that. I did want to point this out because it was not included in the staff report. The variance regulations are stipulated here. Again, chapter 6.101. And Board of Adjustment action is here. I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Any questions for staff on this case?
I do.
Please.
The backyard, you mentioned there's a bit of a slope. Would that hinder them from shifting the house back further into the backyard, or does that impact them from not being able to do that? To be able to meet the requirements.
Correct. So as you can see on the left, there is this lot is quite deep, but there is a floodplain on the rear portion of it. As you can see from this aerial, the lot does narrow as you go further away from the front property line. So I don't know if that is answering your question.
Yes.
Please go ahead, Ms. Duffy.
Am I seeing an electrical line go cut through that yard? What's the line?
I'm not sure what that line is.
We'll ask the applicant.
Yes, applicant.
I don't think that is, I don't think that's a line that was generated in GIS. I think.
Could you explain why you took the projected front yard from the north property and not the south, and the difference between the two?
So it's
It's restrictive.
Sure, because the north property line is 47 feet. It's the least of the two when you compare, and I can go to that
When you're
section.
comparing houses on both sides.
Yes. So the letter C in the regulations states that the setback of the nearest building on either side that is closest to the street, up to a maximum of setback of 50 feet.
Okay.
That's where that comes from.
Commissioners, this is Maribel. I just want to clarify, it's not a projected front yard, it's an established front yard.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Could you go back to the site plan? Is there any way, and maybe we can ask the applicant, is there any way to approximate where this steeper part of the slope starts? And maybe it's easier to go back to the GIS. Does that make sense? I'm trying to figure out the placement of the house where this, because if you look at the backyard, it looks like they've had to build up some things.
So when we calculate slope, we do use a contour layer, but that that layer is, we generally do not include that in the presentation.
Any other questions for staff? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bellin. Is the applicant here? Yes, sir. Please come forward, state your name, address, and the facts about your case. And you have 7 minutes in total for all support.
Good afternoon. My name's Thomas Riley. I'm the owner. My wife and I are the owner of 1412 Mistletoe Drive.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I'd like to begin by briefly explaining where we are in the construction process and how we arrived at this point. From the moment construction began, we were operating under a building permit that was approved and issued by the City of Fort Worth. We proceeded in good faith and in full reliance on that approval. Home is now almost fully framed to the second floor, and we have invested a significant amount of time and capital into this project. Here are some current slides for the project. We were issued a stop work order by the city stating the front porch of the home extends approximately 15 feet 2 inches beyond what it should. However, the city code states the setback should be measured from the front property line to the main wall of the structure, not an open porch. Correct reference point should be the front right corner of the house, which is approximately 35 feet from the sidewalk to the front edge. This puts the home 12 feet in front of the northern property. The left side remains within city guidelines. The hardship is not self-imposed because we hired a professional design build team and relied on their expertise to ensure compliance with all city requirements. Our builder confirmed there were no setback issues since the city issued no hold comments during permitting. There was incorrect setback information that was submitted through the third-party inspection company due to professional error and miscommunication. Not any decision on our part as homeowners, and however, the city still approved the permit and construction moved forward. This mistake appeared to be caught in the city zoning review process based on comments they made acknowledging the neighbor's setbacks on the zoning review 20 days before the permit was approved. Please refer to the city comments under page 7 of the packet I issued y'all. Scott Edwardson approved the zoning review and acknowledged the neighbor's setback measurements. Hardship in this case is significant. Our financial impact would be substantial, or approximately $1 million, including our capital investment, demolition costs, and the time and expense required to redesign and restart this project. This is very emotional for us because this is intended to be our forever home for our growing family. If our variance is not accepted, we would have to seek relief from other parties involved, and that outcome is uncertain and could take years to figure out. The condition is unique on Mistletoe Drive. It is not known for a uniform building line. Many homes on that street have varied setbacks and offset placement due to the street layout and lot shapes. The lot has a severe slope after the retaining wall, and there is a power line easement. I did provide photos in the packet for you guys to see. As you can see in these examples of the setbacks throughout Mistletoe, the placement of our home is consistent with the existing character of the neighborhood. Again, the city approved the permit, confirming the placement was considered acceptable within development patterns. Granting this variance would not cause harm to adjacent properties. This home does not encroach into any easements, does not interfere with drainage, utilities, or visibility, and does not negatively impact privacy. I did speak to the north neighbors, and the husband confirmed he does not believe it injures his property in any way. However, the wife told me on Monday that she has an issue looking out her second floor window at our house. However, that is inevitable as long as our house is there. We have approached the neighbors to adding landscape improvements to enhance aesthetics and ensure a thoughtful transition between properties. As you can see in our lot study, only a certain amount of buildable depth available as the lot narrows. The front of the lot is pie-shaped. If the home were pushed back to 47 feet, it would only leave a minimal amount of buildable footage. This could also require tearing down the retaining wall and removing newly planted 200-gallon trees on the lot. Granting this variance will be in harmony with the spirit and purpose of the zoning ordinance because it maintains the intent of the setback requirements while allowing a reasonable adjustment due to unique circumstances. Requiring demolition of a permitted home that is already substantially constructed would be far more disruptive to the neighborhood than allowing a variance that preserves the progress of a good faith project. To conclude, I want to emphasize that we did everything we believed was required for us as homeowners. We followed the proper process, we hired qualified professionals, and we obtained an approved city permit and built in good faith based on that approval. We also received generous amount of neighborhood support with 42 signatures and 17 of those being on Mistletoe Drive. I also attached the support petition on the packet. Denying this variance would punish a family that relied on the system as it was designed to work. For those reasons, we respectfully request approval of the setback variance. I'd like to introduce my wife, Carrie Riley, to say a few words.
Thank you. Still got a few minutes left.
My name is Carrie, and I just wanted to briefly explain what this means to me and my family. I grew up on Mistletoe Drive and lived on the street for 20 years, including in the house of the direct neighbor to the north. The street and neighborhood hold a special place in my heart, and I was so excited when the opportunity came to raise my daughters on the street that meant so much to me as a child. To be in this situation now feels absolutely devastating. After putting so much time and effort into this home, the fear and uncertainty of having to start all over again feels overwhelming. I'm due with our second child in less than 2 weeks, and we desperately need more space for our growing family. It is my hope we are able to move one step closer to doing that today. Thank you.
Thank you. Got about just under a minute left. If there's anybody else, or you have anything else to add?
No, just thank you for your time.
Sure, appreciate it. I'd like to speak. Yeah, please, a few more seconds.
So we live next door to Carrie and Thomas right now, and first of all, I used to be the chair of the BOA, so I know the situation you're in. It's always a difficult situation for stuff like this. When you have a situation where a permit was issued by the city, Simondale.
A few more minutes. Yeah, about a minute left.
Simondale was one that I sat on as a chair. That was very similar to this, where the house was almost built just like this, and the city had issued the permit in error, and we ended up going to executive session. We looked through all of it, and we ended up realizing that with the amount of error that had happened and what the hardship would be on the family, we approved it. So I would encourage you, they are great people, and this is not on them. They have a legitimate hardship, and as again, the former chair of the BOA, I understand the situation you're in, but this would be an extremely undue hardship on them. They're good people. She's very pregnant, and I think they deserve a larger house for that they've spent a lot of money in. So
thank you. Appreciate it. We're done with support. So right now, let me open it up to opposition. So opposition also has 7 minutes total. Is anybody here that would like to speak in opposition? Yes, sir. Please go ahead. I did give them an extra minute, so I'll give you an extra minute as well.
Thank you. I'm going to try to keep it as short as possible because we've got a bunch of other people from Mistletoe who want to speak. Just for the record, my name is Graham Brizendine. I was asked by the neighborhood. I'm currently VP of the Neighborhood Association, past president. I also was, as I mentioned earlier, I was chair of the Commercial Board of Adjustments. I also currently sit on the Historic and Cultural Landmark Commission as a commissioner.
Can you state your address too, please?
Yeah, it's 2101 West Morphy in Mistletoe Heights.
Thank you.
So y'all have this presentation that was emailed earlier, and again, I'm going to try to breeze through it as quick as possible. But if one thing we need to talk about is kind of the history of this parcel. It's important to understand that if we can flip to, let's see, the next slide. So this subject property was a vacant lot. It was a vacant, clean slate of boundaries and setbacks that was acquired by the applicant in 2024. At the time of acquisition, the property was purchased for $900,000, and this applies because we're talking about the state required minimum for the 50% threshold to consider it an economic hardship. So that's the reason this is stated here, because the purchase price of the lot was $900,000, and their estimated construction costs are $1.9 million. It should also be stated that discussion of fitting a house on the lot, keeping that in perspective, this house, as it was designed for this lot, is 7,000 square feet under roof, a little over 5,000 square feet of living space. What essentially we have to understand here is, I don't think it's their fault. I mean, I will say that straight up. I think they have recourse with the professionals who they hired. I also don't believe it's the city's fault either. The builder hired a third-party inspector to do the plan review. They relied on the information from the architect. The architect got the setbacks wrong. But this is also why architects have professional liability insurance for instances exactly like this. So I don't think that it's a financial burden on them. I believe it should be passed back to that architect. But let's move a little bit further of the history. So as mentioned, they hired a contractor, they hired an architect. The builder then hired North Texas Inspection Services. As I was told by Stacy, who is the individual at North Texas Inspection, and the quote is here, but she said, "I'm not going to go out on the field and measure the neighbor's setbacks. I expect my builders and or architects to already do that." So essentially, where are we now? You know, it's a tough situation. I mean, ultimately, I feel their pain. I mean, honestly, I've been in situations not like this with a already constructed structure, but I've been in this situation where I'm having to deal, with a board or with the HCLC. But what y'all have to remember, this is a judicial board. It is your responsibility to impartially apply the city code and only consider the facts of the case. In order to get a variance, you shall, quote, grant the application only when the board determines that all 5 criteria are met. That is how it is written in the city code. In this case, my opinion, it fails 4 of the 5. Very briefly here, this will not create an unnecessary hardship due to the 50% threshold and what the purchase price of the land and the construction cost that their builder put on his building permit application. It is not unique to the property. This property already previously contained an over 3,000 square foot house. It is, unfortunately, not on their part, but it is a self-imposed hardship. This was a blank piece of land. The architect should have done their due diligence and measured the setbacks. I mean, every architect measures the setbacks before they start drawing a single line, before they define how much space, what square footage a house can be. That was done improperly by the architect. And additionally, the granting of the variance will not be in harmony with the historic homes. You know, this is Mistletoe Heights. There's a book written, this is on the bluff overlooking the Trinity River. There are 2, the house to the north and the south are both documented in this book as historic homes. The house to the south, owner is here. The house to the north, the owner is here. The house to the south was just designated a city landmark last year. So this is going to impact the character and the feel of historic Mistletoe Heights. In summary, this unfortunately should only be judged by the facts of the case. We on the board heard all kinds of things. As you sit here every day, you hear all kinds of stories, and I feel their pain. I do. I've told Thomas it's not right, and I feel like they were led astray. But because they were led astray is not a reason for us to bend the city code. It is a reason for the professionals who made the mistake to have to rectify it. And that's where we're at. Because of that, I'm respectfully asking that a motion be made to deny this with prejudice. There is no fixing it. As it stands right now, the foundation was poured and some studs are up. The roof is not on. I mean, that's where we're at. So we've got a foundation pour and studs and some sheathing. But, you know, ultimately, I'm here representing a whole host. We had a meeting. I just found out about this on Tuesday last week. So, because this was not brought to the neighborhood association prior. But I have some other people who'd like to speak. I'm going to let them go ahead and jump up here. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, 2 more minutes left for all opposition.
My name is Scott Ewing. I live at 1414 Mistletoe Drive. We're current stewards of the historic Ann Wagner home that is to the adjacent south side of this property. The setback of my house obviously didn't define anything because it's old and it sits back 66 feet. The house on the north side established the setback. This house is simply just too large to fit on that property. There was questions earlier about the size of the property and where the slope begins. Mr. Riley showed photographs that there is a backyard. The beginning of the drop off to the river begins just in front of that line that was drawn on that you saw on the satellite view. That line is a power line, and that power line is just behind the drop off. And photos were also shown that there's plenty of room in the back of the yard to move the house back. I've been told that the current footprint of the house is just too big to be moved back, and certainly the house would have to be redesigned. But that doesn't mean that it can't be done. That was a blank slate. There was a blank piece of property. The property was leveled off before construction began. There is no significant slope or very minor slope going from the front to the back in that buildable area. It did have a house and a 3-car garage on it 30 years ago. So certainly that property is very buildable. And the setback for us is very important because this is a historic neighborhood. We just had a new house built down the street, and they had to negotiate the setback. They wanted to build it 55 feet back or something like that, and the city said, no, you got to build it at 50 feet. And so setback requirements are very well known in the neighborhood, and any new construction should be required to meet setback requirements. That's all I have.
Thank you. For opposition, you got about 10 seconds if there's anybody else. Okay. Yeah, if you could hurry up to the mic so we can get you on the record.
I live on the other side of the house at 1410 Mistletoe Drive. My name is Susanna Mitchell. I don't think that that was correct, that my husband or I never said that it wouldn't cause harm to us, because it is a big structure, and from my master bedroom and my kitchen, my bathroom and my office, I do see the big building right in front of me, and I submitted an email with all the photos, and I also sent him a text in July with the stakes saying, are these stakes on our property? Because they were so close, and he sent me back an email and said he would check on it and that he didn't think that it was part of our fence line. So early on, they knew that the stakes were not correctly in place.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's it for opposition. Sir, and you did. Yeah, we had it on there. I'll let you come speak for 30 seconds, but the applicant also gets time to rebut, and so I'm going to add time to theirs as well. Okay.
My name is Bruce Simden. I reside at 2425 Mistletoe Boulevard. I have a number of things that I would like to say about it, but I know you don't have the time, so I'll just limit it to, I see this as a classic example of it's easier to ask for forgiveness than it is permission. I think the builders and the architects and the property owner already knew it wasn't in compliance.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the applicant, you typically have 3 minutes for rebuttal, but I'm going to add 2 more minutes to that should you need more time to rebut for any support.
Mary Nell Poole, Town Site 2918 Wingate. I was retained as a development consultant, so I'm going to do the rebuttal if that's okay. We'd first like to say there was nothing nefarious going on with this. The architect at the time thought the setbacks for A5 was 20 feet. Should they have gone deeper to find where you go into 3 or 4 different codes to find that there are established setbacks? But 47 feet is a very unusual setback, and everyone does not encounter that in different areas. You all see it because people do that in different neighborhoods, but it's an unusual setback. It's not something that's common. They went through the city process. Their site plan was submitted to the city. And in the Acela notes where zoning reviewed, that I think that's also an issue here, is that everyone believes that the third party reviewed these plans. Third party only reviews building, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. Zoning review, PARD review, stormwater, those things are all reviewed by city staff, and they approve those. In the review, it was noted that the front yard setback was a 20-foot minimum, provided 30. Houses on either side are 47.9 per third-party site plan. So the city staff in zoning had that note in there that this should have been a 47-foot setback, but did not put a hold note on the building permit plans. Had they done that, that would have gone back to the architect, who would have been told to either adjust this building, which they could have pushed the building back or turned it. They could have adjusted the size of something at that point before it ever got a building permit. But there was no hold comment put on it, and a building permit was issued 20 days later. So that every subcontractor, builder, everyone, inspector, went off of the approved building site plan that showed a 35-foot setback. That is where the house is placed now. The 31.5 is where the front porch is. Those are what were established in the building permit, and no one had any reason to question that because it was not questioned to them when they applied for the permit. As you notice along Mistletoe Drive, as they're showing right now, they're all along Mistletoe. Nobody is in complete alignment. This house is also on a curve. You never see all three houses in one alignment because there is a curve. If you're walking down the sidewalk or you're coming down the street, north or south, you see one house and the subject house. If you come from the other direction, you see that house and the subject house. They are never seen as a complete setback. As you can see here, the entire front of the house is not over the 47 line. There is about 360 square feet. That is what is over the line, not the entire front of the house. I understand all of the passion that comes in here with everyone. We love the city. Everyone loves their neighborhood. And this young couple can't wait to be a part. They did not go out to design a house that could not fit on this lot. They weren't asking for a variance because they didn't know they needed one. They could have adjusted their alignment to go back further so that they didn't have to do that. This is a hardship that they knew nothing about. I think that I think there's been a lot of talk about how big the house is. As you all know, in constructions, houses start out looking big, they look small, then they look big again. It's a two-story house that is approximately the same square footage as what either house is on either side of them. It's not a house that's out of scale for whatever is going in. I think you saw earlier in the presentation, they had a rendering of what the house would look like and what it would look like in relation to the other two houses. There was never any intention to do anything wrong. They had a building permit. They thought they were doing the right setbacks, and they thought they had this together. I would ask that you please give them this variance and allow them to continue the construction on their home.
Thank you. Appreciate it. You got about 15 seconds left. Yes, sir. Are you here in support as well? Okay. Yeah, I'll give you about 30 seconds.
My name is James Reed. I live at 2305 Mistletoe Avenue. Had a similar situation. I had a accessory permit approved by the city for my property. Permit was issued only for them to rescind it and put it on hold a week later after I'd already started construction. I'm not sure why that is happening so often in our neighborhood, but I do want to point out the line that you guys saw is an electrical line, and I looked up with the city. It is a designated easement on that property line. And also the elevation based on Google Earth shows that if they were to push the property back more, that the elevation drops 30 feet within the 15 feet they're asking to push the setback. So not only is there easement preventing them from pushing it back, there's elevation and the width of the lot prevents them really from pushing back further than where the current building's at.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, so we are now going to move to questions for the applicant from the board. Also, during this period, I would remind the board that if there's any other questions you have for the applicant, any other parties that are out there, you can. But this is time for us to ask questions of the applicant, support and opposition.
Can I
Steffi,
just ask
please.
first, just because I know we have a lot of visitors, can we just ask all the people who came to speak on this today who didn't get a chance to speak, just to stand, just so we can acknowledge that you came in today? Is that unusual?
Sure. Do you want them to identify support versus opposition?
We know you had a long day waiting for us.
Can you speak into the microphone?
The Commissioner Duffy was saying anybody that's here in support or opposition for this case, if they would please stand, just knowing.
Just did, you missed it.
Well, there's some people in the back. Thank you.
And then I would like to make this statement, Chair, to the board. This case is, this neighborhood I'm seeing is divided. But at the same time, I do respect, we all may have questions to ask, but I'm going to ask us to please take in consideration of the time. We still have another case, as well as, for as me personally, I can see it cut and dry. But let's take in consideration we have another case and not duplicate the same questions in different formats.
Okay, thank you.
Please.
Yes, sir, Mr. Riley.
What was the setback of the original house that got raised?
Mr. Riley, feel free to come forward.
The previous house that was demoed?
Yes.
I can't answer that. I don't know.
Yeah,
It might be a staff.
Sir, if you would please state your name.
Hi, I'm Brock Brandenburg.
Address, thank
and
you.
I live at 2408 Harrison Ave in Mistletoe Heights. I have an illustration that shows satellite view of the previous house from 2001. So if you go to the exhibits that I provided, you can actually see it sitting approximately the same setback. So I have it's a PDF document that's about 7 pages.
Yeah, they're looking through it right now. It was submitted with the case?
It's that document. No, keep going. Yeah, those are, sorry, that isn't my document, but they came up and you scrolled through them earlier.
Was it late correspondence? Did you send in to the?
Yes, I did.
It might have been late.
You had them up a little bit earlier.
Okay.
There you go. So that same illustration has shown both the slab in October 8th of this year, and that is 2001 of the original, what's considered the Crumley House.
So I think you're able to draw maybe on that. Could you draw and show us what you're talking about?
I have a screen that doesn't have tools on it, but so this, I just drew, but there it is. That's the Crumley House. So the red line was drawn basically approximately a 47-foot line back from where the setbacks would start from. So this illustration, and there's another illustration that shows it on October 8th of this year. If you were to go back one or go to the other PDF that's a satellite view like this. There you go. So that's the existing slab and how much it sticks forward past that setback, as opposed to where the original house was in 2001.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Riley, does that answer your question? Okay. Any other questions for the applicants? Okay. Having seen none, I'm going to close the public portion of this hearing And we will move to board discussion about this case and/or a motion.
I have just a couple comments. They had the building permit, and in looking through the packet, I'm not sure who provided it, but there's no uniformity on a lot of the pictures shown in terms of where the houses all line up the same. This is a unique area, very historic, I understand that. And based upon the picture that is on the screen now, it also looks like they're barely protruding out. So I would not have an issue with supporting this application.
Thank you. Anyone else? Discussion or comments?
If you build a house today and do everything that they did, and then this happens to you, and now you're being the one held liable, there has to be some burden of responsibility. We can help them, albeit to the people that don't want the house built. If they move the house back, if they were able to move the house back, it's still going to be a monstrosity. Still going to block your view, you know? And so they're going to build it one way or another, you know, so. And they did everything correct. They have documentation. See a lot of people shaking their heads. We had your time to show us what you got, and that's what we picked up on. At least I did anyway.
And then if I may, Chair.
Please.
The applicants, I can't think of your name, but you always, one who done, the young lady who did the rebuttal, you're always very thorough with your work. And she pointed out very strategically how there's no consistency within the neighborhood of the lining of the houses. And so what they're doing is compatible with the neighborhood that I see. Then also, there are said, I'm gonna say it like that, there have been said that there has been mistakes here and there, but overall, the applicants have showed that you all have, in good faith, followed guidelines. And I think because of that, you should have this variance. Not only that, as neighbors, sometimes we get what we want and sometimes we don't. But I want to encourage all of you to understand that it's okay to agree to disagree, but not be disagreeable. And let's move forward. I can support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Duffy.
So my thoughts at this point are, we have a lot of people who showed up and spent the whole day here, and that's notable. We don't usually get that here in the Board of Adjustment. And I think that's why your neighborhood is the way your neighborhood is you defend it. On the other hand, we have 42 people who signed in support. We do have a city permit that was issued. I spend some of my professional time in city planning kind of issues. I don't feel like we're harming the neighborhood with this one. It's a couple of feet. But I really do appreciate the Mistletoe Heights people who defend that neighborhood, because I love that neighborhood. I love driving through it, but I don't think we're harming the neighborhood with this one.
Thank you. Any other comments or discussion? Yes, sir, Mr. Whitten.
I'm new to this board, and so maybe I'm too much of a hard case yet, but I still have a problem. And I don't believe the applicants, I think they probably relied on their architect and their builder. I think it's the architect and the builder's responsibility. And as someone who, until I retired, carried several $1 million in errors and omissions, malpractice, that's they're not here today. The people who led the applicants on aren't here. And I've been on other boards where, architects and contractors whose name, if I mentioned, you would know, here in Fort Worth, made similar mistakes. And it put that board's project way behind, cost, several $1 million, but the architect and the contractor who made those mistakes are going to be the ones to pay. I agree. It's yes, this neighborhood it's unique, and the one reason I think the setbacks are so different because some of these houses predate the setback requirements. And this is very old homes. I will struggle to support this, the variance, because again, I don't think the applicants made a mistake. I think they relied on the professionals. And perhaps the city staff relied on the professionals. I mean, but the people who first went out there and drew that first line and had even the setback of the prior house to look at didn't do what they were supposed to do. I'm sorry, I'm just struggling to approve this.
Sure, thank you. Any other discussion? Any more comments? Yes, sir, Mr. Garza.
The only thing is on documentation, it shows the front yard setback 20 minimum, house on the side 47.9. It's in the Fort Worth documentation.
Saying that it doesn't comply.
It doesn't say, there's not a hold on it.
But is it not correct that the architect go based off of what the city shared, the information that they received from the city?
This is what they're supplying to the city.
Right, so that was part of my statement. There is a collaboration, maybe error here, maybe error there, but at the end of the day, this family shouldn't be punished. And I don't see the need to shift the blame to anyone. They have a home that they need to get built. It's life. It happens. We all human.
We ready? Like to make a motion?
Sure, if there's no more discussion. Yes, sir, Mr. Garza.
Make a motion to pass BAR 25-128 as written.
Could you say that back into the microphone?
Hello?
There you go.
I'd like to make a motion to pass BAR -25-128 as written.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Mr. Garza, second by Ms. Powell for BAR 25-128. Staff, could we please call a roll call vote?
Board Member Jim Whidden,
Abstain.
Board Member Sergio Garza,
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston,
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley,
Yes.
Board Member Eric Artiaga,
Yes.
Board Member Logan Prim,
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woolman,
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell,
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy,
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera,
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, Mr. and Ms. Riley, your application has been approved. Should you have any questions going forward, please contact city staff as early as tomorrow.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys' time.
Thanks. All right, one more case. Next case is BAR-25-131. Mr. Bellin, we're ready when you are.
The next case is located at 4929 Fitzhugh Avenue. The owner is Minnie Stein. The applicant is Sharon Douglas. The property is zoned A5 one family, and it is also within the Stop 6 overlay district. The property is legally described as Lot 24, Block 1, Douglas Park Addition. The applicant is requesting a variance to the Stop 6 Overlay District Development Standards requiring a two-car garage be constructed for all new development to allow construction of a new single-family home without a two-car garage. The subject property is a vacant 8,150 square foot interior lot located in a redeveloping neighborhood. The property was platted without alley access in 1930. The subject property has a 2.5% downward slope running north to south, contains one mature tree, and does not contain a floodplain. A zoning change was to implement the Stop 6 overlay was approved in May of 2008. There was a raising permit for demolition in 2011, and the current residential new building permit is awaiting client reply pending outcome of this case. A new single-family home construction in the Stop 6 overlay district is subject to certain design standards to include construction of a two-car garage. The site plan indicates that the two parking spaces required for the project are located behind the front building wall. And those two spaces would be located here and here. Here are the regulations for the Stop 6 overlay. As you can see in E2, a two-car garage is required. And this concludes staff presentation. I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Any questions for staff?
The reason for this build is they're trying to put someone, 85-year-old lady, back into her home. Is that correct?
This is a vacant lot, and she wants to build a house. And because it's in the Stop 6 overlay, it's required to have a two-car garage.
The applicant will be able to answer that question.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, we're going to move on. Thank you, Mr. Bellin. Is the applicant here? Yes, ma'am. Please come forward, state your name, address, and the facts about your case, and you have 7 minutes.
Well, good afternoon.
Good
Excuse the
afternoon.
voice. I'm recovering from laryngitis, but I'm really glad to be here. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, board members. And staff, thank you for dealing with me over all these weeks of trying to get this done.
Thanks for sticking with us today, too.
Of course, it's been a long one, but surely it was worth it. And yes, I'm Sharon Douglas. I am the owner and CEO for Pateri Construction, located in Fort Worth, 6825 Manhattan Boulevard. I am representing my cousin, who is now watching virtually in New York. She is 85 years old. She's actually the first cousin to my father, and she wants to move home. She was recruited many years ago when she was between the age of 25 and 30 to the United Methodist Global Ministries in New York. Since that time, she built her family there, and she stayed there, and now she's ready to return as a resident in her naturally born area. Many have owned this property for many years. It was passed down through generations. And I can assure you that if many were a driving individual, a younger woman, and don't take that lightly, she's very feisty, even at 85, but I assure you that she would want this particular garage built. However, there's not a need because Minnie does not own a car, nor does she have driving privileges. Now, as far as the single family, I'm here to make sure as owner's rep that that home is built in a beautiful condition with landscaping that would stand out in the area. I also am a resident of Fort Worth, native born, and I chose to keep my business in Fort Worth. So I'm asking you today to please pass this variance for Minnie so we can bring her back to the city that she was born in and want to continue her days here.
Thank you very much. You still have a few more minutes if there's anything you need to add.
Just I know I can say hello to Minnie. She's been watching all day.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone here, anyone else to speak in support? Seeing no one, is there anyone here in opposition? Okay, also seeing no one. I'm going to open it up to questions from the board for the applicant. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Sure.
This young lady that's in New York,
Yes, ma'am, you can come back up, yeah.
can you hear me?
I'm sure she would appreciate you saying young lady too.
Well, she plans to move into the house that's not built yet. When do you expect the construction to be done for her?
I'm a previous builder myself. That's why I took charge of making sure to hire a contractor so I could oversee it and also be communicating back and forth with many. As soon as you guys give us the approval, it's all boots on the ground.
This is Johnston. Hi, Cousin Minnie. Have you retained an architect or a building designer to conduct the design of the house?
All those things are done, and just so you guys have some history, I'm prior military. I'm looking at veteran homes also. This was one of my prototypes that we put together, and that's why I didn't want to be the direct builder. I wanted someone outside to build it. So yes, this has been on the ground for some time.
Okay, was there any design that included a two-car garage?
No, there were not. Years ago, there used to be a home there, and actually my company is the one that demoed it some years ago, and there was not a garage then, and nor did I even know that a small single family of this nature would have to have a two-car garage. You think about it, that space is almost going to be the size of the house.
I have a question too.
Sure, I think Ms. Duffy had one, maybe, and then we'll move to Mr. Acosta. Ms. Duffy, are you still?
So the driveway on the side of the house is big enough for 2 cars. It's just because it's not built in that we're here, right?
Yes, the requirement for the Stop 6 overlay is to build a 2-car garage. The applicant is providing the required number of parking behind the front building wall. She's just not building the required garage.
So why is she here instead of talking to the historical commission?
This case is not a historic district. It
No,
doesn't,
it's not.
it doesn't have to go before the historic commission.
It's an overlay that was passed by City Council in 2019, and this is one of the standards they required for new home construction.
I have a question. Sure.
Let's, Ms. Duffy, are you?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to Mr. Acosta and then back to Mr. Garza.
Is there any properties in this area with no garages?
Say it again, please.
In this area, is there any properties with no car garage?
Yes, there's several.
Brand new, kind of like old.
Right across the street, to be exact.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Garza.
Do you have any signatures from your neighbors in the area, what they would think that with a house with no garage?
Yes, when my cousin first expressed her wants or needs, I started canvassing the area, and I do have some signatures on file. People that said that they didn't oppose that.
We don't have a copy of that?
Ms. Moreno, do you know if those were submitted?
I'm looking through the application.
Thank you. While she's doing that, one thing we have to consider is not only your cousin, but it stays with the property, right? So we have to think 25, 35, 50 years down the road too. So that's something that we're thinking about as we look at these variances.
Understood. Just for history's sake, back in the 60s when this property was owned by the first generation of the Douglas Stein family, and it was passed on to many. Not only that, many have chosen to keep this property in the family. That's why it's called the Douglas edition. But not only that, her nephew lives right next door, who will have responsibilities of that area. And his house was built some years ago. I can't tell you what year it was, but he's the next door neighbor. And then she also owns the property on the other side of that house.
Thank you.
It
Go
looks
ahead, Ms.
like
Moreno.
it looks like we have two support petitions on file.
I have a question.
Yeah, was there a second one? Thank you. Okay, those two. Yes, somebody, Ms. Herrera.
Understanding that there is an overlay for the two-car garage, that is a big deal for this area, even though you might see some other homes that may not have it. Are you sure you want to go that direction? Because it is not just for the current homeowner, it's for the life of the home. So
I completely understand. I would actually put myself, I don't call it harm's way because I think so highly of Minnie Florence Stein. She's going to laugh about that middle name. But I personally, if it comes down to it, I'm a builder. And if it came down to me making a change to the house later on, I could do that.
Ms. Herrera, do you have anything else?
I was just going to say the change would need to be now because it needs to, in my opinion, I can't approve this due to the overlay, I can't approve it without it not having a garage, two-car garage. But I'm just giving you my perspective.
I think it brings about a hardship with many at this time to even consider putting $35,000 to $45,000 into a garage that she'll never use. You think about where she is today, and God forbid, I want her to be here for a lot longer time. She's been my mentor since 3rd grade. So I would rather her enjoy the house that she wished to build versus being put against the wall in a hardship of the additional dollars that it costs. And I know I read a lot about the variance and staff. Thank you for enlightening me on a lot of things that I didn't know about coming before the adjustment board. But I know how the information reads when it comes to what is a hardship or what is the variance. But in this particular case, I would ask that you reconsider the person that wants to come home, reconsider the situation that the land stays in the family in which it has all these years. Just reconsider that. I'm not the one that owned that property, but I'm sure you're one that want to step in any future. But at this particular point, I ask you to reconsider your decision.
Ms. Duffy.
So I'm not usually a fan of variances that have a time limit, but we have given them on plenty of occasions. If we put a 7-year time limit on having no garage, and after that, we're going to require a garage to be added onto this house, is that something anybody would consider?
We've done that before?
I mean, that is legal.
Ms. Pena, or staff, do you put a time limit and then all of a sudden it triggers and they have to put a garage? I mean, I guess I've got more process questions or protocol questions about that.
I wouldn't even know how we would keep up with that.
We have done it before for a gentleman who had an accessory unit in the backyard. with all of his wife's belongings. We let him have it for a certain number of years. And with the understanding that after he was gone, then the accessory unit would go away.
I mean, I understand that it was something, a motion that was approved through BOA, but what I'm saying is we would not be able to keep up with when somebody moves out, if somebody leaves the state, leaves the city, moves to another location, we would not be able to keep up with that.
In your case, you're referring to it was a removal after a certain period of time? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but we've done lots of variances with a certain time limit on them.
Yes, sir,
an
Mr.
idea.
Riley.
Earlier, there was I think it was in the staff report, illustration of where the two parking spaces would be behind the building front line. I don't see that in this docket.
Scott, can you flip to your presentation?
That, yes. So would at least the parking behind the building front line be installed?
We can do that.
The other thing, I'd like to go back to a photo that showed the neighbor to the right.
Is it like a street view?
Street view.
Ms. Moreno, do you have that? Or can you flip to that street view? I think it has a fence on the property.
Yes.
Right here.
And that's the front view of what would be the house. The house to the right has a one-car garage.
That is correct.
Would it be a hardship to provide this building, this home, with a one-car garage?
I would have to actually go back to Minnie and ask her about that. Now, that is the nephew's home.
Yeah.
I would have to go back to
He's
her.
legal non-conforming now because of the overlay.
Right.
So if
I would really have to go back to her
his
because
house burnt down, he'd have to put in a two-car garage. He lost legal non-conforming use, correct?
Correct. That is
Connie?
correct.
So, to me, a happy compromise would be build it with a one-car garage. It matches the nephew's place next door. And if someone wants to have two-car garage, they can go ahead and extend that at some point in time and make it a tandem parking, much like the outdoor. But at least you have preserved that space and you haven't built out a house where there's no way to get to the backyard. So, my thoughts are I would be in favor of approving this variance, but for only one parking space.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Garza.
I'm having a lot of trouble with this. Every other petition that comes before us has a design. We have something to look at. We have some sort of, we know what's going to be built there. There's maybe an artist rendition. We have nothing in this case. Almost feels like we're being tested. What are we going to say yes to? We have just a couple. There's one where it shows the drawing of where the houses are going to be. It's just dark areas. It's not even a structure. There's. How can we say yes to that? We want to help you. We really do, but it has to be something concrete that we can see, and we have to know that what we're doing is we're doing this for the next 50 years. It's not just today. It's not just the next 5 years. So I'm going to petition that maybe we allow this to go into another meeting where you come better prepared, where you can show us what it is you're going to build, and then we can say yes or no to that. Because right now I just don't see what we're saying yes to, and I'm really sorry. I have a big problem with that.
Sure, understand that.
I tend to agree. You know, I'd like to know what it is we're approving since we're approving for all time. And I also like the idea of of at least a one-car garage. I mean, that seems to be kind of I mean, all due respect to your cousin, I mean, the next owner of that house is probably going to want a garage. Um, and that house 50 or 60 years from now is going to need a garage of some sort. So but that's not before us now, but I think we're talking about maybe when you come back.
Well,
Yes, sir,
this
Mr.
this is
Johnson.
Johnston. I want to ask you this question. Is there something about this lot that is that would create uh, an unreasonable hardship to build a two-car garage? Not the consideration of many, but simply the lot itself. Is there any condition on this lot,
There is not.
such as slope, trees, anything like that?
There is not.
Thank you.
Any other discussion or questions?
Is there a financial hardship anywhere to build a two-car garage? Possibly.
I'm going to make this statement. It's coming directly from me after, and it's coming out of knowledge of what has happened. Yes, it is a financial hardship.
Thank you.
Just the move alone from New York is a difficult task. The other situation is, as you know, things have changed with the administration. Minnie was a teacher for many years. She's taught here Morningside Middle School, elementary years ago, and then she took her training to the United Methodist Church, and then she went back into teaching. So that was impacted as the changes came. So I'm trying my best to make sure that from a standpoint of where she sits today, financially, that she is able to come here and live comfortably without having to depend on so many other people to jump in and assist her. She's a very independent woman. We as a family would like her to stay that way. And if at all, if we can get some help from you guys, that would be appreciated. If it is not acceptable at this time, permit us to come back to you in the very near future and present this. I do have the rendering of the house.
Mr. Chair, if I can make a note.
Please.
So the board actions and decisions is not based on the financial hardship. So we just have to make sure we stick to the scope of what the board actions could be based on.
Back to your comment, you can kind of see how we're all trending here in terms of what we're thinking and questions we're asking. And so that's one thing I would ask the board is, do we need to make a motion? Take a look at this. I'm trying to put ideas out there for you all to have a discussion or a motion about. And maybe ask the applicant. Sounds like she's amenable to that, but
There are certain consequences if we deny this petition, and they're financial. If we deny it without prejudice, it's less of a burden for you to come back. If we kind of put a hold on it, but there's a time limit on what we can do. We want to help you, but you got to help us help you. So would you be okay with us setting this for another date?
What date are we looking at?
Next month or in 60 days?
Is it a 60-day wait period or is it 30-day?
So if you already have your plans, I heard you say you have
do.
the drawings, you can submit them to us as early as Friday or tomorrow, and we'll be able to review it. But if you have to go back to the drawing board, I would encourage you to wait until March 18th meeting.
No, I do have the renderings to present.
Okay. So the February 18th meeting should be sufficient since she already have her plans ready.
so I think it's really a question for the board of, is this going to be a continuation? Is this going to be a denial without prejudice?
Continuance.
Really, I'm opening up to the
I think
board.
we
for
should
this.
do a continuance.
Yes.
It's the
Continuance.
easiest for her.
30 days.
Yeah, 30.
Continuance.
Okay. Is there a motion? So we will make a motion for that?
I'd like to make a motion for BAR 25-131 for a continuance for our February 2026 meeting. 30 days.
Thank you, Ms. Powell.
A second?
Thank you, Mr. Garza. Ms. London, can we please perform a roll call vote?
Yes, we have a motion to continue case BAR-25-131 to the February 2026 public hearing. The motion made by Board Member Lucretia Powell and second by Board Member Sergio Garza. Board Member Jim Whitten,
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza,
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston,
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley,
Yes.
Board Member Eric Artiaga,
Yes.
Board Member Logan Prim,
Yes.
Board Member Whit Woolman,
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell,
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy,
Yes.
Board Member Jana Herrera,
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you so
ma'am.
much for your time.
Yes, thank you. So your application has been continued, and it'll give you time to work with staff, resubmit, work with any questions that you have.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you for waiting.
I have a motion to adjourn.
Yes.
Johnston moves.
Is there a second?
Riley, second.
Motion to adjourn. Anybody opposed? No. All right, motion passes.